Chapter 41. The Elusive Severus Snape. For several minutes, that's all he knew. He ached all over. Then his mind caught up to the fact that he was waking from a deep sleep. He lay still, his body hurting too much to move, even if it would help his mind to awaken faster. Had Dudley beat him up? He couldn't remember. He licked his lips, but his tongue felt like sandpaper. He was thirsty. Way more thirsty than he usually was when he woke up. His face was warm. Something tickled his nose, but he was too exhausted to brush it away. He breathed in deeply of grass and dirt and the sweet fragrance of fresh air. He was outside. Why was he outside? Voices came from nearby, and muted footsteps approached him. If he had fallen asleep in the yard again, Uncle Vernon would be livid. He might be locked up without food again, and he was already so hungry. A hand lightly slapped him on the face, not hard enough to hurt, but hard enough to startle him. He drew up a heavy arm to shield his head and quickly mumbled, "Sorry, Uncle Vernon. Won't do it again." The hand gently but firmly grasped his arm and moved it from his face. "Wake, Potter. Nap time is over," a voice called loudly from above him. More footsteps neared, along with laughter. Harry winced at the loudness of it all. His head was killing him, his throat felt raw for some reason, and even the smell of grass was becoming too strong for his overloaded senses. Still, he'd be in even more trouble if he didn't obey. He slowly opened his eyes, squinting at the brightness of a sunny day. A man in dark robes was kneeling over him. Did Harry know him? Those eyebrows looked familiar. His eyes widened, and his breath caught in his throat as memories came crashing back over him like a wave. Voldemort, Crabbe, Snape, Crucio, Pain. He instinctively balled his fist in Snape's robe. He knew he was doing a lousy job of keeping the fear and desperation out of his eyes. At this point, was it even worth it? Only an idiot wouldn't be scared out of his mind after everything that had gone on. Fortunately, Snape had more presence of mind than he did, for he disentangled Harry's hand from his robe before the other Death Eaters were close enough to notice. He gave it a hard, brief squeeze before he let it go, which helped, but not enough to stave off a budding panic attack. Crabbe's Snape pulled him upright. A scowl was fixed on his face, but with his eyes firmly fixed on Harry's, he took a slow, barely exaggerated breath. Harry could practically hear the man telling him to breathe, and he tried. Breathe in, breathe out. By the time Snape had him on his feet, supporting him almost completely by a firm grasp on one arm, Harry had his breathing mostly under control. He couldn't do much about his shaking, though. He wasn't sure how much was due to fear and how much was due to nerve damage. Actually, he was pretty sure it was mainly due to nerve damage. Not that fear wasn't there. He was terrified. At least he was still in possession of his sanity. On the other hand, was he hallucinating Voldemort and a dozen Death Eaters standing before him in a flowery meadow, of all places? He looked around as far as he could without moving his sore neck too much. They were in a clearing, framed as far as he could see by trees, but the trees were far enough away that there was no danger of enemies lurking about with an advantage. Flowers of every color were in full bloom, dotted here and there between the wild green grass and other plants of the forest. It smelled of sunshine and flower and fresh earth after a cleansing rain. It was beautiful. Maybe he was dreaming. It would be a nice reprieve from his usual nightmares. "Harry Potter," hissed Voldemort from his left, way too real to be a dream. Harry swung his head to the side and almost fell over from the sudden movement. He would have if Snape had not adjusted his strong grip. The Dark Lord was standing to one side, his followers forming a half-circle facing him. Snape held Harry in the middle, and Harry wondered how the spy had managed to maneuver himself into that job. However he'd done it, Harry was grateful to have him so near. Voldemort's eyes shone with barely contained rage as he inched closer, and Harry supposed he was done playing the part of the gracious host. "Now that you belong to me," the wizard said in a hard tone, "I think it time you learn to show me proper respect." He waved his hand in a commanding gesture, and Snape's hands, Crabbe's hands, technically dug into Harry's shoulders, forcing him to his knees and holding him there. He forced his fear to the back of his mind and focused instead on the urge to laugh at Voldemort's stupidity. He could barely stand, so it was kind of nice to be made to kneel, regardless of the humiliation he was supposed to feel. It took far less energy. He thought Voldemort might have seen the mirth in his eyes, for the wizard's wand and eyes twitched dangerously. "What has Severus Snape done to gain your loyalty?" he asked instead in a silky voice. Harry blinked. Another interrogation. Hadn't they covered this already? He stiffened, bracing himself for another mental attack. Only Voldemort didn't appear ready to repeat that tactic just yet. "I heard the prophecy about me, servant," he said disdainfully, as if such a prophecy were too silly to be considered for anything resembling fact. But Harry knew better. If Voldemort was bringing it up, he was concerned. And if the hint of fear in his eyes was anything to go by, that concern had already begun to morph into worry. "Your precious Dumbledore believes it to be about Severus, that somehow my wayward servant's loyalty will be key to your victory over me. That is quite the conclusion. I wonder what you think." Harry cleared his sore throat when it became apparent that he would be required to say something. "I'm 16, he said hoarsely, and cleared his throat again even though it hurt. Oh yeah, he'd screamed his head off before during the Cruciatus curses. No wonder his throat felt like it had been turned inside out and burned by hot lava. "You don't care what I think." "Oh, but I do." Voldemort grinned, and Harry tried to keep from rolling his eyes. Voldemort was a lot like Vernon. Apparently all Harry had to do to make him happy for the moment was to remind him that he was stronger, older, or more superior than Harry in some way. Not too long ago, he'd have added Snape to that list, but now no. He'd save thoughts about his potions professor for later. Right now, he needed to focus on surviving Voldemort. "You see, you are the boy who lived." Voldemort bent down to look him in the face. "The beacon of the light, the darling of Hogwarts, Dumbledore's prized trophy. Not to mention," he grasped Harry's chin, and Harry flinched from the familiar flare of pain in his already raw scar. "The key to my power," he frowned in thought. "Logically, that would make you the key to my victory as well, and yet the prophecy claims that of the servant of two masters, and Sosverusi's to determine the victor." He gave humorless laugh. "I think not." He tossed Harry's chin to the side and rose to his feet. "Nonetheless, prophecies must not be ignored. If Severus is destined to play such a role, and if it is not to be in my service, then he will simply have to die." Harry shivered. Voldemort sounded as though he were discussing the death of a pesky rodent. It must be done, and then he would carry on with his day. Harry wished he knew how Snape was taking this, but the hands on Harry's shoulders were still. They held him in place with a quiet strength, but they told him nothing of what was going on in the man's head. Snape, ever the good spy. He sighed inwardly, wanting to talk to his teacher more than ever. He shifted, making to try to get up, just to feel the hands move. They held him down, preventing him from standing. The hands gave his shoulders a small squeeze, and Harry stilled. That was enough to reassure himself that Snape was there with him. Just one squeeze. That's all he had needed to feel a little bit more in control of the situation. He reached into his pocket and was relieved to find his mum's heart-shaped stones still there. He traced the smooth surface, finding comfort in the thought of his mum having picked it out and held it in her hands. It was as much a gift from his mother as from Snape, and it helped him to find the courage he'd been afraid he'd lost. He hadn't been broken yet. He lifted his chin. "I think that you'll lose," he answered the wizard's question, trying to ignore how his hoarse voice ruined the effect he'd gone for. "What I think is that it refers to Professor Snape, and that he's chosen his side. I think that you've already been beaten. You just don't know it yet." "Oh?" asked Voldemort conversationally, though his eyes betrayed his hatred for Harry. "It does not appear that way from my vantage point." He smirked at Harry's shaking, tired body, forcibly kneeling before him, and his Death Eaters laughed. "You look just as much a coward as ever from a vantage point," Harry shot back. The hands on his shoulders squeezed slightly, probably Snape's way of saying to tone it down, but Harry was about as good as he ever was at following orders, which wasn't very good at all. Still, when he found himself looking cross-eyed at Voldemort's wand pointing between his eyes, he had to concede that incorporating more Slytherin subtleties into his approach might not be the worst idea. "You know nothing of true strength, boy," Voldemort hissed. "Power is strength, and I am currently the most powerful wizard on Earth. My power will only grow, and your pathetic order will crumble under the weight of my successes." "You're wrong," Harry refuted, tossing the idea of subtlety out the window. He could try it out another time. "Love is strength, so is hope and courage. You don't have any of those, which is why you will fail." Voldemort laughed, and his pathetic sycophants followed suit an instant later. "What noble ideas you have! Love never toppled nations, boy. That takes power." He lowered his wand, dangling it at his side. Harry begged to differ. There were lots of stories about love starting wars and ending them, but that was a bit more poetic than he was going for. He settled for insisting, "Love, hope, and courage are powerful." "And do you believe that your dear professor possesses all three?" Voldemort asked in mock innocence, then smirked in obvious derision, and the Death Eaters laughed again. "I will concede the courage. Even traitorous actions can require courage, perhaps even the hope." "I don't care," Voldemort waved off. "But love. Severus never had time for such trivialities as love. It was one of his greatest assets while in my service." Harry forced himself to stay still, though he wanted to squirm in discomfort. He wasn't sure how they'd worked their way to talking about Snape and whether he had love in his life, but he kind of wished they hadn't. He hadn't given too much thought to it, and he certainly didn't want to discuss something so personal in front of the man himself. "He did express desire for one woman, I recall." Voldemort looked at him as if he held a delightful secret, and Harry decided by the slight tremor in Snape's hands that there was a story there. But it was a passing fancy. No, Severus has never known romantic love. Brotherly love, perhaps. No. He turned on his fellows, easily enough to discount that. Voldemort leaned down and ran a finger down Harry's cheek, making him shudder. "Did you imagine that he felt love for you? He never had a child of his own, after all. Perhaps his latent paternal instincts have finally kicked in." For some reason, Voldemort and his Death Eaters found that suggestion highly amusing. Their laughter rang through the clearing for a full minute. And okay, well, yeah, Snape wasn't exactly a paternal type of person, so Harry figured he could understand why. He decided addressing anything about Snape and love was too much like walking through a minefield, so he snapped, "You'll have to ask him about all that. I'm not the one here with the annoying habit of legitimizing people for every little piece of information." He felt a pang of guilt despite himself, for he was in the habit of listening in on them and was that much better. "I believe I shall," Voldemort answered with a smile and drew something small and silver from his pocket. It took a few seconds for Harry to recognize Snape's ring. Before he could wonder why the wizard was holding it out as if it were a valuable prize, Voldemort was talking again. "Did you know that every wizard has a specific magical signature? It is subtle, but if one knows what to look for, that knowledge can be quite illuminating. I recognized Severus's magical signature within his ring immediately." He rubbed the ring between his fingers. "I wonder if he would answer your call. Does he care enough to come to you in your hour of need, or will he leave you to suffer your fate?" Harry didn't answer. What, was he going to be made to use the ring to call Snape to them? It obviously wouldn't work, as Snape was standing right behind him. Even if that weren't the case, it was a stupid plan on Voldemort's part. Snape would be smarter than to apparate straight into a trap, at least without backup. "My eyes have been opened to the possibilities of magic, Harry Potter." Voldemort knelt before Harry, and smiling his evil smile, looked him in the eyes. "The power you have graced me with has brought the world into new focus. The rules of magic are mine to be molded to my will." Harry frowned. His heart thumped at the absolute certainty in Voldemort's voice. just how powerful wash now. I can see it, Voldemort continued, his eyes filled with a maniacal gleam. I can see magic. I can feel it, touch it. It is in the air around us, in every particle of air, every breath we breathe. It surrounds us, and I am one with it as I never have been before. I am magic. Harry couldn't stop his eyes from widening at that claim. Voldemort was insane. He truly was. Voldemort held out the ring. When Harry hesitated, the wizard grabbed his hand with his cold, long fingers and forced the ring into Harry's fist. Severus manipulated the magic within this ring to only respond to you. You are going to activate it. Call him to us. This clearing will allow him access, and only him. Let us see if he is courageous enough to face those he has betrayed. Harry shook his head before Voldemort had finished speaking. He won't come. You know he won't. He's too smart for that. We shall see, said Voldemort as he stood. I have known Severus since before you were born, boy. He has an annoying but useful habit of rising to every challenge I place before him. He raised his chin in a silent refusal, and Voldemort calmly pointed his wand at him. Harry hesitated. His body couldn't handle another Cruciatus curse. He knew it. He was drained, body and soul. He uncurled his fingers and looked down at the ring on his palm. Maybe it wouldn't hurt anything to do as Voldemort asked. Snape knew what they were doing, after all. No harm would come from activating the ring. On the other hand, Harry loathed giving in to Voldemort in any way. Coming to a quick decision, he abruptly drew back his arm and let the ring fly as far into the meadow as he could fling it. He only then remembered that the ring had belonged to Snape's family, and sent up a quick prayer that Snape would forgive him for this later. Before the ring could disappear into the grass, it stopped in midair and flew back to Voldemort's waiting hand. The wizard looked at Harry with a look of disgust before tossing the ring in Harry's direction. Harry ducked, but it turned out that Crabbe was the intended recipient. Before Harry knew what was happening, Snape had one arm wrenched behind his back, and he felt the ring slip onto his finger. He gasped at the sudden movement and the resulting discomfort in his sore shoulder. Snape held him at an awkward angle as Voldemort stood intimidatingly in front of him. "Use it," he ordered. Voldemort put his wand to Harry's head, directly on top of his scar, and pressed it into his flesh. Harry yelped at a stab of white-hot pain and tried to move away, but he couldn't go anywhere at this angle. He fought against Snape's hold, but it was too strong. "Use it," repeated Voldemort, and Harry glared up at him. He was so sick of this, sick and tired of being hunted and captured and used as a punching bag and a blood bag, and an outlet for evil wizards to work out their anger management issues on. Why was it his fault that Voldemort had gone out in a green haze when Harry had been an infant? It's not like he'd done anything. He'd still been in nappies, for Merlin's sake. Why did his whole life, and probably his death, have to revolve around an evil, power-hungry wizard who lived to torture him and kill anyone he'd ever cared about? It wasn't fair. His blood was near boiling from the surge of anger coursing through him. Voldemort sneered down at him. "Your pathetic attempt at courage will not help you now, Potter," he mocked, and sent the slightest charge of magic through his wand right into Harry's flaming scar. He shuddered and cried out at the wave of burning heat that flowed through his scar and head and down his spine. His body spasmed, and he immediately tried to straighten up, to bring it under control. On instinct, Harry used all of his energy to wrench one hand from Snape's grasp and grab hold of the end of Voldemort's wand that was jabbing at him. He couldn't explain what happened next. One moment he was seizing the wand with nothing but rage on his mind, meeting Voldemort's surprised but angry eyes, and the next he was looking down at himself. The boy's eyes were rolling back, his body going limp as Crabbe deftly caught him before he could hit the ground. The Death Eater held him against himself, both arms encasing the boy to hold him upright. He looked dutifully to his master for directions. Voldemort sneered down at the boy and wiped his wand, as if erasing the filth of the boy's touch from its point. Without warning, he staggered back as if dealt a physical blow, feeling the weight of something increasingly familiar pressing in on his magic. Rage and confusion as one ran through him, and he used them to drown out a familiar tinge of fear. He didn't understand this strange power that the boy wielded, the effect that only he could have on him time after time, as if a merit child could weaken him, cause him to doubt his abilities. He teetered, barely stopping himself from falling, and felt another fissure form in his newfound fortress of power. He was reminded of the humiliation the boy had already put him through, and he narrowed his eyes into slits at the unconscious boy at his feet. He needed to do away with him, put him away where he'd never escape, never again make him, Voldemort, feel weak. He needed to ensure that he never escaped, because he was beginning to doubt his presupposition that this boy held no power over him, and he loathed having to doubt himself. He was Lord Voldemort, most powerful wizard in the universe, and no child was going to best him with parlor tricks and mind games. No child was going to destroy his chance at power. No child. Harry took a gasping breath and opened his eyes. He blinked and took a few deep breaths in a row until he registered that he was looking up at Voldemort, not down at himself. He felt claustrophobic all of a sudden, arms holding him tightly against someone's body, as if in a straitjacket. He began to struggle. He needed to get away, needed to move and to breathe. The arms loosened their hold from his chest, but would not let go completely. They grasped his arms on either side, forcing him to stay put. He felt the slow rise and fall of the chest behind him, slow breathing in, out, Snape, telling him to breathe. Right. He got the message, taking slow, shaky breaths through his aching throat and into his aching chest. He stopped struggling, but that only gave his brain time to dwell on what he'd glimpsed in Voldemort's mind. Voldemort feared him. That much he might have guessed after their legilimency episodes, but it was reassuring to know for sure. Somehow he was able to get to Voldemort, both mentally and physically and magically. He didn't know how, but he knew that it was happening. It was enough to bolster his courage, at least for the moment. He didn't have long to dwell on it. Voldemort's wand was on him again. His face was pale, his eyes wide with manic rage. "Use it," he screamed. Harry almost refused again, but he found his voice cut off by a nudge of his arm from behind. He didn't pretend to misunderstand. Snape was telling him to activate the ring. He drew in a breath, hesitating long enough to concede that if Snape thought he should give in, he should probably get on with it then. He slowly drew his hand in front of his body, his upper arm still held to his side by Snape, and moved his thumb to the ring. He counted to 3 with his thumb pressed to the band, and then the most wonderful feeling of warm magic pulsed through him. He basked in it, feeling protected and calmed. He sighed at the safety that enveloped him. The ring hadn't felt like this before, had it? It had warmed, but now, it was like the magic Wayslive, like it spoke to his body and communed with his soul. He looked up, needing to know if he was the only one to feel the ring's power. He gasped. He could see it. Magic. He knew that's what it was, just as Voldemort had described. It filled the air like an electrical charge. He smelled magic like he smelled sunshine and the rain-soaked earth, saw the sparks of magic rising from the earth, surrounding them, enveloping them in an all-encompassing power ready and waiting to be harnessed to a wizard's will. Harry reached out, sure that he could make those sparks of magic do whatever he wanted them to do. They gathered, merged around his hand, and he smiled with delight so pure that he nearly forgot his dire circumstances. He looked up, certain that the Death Eaters would be either fearful or fascinated by what he saw, but most of them weren't looking at him. They didn't appear particularly impressed with anything, as a matter of fact. They watched their master, waited for something to happen, for the traitor to perhaps apparate into their midst. He looked to Voldemort, but the wizard was staring at Harry, his eyes filling with a dawning realization and a blinding, fervent hatred. No, he was staring behind Harry. He tried to turn, to crane his neck, and that's when he saw it. Tendrils of warm, golden magic, apparently invisible to all but Voldemort and Harry, flowed outward from the ring, mingled with the air and converged behind Harry onto the body of Crabbe. And Harry knew, with mounting dread and horror, that Severus Snape had been found out. Chapter 42. Traitor. Harry saw the realization in Snape's eyes a split second before the man's hands were ripped from Harry's shoulders by a violent curse. Harry didn't even pay attention to what curse Voldemort had used, so horrified was he by the turn of events. Snape wasn't supposed to be found out. He was supposed to have a plan, to be biding his time until he could get them both out of there. Instead, he was flying through the air and landing with a painful grunt as Voldemort lobbed another curse his way, this one causing his body to spasm. The shock in the clearing was palpable. The Death Eaters obviously didn't know why Voldemort had attacked one of their own, but none of them raised an objection. Despite the shock and unease in the clearing, they stood still, waiting for Voldemort to direct them to do otherwise. After the initial horror wore off, Harry shakily got to his feet and took a few steps towards Snape before his shot nerves caused him to stumble back to the ground. But he was bolstered by the fact that he didn't feel as terrible as he had earlier. He didn't know what he could do, outnumbered and without a wand, but he couldn't sit on the sidelines while his would-be rescuer was tortured and maybe even killed. He started to get back to his feet, as nobody's attention was on him anymore. Well, almost nobody. He looked up to see two Death Eaters' eyes on him. Bellatrix Lestrange's gaze shifted back and forth between Voldemort's attack and Harry. Her rapidly changing facial expressions told him that she was warring between delight at Voldemort's surprise actions and wariness at whatever Harry was doing, maybe just wariness of him in general. He was gratified to see the unease on her face. He must have scared her with his impromptu legilimency. She wouldn't be straying too close to him in the near future. Lucius Malfoy, on the other hand, was watching him with cool composure, betraying a casual, almost unconcerned curiosity. It was as if Voldemort's sudden attack on Crabbe held little interest to him, as if he wasn't even surprised. Harry stopped his movements, trying to gauge what threat the man posed to him. A muffled scream tore through the meadow, and Harry bit his lip to stop himself from crying out at the sight of Crabbe's body writhing on the ground. It did help that the man looked like Crabbe, not Snape. It allowed him to put up a wall, if only a small one, around his emotions and think. Voldemort's attention wasn't on him. Most of the Death Eaters were watching Voldemort. Harry couldn't do much, but if he was going to do anything, now was the time. But what could he do? As if in answer to his question, a warm, golden spark of magic wafted up from the ground. Harry acted on instinct. He focused in on that spark, tried to block out all else, and immerse himself in the feeling of living magic. He reached out his hand, and yes, there they were. More sparks joined the first, and he felt energy slowly building up inside and around him. He grinned as he knew somehow that he could pull up more power than he'd ever imagined possible, and he could direct all of that power toward Voldemort, and then... Petrificus told Alice. His body went stiff, his arms crashing to his sides, and his body twisted so that he lay flat on his back, staring up at the sky. No. No, 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 no. He tried to harness the sparks of magic again, despite his predicament, and he was gratified to feel some of that power slowly continue to build. Could he find and use enough power to break the body bind? Was it possible? If so, then he could. Lucius Malfoy's face swam above him. The man stooped to kneel next to him. "Whatever you are planning in that head of yours, boy," he warned quietly, "it would be ill-advised." Harry managed to narrow his eyes at the man, but that was as far as he could get in counteracting the body bind. The feeling of power was dissipating. He didn't know how to keep hold of the magic. He wanted to cry in frustration, then scream and kick a few more Death Eaters. With effort, he managed the slightest wrinkling of his nose to convey his disgust. The senior Malfoy was definitely next on his shin-kicking hit list. He was forced to lie there with Malfoy as his guard, while Snape's muffled screams rent the air. Harry felt real respect for his professor in that moment. He knew how much pain Snape must be in, and yet the man refused to bend his will to his attackers. He did not beg for mercy or cry or scream in terror. No, his only sounds were the sounds of a man in so much pain that, despite all efforts, he physically could not contain the sounds of his agony. "You thought that you could hide from me in plain sight, Severus." Voldemort finally stopped long enough to speak, and though Harry couldn't see most of them, he heard the rustling movement and surprised murmuring of Death Eaters. "So gallant, braving my wrath to rescue your little pet." No, 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 no. Harry caught at the rising panic and forced it down. Drawing upon the occlumency that Snape had taught him, he erected a wall of forced calm and pushed the panic behind it. It wouldn't help either of them for him to panic, he knew. Nothing good would come of it. He needed to keep a clear head. Eventually, the body bind would be released, and he needed to be ready to defend himself and to defend Snape. It helped to think of how affronted Snape would be at Harry's thought to defend the older and more experienced wizard. He'd give Harry the look that meant he was a blithering idiot, and he might even say so out loud, and then he would mock him for even thinking that he had the aptitude to help Snape, or that Snape would actually need his help, and he might also give him a lecture about rushing headlong into danger instead of using his head. And yes, thinking about Snape being Snape was going a long way toward helping him to calm down. Then it was silent. Harry couldn't see what Voldemort was doing, but he heard movements to the side, the shuffling of Death Eater feet, a sound as if Voldemort were shifting or maybe kneeling, and Voldemort's low murmur, "How long until it wears off, Severus? I do so long to see your face again." Snape didn't respond. Harry didn't know if it was because the man couldn't or wouldn't. He tried again to break the body bind, but gave up in frustration. "Fortunately, we have an entire day to become reacquainted," said Voldemort with forced flippancy. He called louder, "We return to the manor. Malfoy, bring the boy. Not Sallow, bring the traitor. Put them in the cell. We will continue this when I can look upon Severus Snape's own face. It will be so much more fun to see the agony in his very own features." Harry didn't like the feeling of being apparated away while in a body bind. His entire body felt ill, but he couldn't move or do anything about it. And then just as he was beginning to feel grateful that he wouldn't be able to sick up like this, he was released. He ignored his churning stomach to immediately rise into a crouch. They were still outside, but they appeared to be in some sort of overgrown garden, the kind that might be attached to an abandoned manor house. Malfoy didn't give him time to do anything else before tugging him up by the arm and forcing him forward and into a large stone building. Despite his awkward stumbles, the Death Eater didn't slow for him. In no time at all, he was thrown back into his cell. Only, this time, Snape was thrown in right after him, the man catching himself before his head could connect with the ground. The door was shut, and they were thrust into darkness with the loud click of a lock. Harry carefully sat against the wall, waiting for the professor to speak. He must have a backup plan, some way of getting them out of here. He was Snape. Master Spy, Head Slytherin, calculated to a fault. If anyone could do it, he could. He heard the sounds of Snape settling himself against the opposite wall. The room was too small to allow for much space, so Harry held his legs to his chest to give the man room to spread out. He cleared his throat in the silence and, unable to stand it any longer, finally asked, "So what's the plan? I mean, I guess the backup plan. I assume that wasn't supposed to happen. Or was it? Was that part of your plan? Did you know the ring would do that?" Which reminded him, "Did you see the magic too? Or just me and Val you-know-who? What was that? And how come?" "Potter." The hoarse word stopped his babbling, and he spared a thought for how much stranger it was hearing Crabbe's voice in the darkness, without the visual cues that Snape was in there. He didn't like not seeing his face. He wanted to know if he was okay, and what he was thinking, and Snape was too good a spy to betray it by his voice alone. "At least your spirit hasn't been broken," the voice said dryly. "That is something, I suppose." "You do have a plan, right?" he asked into the darkness. "More or less," Snape said shortly, which was far from comforting. Harry nervously tapped his fingers on his leg. Which is it, a more plan or a less plan? Snape sighed. There are no perfect scenarios where the Dark Lord is concerned. I knew that when I came here. There was always a strong possibility I would be found out, particularly when he found the ring. It limits our options, but does not deplete them. So, we do have options. Harry waited for an explanation, but was met with more silence. Okay, yeah, great talk. He rolled his eyes at the ceiling even though Snape couldn't see. Telling you any more about a possible route out of here would not be prudent. Or did you forget that the Dark Lord has developed a penchant for looking into your mind? If you're worried about that, why did you tell me who you were? Snape paused, then admitted, I took a calculated risk. He was unlikely to try again after what happened during his previous 2 attempts, and as admirable as your efforts to prove your mettle were, it was imperative that you felt safe enough to stop poking the lions with a stick. Harry went on the defensive. It's not like I had a lot of options, you know. I had to fight back somehow, and I was not criticizing, Snape interrupted. Quite the contrary. Oh, that took him aback, because he was pretty sure that in Snape speak, that was a compliment. Snape didn't let him dwell on it. We may not have long. The Dark Lord intends to perform a ceremony of sorts on the full moon, which is tomorrow. When that happens. Tomorrow? No, Malfoy said I had 3 days. It hadn't been 3 days already, had it? When did Malfoy speak with you? Snape asked sharply. Soon after I was taken. He came here the first day, I think, or the second. I might have lost some time. I dunno. But it can't have been more than a day since he told me that, can it? You were taken 3 days ago. Today is the 27th of August. Oh, he said in a small voice. It felt scary to have been trapped in this place for so long that he didn't even know what day it was. Did Malfoy say anything else? Harry shook his head before he remembered that Snape couldn't see him. No, he just wanted to give me a hard time about what you know who had in store for me. And about you. You know, mark me for trusting you, or try to talk me out of it, something like that. It didn't work, he felt the need to add. I didn't ask if it did. I know, just saying. Tomorrow, Snape said, getting back on track, you have nothing to fear. The Dark Lord will try again to break you, and he may harm you superficially or psychologically, but he will not take it too far. You are most valuable to him alive and well. Do not forget that. I won't, Harry said softly. He didn't say more for fear that his voice would break. Just the thought of what was in store for him, for them, made his heart pound. If something happens to me, don't try to do anything idiotic. Harry's heart pounded harder. He's planning to kill you, isn't he? He whispered. Undoubtedly. But you have a plan, he prodded. Snape hesitated, and that didn't help Harry's heart. When he spoke, he seemed to be choosing his words with care. It is possible that my contingency plan may not come through in time to spare me a less than desirable fate, should I die. What? Harry squeaked. You said you had a plan, so do whatever the plan is now. Snape huffed, actually huffed, as if Harry didn't have a right to be upset here. There are still possible routes out of here, yes. The best and most immediate route, unfortunately, depends upon something outside my control at the moment. We must plan for contingencies, and my death is a very real and possible one. Potter, as touching as your sentiment is, one cannot wish away one's fate by means of denial. How can you be so calm about it? You're sitting there discussing your death like you talk about a bloody potion. I take my potions very seriously, answered Snape, and Harry stared into the darkness. Was that a joke? I'd know how to joke. Snape sounded almost offended. Harry let the silence speak to his skepticism. The point, Snape clipped, is that you need to keep your head. No matter what happens, even if all hope seems lost, you must remember that there are people out there who will not allow you to die. It may take time to get you out, but you will not be here. I don't want you to die either, Harry admitted quietly, only able to do so because of the darkness between them. Snape sighed. If I do, it will not be your fault. I don't want you to die even if it's not my fault. It was easier to say that time. He wondered if he'd rendered Snape speechless, which was kind of sad as it wasn't a very sentimental thing to say, all things considered. He wondered if anyone else had ever told Severus Snape that they cared whether he lived or died. Maybe Dumbledore or neither. Harry broke the silence. We've got a full day, right? So we figure out a way to get out of here so that doesn't happen, between the two of us. We can what? Snape broke in. Storm the castle. Take out every Death Eater from here to the apparition boundary. There are quite a few, I assure you. The Dark Lord has no doubt doubled the guard now that I am here. We are both wandless, you can barely stand, and I am too tired to last long in a fight. But by all means, let's begin. First things first, do you know how to pick a lock? No, he admitted in a low voice, choosing to ignore all the sarcasm directed his way. I tried to learn once, to get out of my room at the Dursleys, but I was pants at it. Then I propose a different plan. We wait. I attempt to hammer into your thick skull that the most important thing you can do is to survive with all of your limbs intact. And then you do just that. Harry rested his head on his drawn-up knees. He couldn't stave off a feeling of guilt. Despite the professor's words, it would be his fault if Snape died. He was cursed. Or rather, any adult who got even halfway close to him was cursed. His parents had died hiding him, Sirius had died trying to save him, Mrs. Fig had died protecting him, and now Snape was about to die after trying to rescue him. Despair seeped into his heart at the thought of it happening again. Certainly, his relationship with Snape was rocky at best, but the man had been there for Harry in his own way, and Harry had started to depend on him, and the thought of him dying here hurt far more than he would ever admit to. When you get out of here, Snape went on, tell the headmaster all that happened in as much detail as you remember. Do not leave anything out about the Dark Lord's forays into your mind or the outcomes. You've no doubt ascertained that whatever is occurring between your minds is unusual, even in the context of your usual unusual connection. He will help you to figure it out and to sift through the ramifications. Did you see the sparks? He'd much rather talk about that strange phenomenon than let Snape continue talking as if he were already dead. What sparks? The confusion was evident in his voice. That was a no then, Harry sighed. It hadn't appeared that anyone but he and Voldemort had seen them, but he'd hoped, in the clearing. Remember how you know, who said he could see magic? I thought he was crazy, but then I saw it too. It was all around us. It was like, he faltered, trying to figure out how to explain something so ethereal, so beyond explanation. Like how we can't see the wind, but we know it's there because we feel it, and it moves branches and leaves. But then imagine that suddenly you can see it. You know what it looks like, and where it's coming from, and what it's doing, and where it's going because you can see it, not just what it does, and it's beautiful. He bit his lip on his urge to wax poetic. There was just something about his experience in that clearing that affected him to his soul. He would always remember that feeling. And then I saw the magic flow from the ring to you, like a physical connection, and that's how he knew you were you. But I don't think anybody saw it except me and him. Snape was silent, and Harry let him be because he could hear fingers tapping on the stone floor. That was one of Snape's tells. He was deep in thought, and there was no sense interrupting him until he'd finished. When he did speak, it was only to mutter, "Fascinating." But Harry's mind had moved on, and his heart was beating fast again. "Professor," he pleaded, "Yauhavito, get out of here. Ron, he can't wait for me to get rescued someday. He needs help right now. Neither is still doing what he can for your friend." "No, I know that, but I mean that I know what they did to him. The dual curse. So you need to get out of here so you can tell Nita, and then together you can come up with a way to save him." "How do you know what they did?" "I legilimized Bellatrix Lestrange." "You leg," Snape's voice trailed off, then regained its strength. "I thought as much when you attacked her, but it was accidental magic. You've never been trained in legilimency. There is no way you would have been able to direct it in order to find precisely what you needed. And in so short a time, not to mention without her consciously pulling up the memory. That takes a great deal of talent and control, as well as raw power. I don't know who did it. I just know that I did. It is impossible, Snape insisted again. Apparently it's not, because I did it, Harry insisted right back. Then pray tell, what curses did she use? The challenge in his voice was clear. She combined a really simple sleeping hexamnium with something I've never heard before. Tactus venandi, it sounded like. They bound that one to me in some way. That part, I don't know how they did, but the first time I touched Ron, it triggered it to start tracking him or something. Oh, and apparently the sleeping hex is weak on its own, but binding the two together made it stronger or something, also undetectable. Again, I don't know how. I got the feeling it's a bit beyond a fifth-year charms level. But it gave them time to track headquarters, since Ron had to stay alive and under the spells for it to work, and it took them a while to get as far as they did. After a few seconds, Snape said incredulously, "You gathered all of that from one unplanned seconds-long field trip into Bellatrix Lestrange's mind." Harry felt vindicated at the obvious disbelief in Snape's voice and answered a simple, "Yes." "Be sure to tell the headmaster about that too." "What?" Harry threw his hands in the air, wishing Snape could see the visual demonstration of how frustrated he was. "No, it can't wait that long. Ron might get weaker, and it might be too late if we wait. You have to get out of here, and you have to tell Nida or Dumbledore or Pomfrey, or I don't care who." "Potter," the voice said tiredly, and Harry almost felt bad at arguing when it was obvious how exhausted the man was. "Tell you what, you try your hand at lock-picking again and wake me when you've mastered the skill. Then we'll move on to a discussion of your mastery of martial arts and wandless magic. Then we can craft a plan." He really wished he could glare at Snape, even though he knew the man was perfectly right. Merlin, his voice could be sock-and-descending sometimes, so. He sat up straight. "Hey, you're you again, aren't you?" "Yes," said Snape in his own voice, his own very tired voice. "We should both rest. We probably have a long night and day ahead of us." Harry wanted to harumph and to argue some more now that he actually had Snape here to argue with, but he knew rest was the most sensible thing to do. Wordlessly, he curled up on the floor with his back pressed to the wall and closed his eyes. Snape's soft snores filled the room before long, but Harry couldn't shut off his brain. His thoughts ranged from full moon ceremonies to Ron to Death Eaters to his strange but sporadic new powers. It took far too long to drift into a fitful sleep, but eventually he did. The next time he came into awareness, there was no slow awakening. He was asleep, and then in the next instant he was awake. He knew immediately where he was, this room and the days of being Voldemort's prisoner quickly becoming his new normal. Eyes closed, he felt the stone beneath his cheek and smelled the stale, musty air of an underground room in an old building. He knew he wasn't alone by the light on the other side of his eyelids and the sound of the shuffling of feet. Nobody spoke, and Harry didn't know if somebody had woken him up or if he had done it on his own. Either way, he wasn't going to hurry anything along. He'd lie here all day pretending to be unconscious if it would allow his body the time it needed to rest. It worked for several minutes, until he was startled from his rest by a vicious kick to his side. Groaning, he clutched at the sharp pain in his side and curled up into a ball. His attacker wasn't having that. He was dragged to his feet and out of the cell by a pair of hands with thin, pointy fingers that dug painfully into his arms. He twisted, trying both to see who had him and to try to get away, but all he could manage was a glimpse of brown hair and an unfamiliar face before he was shoved forward. He barely managed not to fall flat on his face. He stumbled, but he miraculously remained on his feet. His legs were shaky from the effort, but strong enough for him to be marched upstairs without falling. "Good morning, Harry," Voldemort said pleasantly when he entered the large room. He stood next to his makeshift throne and casually dangled a wand in his hands. Or rather, good evening. Our last evening together before your big day, in fact. Just imagine, in so short a time, you will be released from your mortal pain, and I will be released from my mortal limitations. It will be a fine night for both of us, will it not? Harry almost bit out something about Voldemort's insanity, but then he saw two Death Eaters dragging Snape into the room behind him. The man looked tired but alert, and he was himself, large hooked nose and all. As Harry watched, the men forced Snape to his knees next to him. One bound his arms behind his back with the wave of a wand. Nobody forced Harry to kneel or tried to bind him, so he remained where he was, locking his knees to stay on his feet. He glanced over and saw Snape's intelligent eyes scan the room out of a neutral expression. Despite being visibly tired, the man didn't look like he had been tortured earlier, but Harry knew Snape well enough by now to know that he would hide his pain behind a mask of stoicism for as long as he could get away with it. "I have a gift for you, Harry Potter," said Voldemort with a tight smile as he gestured to someone behind Harry. In the next instant, he felt himself being shoved forward so that he stood before Voldemort. "I had thought to save the traitor's death for tomorrow," continued Voldemort. "I do so love the poetry of taking his life while I gain a new lease on mine. However," he took a deep breath as if preparing to make a particularly selfless sacrifice, "I shall allow you to do the honors if you wish." It was silent for several seconds as Harry tried to make sense of those words and then that they were directed at him. He was sure his confusion must show on his face, but he didn't really care. What was the psychopath talking about? Was he actually asking Harry if he wanted Tarkle Snape? The wizard had gone off the deep end. And then Voldemort did something else unexpected. He held out a wand by the tip, offering it to Harry. Harry just stood there, certain this had to be a trap of some sort, or a ridiculous game. A really, really weird, twisted game. He wanted to seek out Snape's eyes for some sort of direction or understanding of the situation, but that would involve turning his back on Voldemort. "The wand is perfectly safe, I assure you," soothed Voldemort. "It is your own professor's wand. I procured it earlier this summer when I discovered his treachery. You see, as I have said, I do love poetry. And I can think of nothing more poetic than watching the traitor be killed by his own wand and by the very figurehead of the side he left me for. Yes, yes, it will be a quite satisfying end indeed." He smiled, the snake-like man actually smiled. Harry licked his lips, trying to make sense of it all. How about I kill ya with it?" he said feebly, trying to sound insolent but probably failing miserably. Voldemort's smile didn't waver. "I have taken precautions, I assure you. At the present time, this wand will only work against its owner. Should you attempt to use it to escape or to curse myself or my men, not only will it not work, you may find yourself without a few fingers. But attempt it if you wish." He held the wand even closer to Harry. Harry shook his head, his brain finally starting to catch up to the crazy situation. What in Merlin's name would make you think I would kill an Eon, much less one of my own professors? I'm not one of your sycophants, here to do your dirty work for you. This whole conversation was so bizarre, the way Voldemort thought Harry would be willing, much more happy to do that. He didn't want to kill anyone, well, except Voldemort and Bellatrix. And he wouldn't feel at all bad if Wormtail were to join them. Okay, so maybe he did have a few deep, dark, murderous thoughts. But even with his sworn enemies, he doubted whether he'd have the ability to go through with it if given the chance to actually kill. It made his hands sweat, just thinking about it, even if someday he'd have to be the one to kill Voldemort. "Take it," said Voldemort, his pleasant tone giving way to a steely order. Unsure what was going on and knowing he'd be forced to take it anyway, Harry did. Longer and darker than his own wand, it felt off balance and heavy in Harry's hand. He looked it over and felt the ridges on its handle, allowing his curiosity about Snape's wand to briefly distract him from the strange situation he found himself in. What was going to happen now? Crazy Tom was going to walk him over to Snape and demand that he Vada Kedavra him into oblivion, torture Harry or Snape if he didn't comply. It was going to be a long night of torture in that case. Like everybody, Harry had a breaking point, but he'd never have a breaking point for murder. Especially not the murder of someone he trusted, someone who was only here because he'd been trying to save Harry, someone who had taught him and protected him and given him tools to fight off the bad guys, someone he didn't want to die. This was going to be one endless night of a painful standoff if Voldemort was mad enough to be serious. He considered using the wand to attempt an escape despite Voldemort's warning, but he decided against it. Not only was he partial to his fingers, he'd never defeat all of the Death Eaters in this room on his own, even if the wand did work on them. Anyway, even if escape were possible, he wouldn't abandon Snape to their mercies. He realized that it was quiet, that Voldemort was watching him with ill-concealed glee, and it was all he could do to not shuffle nervously under the attention. Voldemort had completely thrown him with this strange game, and the wizard knew it. Harry couldn't even think up a good insult. "I see that you require incentive." Voldemort walked over to Snape, and Harry turned around so that he could finally see his professor. The man's expression was still the picture of closed-off neutrality, and Harry wished they could talk privately again. Snape knew Voldemort better than Harry did. He could at least give Harry a hint at what the game was, what the whole point of this was. Snape's eyes met his briefly and then darted away, and Harry took a small step back. He knew he hadn't imagined the flicker of fear in those dark eyes. He might have missed it before this summer, but he'd come to know his professor's expressions pretty well over the past month. Snape had at least an idea of what was going on, and he was afraid. Harry decided that meant he probably should be too. "It appears that young Harry is too noble to seek revenge, Severus. I have heard your treatment of him over the years, you know. Detentions and insults and unconcealed loathing, on both sides, I gather. How unfortunate that you have managed to gain the boy's affections just as it would best suit me for him to continue to hate you." Voldemort tusked in fake disappointment. "Unfortunate, indeed." "Ah, well." He knelt next to the stoic Snape and murmured, "We shall simply have to rectify that, shan't we?" As unresponsive as Snape was, Harry couldn't miss the man's slight flinch. From Voldemort's widening smile as he rose to his feet, he had likewise seen it. Harry felt a sinking in his stomach. His instincts were screaming at him to run or to shut Voldemort up or something. Voldemort was playing a game, but it wasn't random. This was all a setup for something that Snape did not want to happen, and Harry had no idea what. But if Snape was visibly disturbed by it, if he couldn't even look at Harry right now, then Harry wanted no part in it. He threw the wand on the floor, even though he knew it wouldn't do any good if Voldemort wanted him to have it. "No more games, Tom," he snapped, his anger returning and giving him the courage that had left him in the midst of his confusion. He was gratified to hear a few gasps at his show of disrespect. "I want no part in this. If you want to do something, go ahead. Just don't expect me to play along." His words didn't have the effect he'd hoped for. Rather than appearing angry or irritated, Voldemort smiled and calmly waved his own wand at Snape's so that it flew to Harry's hand once more. But this time, when he instinctively caught it, it was either that or let it hit him in the face. He couldn't let go. It was stuck to his hand. He let his wand-filled hand drop to his side and scowled up at the wizard. Voldemort and his powers, and his wanting Harry to hold onto rings and wands. Well, well, he realissucked. "I presume you know that Severus was not always Dumbledore's man," Voldemort said conversationally, as if he hadn't been interrupted by Harry's tantrum. "He showed such promise when I first met him. It is a pity that he wasted his potential in the end. And for what? Pathetic mudbloods and weak muggle-loving wizards who would sooner cast him into Azkaban than thank him for it. His father was a muggle, you know," he said smoothly. "Filthy, abominable drunk of a muggle. Perhaps I should be unsurprised by Severus's failings, as his own mother wasted away her pureblood life on such a creature. Wasted potential runs in the family, it seems. Harry eyed the ground, not even trying to meet Snape's eyes now. It was out of respect, not embarrassment. He didn't think Snape would want him to hear any of these things. He was elated to have found me to join my cause. Such unbridled youth, such fervor, such talent. Voldemort reached out to pat Snape's head almost affectionately. But even then, you always wanted what you could not have, didn't you, Severus? He murmured. I even gifted you with your father's death. I made him pay for the many harms he inflicted upon you, made him pay doubly for the death of your mother. I took care of you, gave you power and opportunity. And still you chose to align yourself against me. The hand dug into Snape's scalp, and Harry winced on the man's behalf at the painful-looking hold. And yet there is some comfort, I suppose, in knowing that I am not the only one you have betrayed. He let go of Snape's head, though his hands clenched into fists at his sides. He turned to Harry with a smile. Allow me to tell you a story of one such betrayal. And he did. Chapter 43, The Worst of All Sins. He turned to Harry with a smile. Allow me to tell you a story of one such betrayal. Voldemort's pleasant tone belied the ice in his eyes. Harry shook his head, not sure what good that would do, but needing to do something to show his defiance and unable to articulate any words. The truth, the awful truth, was that Voldemort's words had drawn him in. He was deeply curious about his guarded professor, and now that this crazy, evil wizard had started telling him bits and pieces of Snape's past, Harry was hanging on to every word. It began in a tavern, Voldemort began. An old, filthy, run-down tavern. Harry saw another small movement from Snape out of the corner of his eye. It was hardly more than a twitch, but it was enough to reinforce that Snape didn't want this, whatever this was, said out loud. Even though Harry had no choice but to listen, he felt guilty knowing that Hugh and Tedto listen. Albus Dumbledore is not often the patron of such establishments, but then Harry had been attempting to fill that divination post for quite some time. Harry's mind took a few seconds to catch up to Voldemort's words, but as soon as it did, his blood turned to ice. He suddenly knew exactly where this was going, what Voldemort was going to tell him about Snape, because he already knew this story. The Hog's Head. Dumbledore's interview with Trelawney. That's where she had given him the prophecy about Harry. It had been overheard in part, and that someone had relayed it to Voldemort. He'd been told all about a boy born at the end of July 16 years ago who needed to die. But Harry didn't die. His parents did. The parents he didn't remember, except for a horrid Dementor-induced scream. He shook his head, trying to stave off Voldemort's next words. Ah, you have put it together, I see. Voldemort smiled as if proud of his best student. And Severus used to assure me of your stupidity. More lies, I gather. You're lying, Harry said through numb lips. Lying, Voldemort mocked. Why, I have yet to tell you anything. You yourself came to an astute conclusion. You see, you may boast of trust and loyalty, but you understand quite well what your professor is capable of doing in his own self-interest. Harry clenched his lips together and avoided looking at Snape. He was starting to feel angry, and he didn't even know who it was directed at. Voldemort, Snape, himself, maybe even Dumbledore for not telling him the truth. Harry had been right before. This was a sick, twisted game. Severus Snape told me of the prophecy. Voldemort apparently couldn't let it go without speaking the harsh truth out loud. It was entirely due to his devotion and loyalty to that I knew you must die. He was elated to do such a service for our cause. He took a step closer, waiting until Harry looked him in the eyes. I watched your father fall to my feet in death. He put up a pitiful fight. It was over quickly. You should be glad of that. Severus would have preferred a more excruciating death for him. He loathed your father, you know. He gloated at his part in leading me to the proud James Potter. Harry gave up on avoiding Snape's eyes. He looked at him full in the face, and Snape was looking straight back at him. His face was white, but there was no apology in his eyes, only confirmation. What Voldemort said was true. Snape didn't even try to deny it or hide it. He held his head up high, and Harry didn't know if the man was daring Harry to do something or resigned to whatever happened next. All he knew was that the man was as much as telling him that it was true, that he had made a choice more than 16 years ago that had ruined Harry's life. And he had said about it. No, he shook his head in denial, sending a pleading look Snape's way. This had to be a sick joke. Any second now, the man would reassure him. Maybe he was playing along because it was part of some odd plan to get them out of here. Or maybe it wasn't quite how it sounded. Maybe Snape didn't know what he was doing, or there was something else going on, OR at the very least. He hadn't celebrated his part in orphaning Harry. Because he was starting to feel sick at the thought of all he had shared with this man over the past month, about letting him into his head, and how much he'd come to depend on him, if all along he had been keeping this big of a secret. He absently clutched at the fabric over his stomach. Who knew betrayal would feel so much like nausea? "Aren't you going to say something?" he asked Snape, ignoring the wobble in his voice. Snape's silence was fanning his anger. If any of what Voldemort said was true, the man had no right to not explain himself to Harry. Snape's lips were whiter than his face, Harry's only clue that he felt anything at all, and still he stayed silent. Harry took a step closer. "Say something," he ordered, his anger giving strength to his voice. Snape watched him for a few seconds before saying evenly, "What he says is true." He clenched his lips shut and continued to hold Harry's gaze, and Harry knew that was all he was going to get out of the man. He was hardly aware of raising the wand, but once it was pointed at Snape, he couldn't bring himself to lower it. It made him feel more in control of the situation. His body trembled with confusion and betrayal and anger. What's more, he wanted to cry for what might have been. If only Snape hadn't been at that tavern that night, or if he had chosen to keep what he'd heard to himself, Harry might still have parents today. He wouldn't have had to live with the Dursleys, wouldn't have had to sleep in a cupboard under the stairs, or search through a rubbish bin for scraps of food, or learn how to hide bruises beneath his oversized rags. He would have been loved. Voldemort's laugh should have been enough to bring him back from whatever hazy state of anger and grief that he was swimming in, but it wasn't. He knew he was making the wizard happy, that he was letting him win by so much as pointing the wand at Snape, even if he had no idea of actually using it, but he couldn't bring himself to care. Not even when Snape continued to look at him with those horrible, resigned eyes, that silent confirmation made worse by a lack of emotion. How dare act all stoic, herointerous life. He didn't have the right to bury his emotions when Harry couldn't bury his. He wanted to scream and rage at his professor, and the only thing stopping him was their audience of Voldemort and 10 or so of his Death Eaters. Voldemort stepped back, seemingly content to let matters take their course. Harry hardly noticed. He adjusted his grip on the wand, made difficult by the sticking charm. Nobody was actively seeking to harm him right now, so he was free to give himself over to the emotions coursing through him. The problem was that there were so many. He had always been bad at controlling his emotions, but now he felt so many, and they were warring for dominance. Confusion, grief, regret, anger, betrayal, disbelief, more confusion. And all of those emotions were compounded by his pounding headache and the aches and trembles running through his body from his recent ordeals. He knew he could very easily cry tears of grief and frustration, so he let more anger take hold to chase those away until later. He could give himself over to tears when he was alone. Right now he was pointing a wand at his professor, and he couldn't bring himself to use it, but he couldn't bring himself to lower it either. He was a statue, a shaking statue. "Oh," Bellatrix's voice made him shudder. "Wee whittle baby Potter is going to cry," she laughed, and others joined in. Harry tore his eyes away from Snape to glance at their audience, and it didn't help his anger to see how happy they were that his world was being torn apart. When he saw Lucius Malfoy, he remembered what the man had said when he'd visited Harry's cell. "I'll wager you will be quite willing to turn over your precious professor." Is this what he had meant? Had he been biding his time, waiting for this moment so that he could watch his former friend be abandoned or murdered by the boy who lived. Lucius's eyes didn't tell him anything. They only watched him steadily, a slight smirk and the lift of his chin, the only sign that he knew Harry remembered his words. Harry had scoffed, said it would never happen, that he wouldn't stop trusting Snape. Lucius hadn't believed him. Harry hadn't known about this. His inner turmoil must not have been exciting enough for Voldemort, as the wizard broke the silence to continue his tale, rubbing more salt into the wound. Your mother's death was less quick. She begged for me to spare your life. Stupid woman. She should have taken the chance to live. Instead, she died, with a scream on her lips. Harry flinched at the memory of those screams. He almost missed Snape's mirroring flinch, but he looked back in time to see it. He also didn't miss the way Snape shifted his gaze to the left, no longer looking Harry in the eyes, or the way that the professor's face blanched with an indefinable emotion. I enjoyed those screams, Voldemort said gleefully. I enjoyed killing your mother, and I owe thanks to Severus Snape for that pleasure. Harry's eyes never left Snape's face. It had visibly paled, his lips even whiter than before. The man had less control over his features than Harry had ever seen, except perhaps for the times when he had been exceptionally angry at Harry. It gave him something to focus on besides the words that threatened to tear apart his composure. He didn't want to hear about his parents' deaths. He didn't want the details or to know what enjoyment their murderer had gained from it. And Snape didn't want to hear it either. It helped to see the unmistakable glimmer of grief in the man's face. It didn't mute the betrayal Harry felt, but it shocked him out of his anger long enough to remember the intensity of drowning in Snape's grief during occlumency lessons. That memory soothed his anger long enough for him to think and to observe, like the fact that it was specifically Lily's murder that Snape didn't want to hear about. It was the mention of Lily that had brought that grief to the surface, and that the grief Harry had experienced alongside his professor had been so deep and so overwhelming that it had almost been too much to bear. On instinct, he reached his wand-free hand into the pocket that held his mum's small stone. He'd never built up the courage to ask Snape about Lily. The man still didn't know that Harry knew about their friendship. Voldemort didn't know he knew either, if the wizard even knew that Snape had been friends with Lily in the first place. But Harry did know. He knew that once upon a time, Lily had cared about Snape, and Snape had cared about Lily. And if Snape had been his mum's letters recipient, and Harry was pretty sure he was, then he cared enough about her to keep an old piece of paper and a small and worthless stone for over 20 years, for no other reason than Thatcher had given them to him. He took a step back, his wand hand wavering as his mind went into overdrive. Snape couldn't have known the prophecy referred to the Potters. Even Dumbledore didn't know for sure. Voldemort himself took a stab in the dark when he went after Harry. He shouldn't have done what he'd done, no matter who it referred to, but if he had known it referred to Lily Potter, would that have convinced him to hold his tongue? And did he regret it when he found out? Did he try to stop it? He studied Snape. The man had made a decent attempt to hide his grief, but he couldn't hide his pain. His eyes were haunted. Harry could tell even though they wouldn't meet his, and he wondered at how deeply Snape must feel that pain to not be able to hide it. Revenge is yours, Harry Potter. Take it. Voldemort's voice was an odd mixture of impatience and glee. Harry took a deep breath, then another. He was breathing heavily, trying to get enough air in his lungs. He still felt the anger bubbling inside him, but there was something else alongside it now too, a calm rationality, maybe even hope. There was more to this story. He might not like it, and it might be far worse than what he imagined, but then again, it might be better. He knew with a sudden, absolute certainty that he needed to hear the whole truth, and he needed to hear it from Snape. He couldn't rely on Voldemort's account, couldn't let the evil maniac win. Not here or now, at least. He didn't know if he could accept what Snape had done, or extend forgiveness, or refrain from ranting or kicking the man's shin again, this time on purpose. But he couldn't let his anger take over, until he knew that the entire truth of what had happened was laid bare before him. Not that he would do anything as extreme as to kill Snape, even if his anger did take over. He wasn't like Voldemort, and he wouldn't play Voldemort's games. He lowered the wand. Voldemort's smile faltered. Snape barely narrowed his eyes, now openly watching Harry watch him. Harry was gratified to see confusion in the man's lowered brow. Good. Let him be unsettled for once. Let him be in the dark as to what was going on in Harry's head. Harry might not be as vindictive as Voldemort wanted him to be, but he wasn't a saint. His anger was subdued but still bubbled underneath the surface, and he couldn't bring himself to feel ashamed for enjoying the momentary discomfort of the man who had caused him such pain. Kill him, Voldemort raged. The man's face had morphed into a gruesome scowl. He brandished his own wand and pointed it at Harry. You know you want revenge. Take it. Harry licked his dry lips as he considered the situation. His own emotions were still churning and his hands were shaking, but Voldemort's directive to kill Snape was as ridiculous as it had been before. Harry didn't know if Voldemort was that out of touch with what normal people were willing to do, or if this was simply more of his madness showing. Kill him, the wizard screeched. He was betting on madness. No, Harry's voice echoed through the room. He hadn't meant to say it so loudly, but he was sick and tired of this whole thing. Sick of being here, sick of Voldemort's twisted ideas of fun, sick of being tortured, and of feeling sore and achy and hungry every single second. And despite being in the midst of a life and death situation, he was also tired of not knowing just where he stood with Snape, and now add to that his uncertainty about where Snape stood with him. He didn't need this. He needed to get out of here and save Ron and save all of his friends from a horrible fate. The last thing he needed right now was angst over things that had happened before he'd been out of nappies. It had already waited 15 years to be dealt with. It could wait for a little while longer. Voldemort strode closer, his wand pointing between Harry's eyes. You can't possibly still trust him, he seethed, slitted eyes impassably narrowed, his face twisted in anger. Harry glanced beyond Voldemort at Snape. The man was still watching, eyes still haunted, also still confused. They were unfamiliar expressions to Harry, who had learned Snape's look so well over the summer, but alongside them was Snape's familiar thinking face. The man was pulling himself back from the edge of grief, and he was puzzling through the situation. Whether he was thinking up a way out of this or trying to figure out what was going on in Harry's head, Harry didn't know. But if it was the latter, he'd have a hard time because Harry hardly knew what was going on in his own head. Did he still trust Snape? He'd so very recently come to trust him, but not too long ago he'd reasoned out that he could Isaito trust him. That other Harry thought it was important enough to hinge the war on, and he didn't know why, but he believed that too, and so he could trust Snape with his actions, even if he didn't trust him with his whole heart. Voldemort had given him doubts. But a few things were still the same. Snape was Dumbledore's Mano. He was on the right side of the war now, and he had as much as sacrificed his own life to come here and save Harry. Certainly, that was enough to earn him the right to explain himself before Harry gave up on him in front of Voldemort and his minions. All of Harry's other choices had been taken away at this point, but he was still in control of this one. He took a deep breath and looked Voldemort full in the face. I do trust him, he said more quietly than before, but no less adamant. He might be condemning them both to a long evening of pain by being so obstinate, but there wasn't anything to be done about it. What Voldemort wanted was something that he wasn't even remotely capable of doing. Not to mention, something deep inside him was urging that this was the right call. He even thought that deep part of himself might be connected to his inner eye, the other Harry, who had been so adamant that he trusts Snape, even though he hadn't told him why. That part of himself was urging that he not only needed to trust Snape, but that Snape himself needed to know that Harry trusted him. Even so, he didn't look away from Voldemort to see how Snape reacted to Harry's declaration. He was too afraid that his face would betray his turmoil and that Snape would interpret it as doubt. Voldemort stalked closer to him. His rage was on full display. "Do you know what he asked of me when I informed him that you were to die, Harry Potter?" The wizard stopped so close that Harry was forced to step back. "He asked that I spare your mother, only her. He was content to see you and your father die by my hands." Harry swallowed against another rise of emotions. But that information wasn't as shocking to him as the rest. It made sense that Snape would have asked that. He'd cared about Lily, and he'd hated James. He didn't know anything about Harry except that he was a Potter. It showed how thoughtless and cruel Snape had been to throw a harmless baby into the discard pile. But it wasn't shocking. It actually gave Harry an idea, and with it, another hope to cling to. Snape had been loyal to Voldemort when the prophecy was overheard. There was no question about that. But Harry was certain that he had completely turned on Voldemort by the time the Potters were killed. He was Dumbledore's man by then. That wasn't a lot of time for a complete 180. Something had triggered it, something big enough to convince Dumbledore to trust him. Needham said Snape was broken after the war, which was right after Harry's parents died. Could it have something to do with the death of his closest childhood friend? A death he felt responsible for, that he had asked Voldemort not to carry out. Or was Harry making stupid conjectures because he desperately wanted there to be something good, something redeemable about the man he'd started to look up to? He shook his head to clear it. Voldemort was talking again, telling him more about the death of his parents, and he didn't want to listen anymore. He looked at the wand in his hands and thought about snapping it in two just to release some of the pressure in his chest, but he couldn't bring himself to do it. He almost barked a humorless laugh. Snape had destroyed his whole life, and he couldn't bear to so much as break the man's wand. He suddenly, desperately, needed it out of his hand. He backed away from Voldemort and wrenched at it, frantically clawing at it to get it away. He didn't care if he had to tear up his skin along with it. He needed the wand gone, and he needed Voldemort to stop talking, and he needed Snape and the Death Eaters to stop watching him, and he needed to scream and cry and scream some more. His frantic movements were stopped by a wand at his throat. "One last chance," Voldemort hissed. "Kill the spy. If you do, then I will go easy on you tomorrow evening. If you do not, then I will not only kill him myself, I will make you watch, and I will make you suffer before you do." Harry shut his eyes tight. He felt like when he was a little kid, and he thought that if he shut his eyes so tight while he was hiding that he couldn't see Dudley, then Dudley wouldn't be able to see him. It didn't work then, and it didn't work now. Voldemort's wand jabbed uncomfortably into the side of his throat, and he leaned as far away as he could. "I won't do it," he whispered and braced himself. It was a good thing he did, for he had barely opened his eyes when a flash from Voldemort's wand sent him hurtling across the room. He connected with the hard stone wall, and he screamed as he heard something pop, and then felt a searing pain in his shoulder and down his arm. He panted and held in a moan. This wasn't worse than Cruciatus, he reminded himself. Nothing was worse than that, and he'd lived through that. If only this pain would end like a pain curse could be lifted. "Take him below," seethed Voldemort. "Leave all doors ajar save the one to his cell. Let him hear Histra's dead companions scream for mercy through the night." Harry gasped in pain as rough hands lifted him with intent to cause as much discomfort as possible. Not. Of course it was not. The man was scowling, his eyes shooting daggers at Harry. "Crucio!" Voldemort screamed, and Harry watched Snape fall to the ground and writhe under the force of the curse. "No," he tried to escape Not's hold but couldn't. The man was too strong and he was too weak. He lifted the wand. No, there was no wand. Voldemort must have ripped it from his hands when he'd thrown him across the room. He felt like sobbing. "Professor!" he screamed as the rough hands manhandled him through the open doors. He caught a final glimpse of Snape's agony-filled eyes meeting his before he was dragged down the stairs and through the hallway to his cell. Nott threw him to the ground, and Harry cried out as he half fell onto his bad arm. He twisted around just in time to see the boot before it connected with his side. Giving up on not crying now, he curled up as best he could and shielded his head with his good arm. Snape wouldn't be coming to save him this time. "Enough," came a silky voice from the doorway. Nott laughed humorlessly. "I'm just getting started. You've had your fun, more than once. The boy is too weak to survive an ill-placed blow. May I remind you again that should that occur, neither of us will survive the Dark Lord's wrath." Nott grumbled in disgust, but obeyed. Mostly. He kicked Harry's foot on the way out, and Harry flinched. That would leave a bruise, but it was nothing compared to the pain in his shoulder. He uncurled slightly and looked up to meet Lucius Malfoy's disinterested gaze. The man started to close the door, but Harry stopped him. "Do you believe me now?" He lifted his chin, trying to ignore his pain and tears. He tried his best to look fierce, even though it was a losing battle. Lucius paused to study him with a pair of calculating eyes. He didn't need to ask what Harry was referring to. After a moment, he inclined his head and backed out of the cell, shutting Harry up into darkness. He curled up, finally alone to deal with the misery the day had brought. He found himself glad for the pain in his arm, as it distracted from the pain in his heart. He could focus on the throbbing in his shoulder, his side, and his foot. He could focus on how the rest of his body still felt weak and shaky, and how he wanted to throw up even though he hadn't eaten anything in at least a day. And before long, he had no choice but to focus on the faint screams sounding through the building from somewhere overhead. It all hurt, and he cried far too much, but it was better than thinking about his mum and dad and their last night alive. It was better than dwelling on Snape and what he had done, and whether he had meant to and if he regretted it, and whether it mattered if he did and. He choked on a sob and curled up tighter, willing himself to sleep. It was the only escape available to him, and before long, his exhausted body did just that. Harry didn't know how long he slept, but he was awake when Snape's unconscious body was thrown into the cell. Whoever tossed the man in wasn't gentle. Harry had to shift out of the way in order to not be his landing pad. He didn't have time to see more than sweat and blood, and the fact that Snape was dressed in only a blood-streaked undershirt and torn trousers before the door was shut behind him. Even his shoes were gone. He sat against the wall and listened to the man's labored breaths. What was he supposed to do? He could make the man comfortable, he supposed. He considered his jumper. It was the only thing he could use as a pillow, but he was cold. As if to illustrate his point, he shivered. And did he even want to make the man comfortable? He shut his eyes against the rush of emotion, though it did little good in the darkness. He battled with himself. He didn't know what he thought about Snape, about all of what Voldemort had said, and he didn't know if he even wanted to think about it. Couldn't he shut it up into a little box in the corner of his mind and shove it behind a mental wall and fortify it with every occlumency shield at his disposal? He probably should, at least until they got out of here. He could shout and rail at Snape after he escaped. Right. Before he made up his mind, light from the doorway flooded the room again. He squinted up at Lucius Malfoy, too tired to move or to care that he was directly in the man's path if he'd had a change of heart, and decided to finish Nott's job for him. The Death Eater dropped a magically lit lantern on the ground, along with a small bag and a pitcher of water. Harry looked up at him questioningly. "You claim to still trust him," Malfoy said with a sniff. "Let us see how he fares with his life in your hands." He closed the door before Harry could think what to say, but this time the room was lit up by the dim light of the lantern. Harry scrambled over to the bag, which he could see was made of a coarse material, like an old burlap flour sack. It was easier to ignore the pain of moving after he had been doing it for so many days, but still he hissed and let out a few ow-ows when he tried to use his bad arm. He took a few sips of water from the pitcher first before opening the bag. Liquid on his parched throat felt so amazingly good. He lifted a few items one by one from the sack. 2 potions vials. He recognized one for pain right away, but the other held an unfamiliar silver-colored liquid. He cautiously removed the stopper with one hand and sniffed at it. No scent, which was kind of a relief. He was halfway expecting something vile. He replaced the stopper and set it aside. Next were 2 rags and a cream-colored ointment. Judging by the smell and his own experiences in the hospital wing, he was pretty sure it was to disinfect cuts. He couldn't imagine what Malfoy's game was. Was he wanting to test Harry's loyalty even further for some strange reason? Or was he actually concerned for his old friend? Or did Voldemort direct him to leave these supplies so that Harry could help Snape to be alive and well, ready to be tortured all over again and killed the next day? Well, it didn't really matter, did it? Snape needed help. No matter why this help was offered, it was up to Harry to give it to him. He glanced at Snape, finally able to look him over for real. The man was covered head to toe in small cuts, probably from a nasty cutting curse. Small amounts of blood were crusted in places and freshly oozing in others. He thought there might be larger cuts on his chest and stomach, judging by the blood stains. Even though he was unconscious, his legs and arms kept twitching. It felt almost as if no time had passed since their days trapped in his bedroom on Privet Drive, even while it seemed like a lifetime ago. Yet here they were again, trapped in a room together, Snape injured and unconscious, and Harry left to decide whether to help him. He sighed. Who was he kidding? Of course he was going to help him. The same guilty conscience that had compelled him to help his Hogwarts tormentor back at the Dursleys wouldn't allow him to ignore his rescuer now, even though he might have played a role in orphaning him. He squeezed his eyes shut against the thought. No, he would try not to think about it. If he did dwell on it, he would only jump to conclusions and tear himself up inside over things that might not even be true. He needed to hear it from Snape first. And before he could do that, he needed to see to the man's injuries. But the minute he sat next to Snape's battered body, rags and ointment in hand, he realized everything had changed since the Dursleys. Harry cared now. Even knowing Snape's horrible secret, Harry couldn't shut that part of himself off. He didn't want his teacher to die, and he didn't want to see him in pain. Somewhere along the way, he had come to care about Snape as a person, and that made all the difference. With a new resolve, he got to work. It was difficult with only one arm, and with a hand that wouldn't stop trembling from hunger and nerve damage, but he managed to wet the rags with a small amount of water and clean the cuts as best he could. He followed up with the salve, rubbing it over as many of the cuts as he could reach. He gave up on rolling the man over. He weighed more than Harry did, and Harry was too weak to do much even if he could have used both arms. But he did a decent job of treating the cuts that he could see, and the ones under the man's shirt and on his lower legs. If Snape decided to be upset about the intrusion after he woke, he could bloody well deal with it. The chest and stomach cuts were deep, but if the rate at which the smaller cuts were healing was anything to go by, whatever magic the salve contained should heal those cuts as well, given rest and time. He felt Snape's scalp, for once not caring about the man's greasy hair. All he cared about was that large bump that he didn't know how to treat. He rubbed some salve on it in case it helped, though he didn't imagine it would, and took a long, hard look at the 2 potions. They would have to wait until Snape woke up, he decided. The man would need help with the pain when he was awake, not while he was unconscious, and maybe he would know what was in the silver vial. Still, Snape would have a terrible crick in his neck to add to his other ailments if he slept like that all night. Looking around, Harry spied the small rough bag Malfoy had left and bunched it up. It was barely big enough to fit in his fist, much less use as a pillow. Uncomfortable, too. He tossed it in the corner. Well, just know that if you curse me, this time I'll have a really good reason to curse right back, you got it, he groused at the unconscious man. Inching between Snape and the wall, he carefully lifted the man's head and adjusted his legs underneath so that Harry's lap could serve as a pillow. That would have to do. He leaned against the wall and tried to sleep sitting upright. Scratch that. He knew he wouldn't be sleeping any time soon. He was still exhausted, but his nap had taken the edge off. Besides, he thought darkly, Voldemort planned to make him sleep for the rest of his life. He'd much prefer to be awake for his last day. And now that Snape was seen to as best he knew how, there was nothing to interfere with his mind, running away with itself. He told himself again to wait for Snape to wake up, that dwelling on all he'd learned would only hurt more without knowing all the facts, but it was impossible. The main fact was undeniable. Snape had told Voldemort of the prophecy. It was like a stack of dominoes, watching it all play out in his head. Snape told Voldemort. Voldemort decided Harry had to die. Snape didn't care. He was fine with the idea of Harry and James dying. All he asked was for Lily to be spared. Voldemort even gave her a chance to live. He'd said so himself. She died anyway, though, saving Harry. She'd saved him with her love. And somewhere in the middle of all of that, Snape had turned on Voldemort. That was the part that Harry needed to hear. He didn't even know if it would make a difference, but he needed to know why and when Snape had switched sides. Anger bottled up inside him, and it needed a release. He thought he might be able to keep more control over it if Snape regretted what he'd done, but he wasn't sure. A tear escaped and he swiped at his face, promising himself not to cry when he confronted Snape. Now wasn't the time for weakness. He needed answers, and as soon as he awoke, Snape was going to give them to him. He owed him that much. He bunched a hand in Snape's shirt. Was he completely nutters to still feel a sense of safety with Snape here? Between all he'd done in Harry's past and his helpless state now, that was the last thing Harry should feel. Maybe there was something wrong with his brain or his heart. He didn't know if he had ever felt so conflicted. Was it normal to cling to someone and want to push them away at the same time? To want to punch someone and at the same time want to spare them any more pain? Was it normal to feel both respect and disgust, or both love and hate? He didn't know. He didn't know anything anymore. Except for one thing, he had made the choice to trust Snape with his life. Despite all that had happened and all that he now knew, he somehow didn't feel at all conflicted about that. Chapter 44. A Thin Line. He was trapped. Something pinned him in place. But what? He looked down and immediately wished he hadn't. Nagini was curling her way around his legs, pressing on him so that he couldn't move. He tried to inch away, but his body throbbed, and his arms screamed in pain. "Join me, Harry." His head jerked up. Voldemort was holding out a wand in his long, thin fingers. He was smiling maniacally at Harry. "Join me," the wizard repeated. "Join me, and we can rule together." Harry shook his head, unable to speak. Nagini was still squeezing, and every bruise was amplified. He whimpered. No, it wasn't Nagini. It was Hunter. He almost sobbed in relief as the weight lifted off him and Hunter slithered away. He wanted to call to his friend to come back, but he couldn't. He opened his mouth and nothing came out. Where was he? "Kill the spare," Voldemort told him. Harry looked down again, and this time he was holding the wand. He followed its path with his eyes. Snape was lying on the ground. He was bleeding. Harry cried out. Was Snape dead? Had he killed him? He hadn't meant to. He bent over the man, ready to check his pulse, but lifeless eyes stared back at him. His breaths came in short gasps as he realized that Snape was dead. He didn't remember killing him, but he must have. He was holding the wand. No, number. Snape wasn't supposed to die. He was supposed to grade his potions assignment, and the flobberworms weren't cut up yet. Who was going to teach Harry how to swim with gillyweed? Wait. Darby had taken the gillyweed. Was that why Snape had followed him here? Was he angry that Harry had used the stolen gillyweed to talk to the dragons? Did it really matter? His teacher was dead. Harry gasped a breath of air around his constricted throat. He hadn't wanted Snape to die. He hadn't meant to kill him. "Potter," he heard Snape's voice and jerked, because the dead man was still staring up at him. Was he a ghost? He felt hope rise in his chest. He didn't think that Snape would much like being a ghost, but if he was, then Harry could still talk to him and say he was sorry for killing him. But wait, if Harry had killed him, would Snape Wanto talk to him? Maybe he was a vengeful ghost, here to haunt him by hiding his books and making him forget the gillyweed next time. He shivered. He really needed the gillyweed to unstick the wand from his hand. And he needed Snape. He tried to answer Snape's ghost, but he still couldn't make a sound, and he didn't see a ghost anyway. He must have been hearing things. He leaned over the man's dead body and felt a wave of hopelessness wash over him. He didn't want Snape's ghost. He wanted Snape. He took a shuddering breath and finally managed to push noise past his tight throat. He gave himself over to his grief with a low, keening sound. "Potter!" He heard Snape's ghost again, then felt a slight shake of his body. A sharp pain in his shoulder jerked Harry awake, and he gasped at the combined physical and emotional pain. He doubled over, holding his arm to his body. "My apologies," murmured Snape from next to him in the cell. "I tried to be gentle. You appeared to be in the throes of a nightmare." Harry looked up through his pain, and relief washed over him. Snape was alive. He was exhausted and unkempt and could use a good meal, a shower, and a week of sleep, but the man was alive. Harry reached out a hand to grasp at Snape's arm, just to reassure himself that he was warm and breathing. He was. Harry let out a sigh of relief and bowed his head, trying to get his frayed emotions under control, which was hard. He'd been here for days. He'd been interrogated and tortured and starved and tested, and he was at the end of his rope. He didn't think he could take much more. He felt tentative fingers cover his hand where they gripped Snape's arm, and he appreciated the small amount of comfort. He breathed in and out slowly. After several minutes, he straightened and leaned back against the stone wall. He took stock of the situation. He had been slouched over sideways, twisted uncomfortably in sleep, and his body was punishing him for it now. He could use a good stretch, but he didn't dare try with how every muscle pained him. The lantern Lucius Malfoy had left still shone, its magic-fueled light casting the small cell into lights and shadows. Snape sat next to him, tired but alert, pale-faced and hunched over slightly, and Harry remembered the medical supplies. "There's pain potion," he croaked and cleared his throat. "Salve too. I got at what injuries I could reach, but I couldn't get your back. I can get it now if you want, or I can, close my eyes if you want privacy or something." Snape looked at him, as if he'd gone nutters. Harry flushed. "I didn't mean to invade your privacy. It's just, you were hurt, and you needed—" "What are you playing at?" Snape interrupted harshly, his voice hoarse. Harry shuddered at the reminder of last night's torture session, of hearing the man's screams. When the words registered, he frowned. "What? Nothing." "Playing nursemaid, seeing to my injuries," he hissed. "You do remember what occurred last night, do you not?" Harry flinched at the reminder. He withdrew his hand quickly, having just realized that he was still clutching Snape's arm, and averted his eyes with a clenched jaw. Of course he remembered, and now that he was forced to confront it head-on, all of his conflicted feelings were making themselves known. "Yeah, I remember," he forced out, tamping down his emotions. "But I think talking about it is bound to be painful enough for the both of us without all our cuts and sprains and bruises to worry about, don't you?" Snape stared, a confused frown firmly in place. Or was it a wary frown? Harry didn't know, and he didn't have the energy to figure it out. He sighed and rubbed his aching head with one hand. "I'm not playing at anything. Whatever happened, it happened my whole lifetime ago, right? If we've waited this long to deal with it, maybe it can wait until after we see to your cuts and my shoulder. 'Cause I don't know about you, but I'm hurting here. Like a lot." He really was. On one hand, it was kind of nice to have something physical to focus on. Not that the searing pain itself was nice, but his shoulder was easier to deal with than his inner turmoil. Snape wordlessly inched to his other side. His movements were slow, and his limbs trembled with the effort. He ran his hands gently over Harry's shoulder and arm, probing at it, and Harry hissed and turned his head away. "Not broken, but dislocated," Snape murmured. "I can put it back in place, but it will hurt. Worse than it already does." Harry squeezed his eyes closed and braced himself. "Okay." He expected Snape to do it right away, But instead he heard rustling and felt something nudge at his hand where it braced against the floor. He squinted his eyes open. Snape was holding out the small burlap medicine bag, neatly folded. "Bite down on it," Snape instructed, and Harry accepted it and placed it in between his teeth. He clamped down on it and squeezed his eyes shut again. Before Harry finished grunting his okay, he cried out as molten hot lava ran through his shoulder and reverberated down his arm. He panted and blinked back tears as he bit down hard on the coarse material of the bag. "Anywhere else?" Harry shook his head, eyes tightly shut against the pain. He must have plenty of bruises, especially where Nart had kicked him, but he was positive that nothing was broken. While he worked on controlling his breathing, Snape moved toward the lantern and the supplies that Malfoy had left. He picked up one potion's vial, then the other, sniffing each of the contents in turn. He frowned over the silver potion, and Harry wondered again what it was. Before he could ask, Snape stiffly asked, "Who brought it?" Harry spit out the bag. "Malfoy," he gasped. "Malfoy left it." "I don't." He took a shaky breath. "No, why? Do you think," he groaned as he tried to sit up straighter, "he really wanted to help, or is he working an angle?" "I couldn't say," Snape murmured. "Suffice it to say, it would be in our best interests not to tell of any possibly unsanctioned generosity to anyone." The man's posture was stiff. He was turned away from Harry, and he held one of the vials to his nose, for the second time, in a way that told Harry that he was stalling. Harry quietly sighed. He wasn't looking forward to talking through Voldemort's accusations either. He thought he might be content to put it off, pretend everything was okay between them for a while longer. But every uncomfortable move Snape made reminded Harry of the fear and grief that he'd seen in the man's eyes the night before, which helped to keep his strongest emotions at bay, but also reminded him that Snape had fully intended to take his secrets to the grave. Snape abruptly held out the vial containing pain potion. Harry shook his head. "Malfoy left it for you. You better take it. If either of us needs to be in top shape for later, it's you." Snape set it on the floor and rolled it over to Harry. "Don't be stubborn," he said gruffly. Harry let his gaze settle on the vial. It was tempting. It would be nice to get rid of the aching all through his body. On impulse, he grabbed it and sipped half the contents of the vial and held the rest out to Snape, who didn't move to take it. "The vial contains one dose, I know." Harry leaned forward more and jabbed it towards Snape. "Half a dose for both of us is better than no dose for one of us, yeah." Snape hesitated, then gave in, grabbing the vial and downing the rest of the potion. They both sat back, and Harry immediately felt his pain lessen. It was still there, but it was more tolerable. "You know something about Malfoy, don't you?" Harry asked. Truthfully, he didn't know if Snape did or not, but it seemed a reasonable shot in the dark. His professor often knew more than he let on, and hey, maybe it would put off the coming conversation for a little while longer. Snape's eyes darted to Harry, and then quickly back to the vial in his hand. "I know a great many things about Mr. Malfoy." "You know what I mean. I heard you talking with him through the flu a few weeks ago. Have you been in touch with him the whole summer? I assume you know who doesn't know, so that must mean either Malfoy's up to something or you are. And when you said you couldn't say, do you mean you don't know or that you, well, can't say?" Snape paused, then answered, "If I do hold any information relevant to our current situation, I would certainly have a good reason for not divulging it." "Yeah, you're a big fan of not divulging secrets, aren't you?" Harry retorted, which effectively silenced them both. The potion's vials clinked together as Snape's shaking hands set them both down and reached for the salve. It was painfully obvious that Snape was uncomfortable. He would never need to sniff a simple salve 3 times in order to identify it. After several long minutes, during which Snape set down the salve and began to re-examine the silver potion in excruciating detail, Harry couldn't take it anymore. The silence was only giving him time to rethink everything he'd learned and to feel mixed up all over again. He had to know Snape's side of the story, and he had to know it now. But how to ask, where to begin, what to say so that neither of them would explode within the first 2 minutes. Not even homemade biscuits could have paved the way for this conversation. Perhaps there was another way to ease into it. The man might be more forthcoming if he knew Harry already knew part of the story. If he planned on being forthcoming at all, that is. Harry marveled that he didn't feel angry right now, but it was probably because he felt numb. He didn't think it would last, though. The emotions were just under the surface of his exhausted mind, waiting for something to trigger them into overtaking him completely. Hopefully, he could keep a rein on them long enough to hear what Snape had to say. "What was my mum like?" he asked into the silence. Snape started. He nearly dropped the vial he was holding, but caught it before it could crash to the floor. He set it down with shaking hands and sat against the opposite wall as far as he could from Harry, which wasn't very far in such a cramped space. His face was white, and Harry almost felt bad about surprising him with the abrupt question. Almost. When Snape made no move to answer, Harry tried again. "Did she give you this?" He fished out the stone from his pocket and held it up for Snape to see. "Did she write that letter to you?" He studied his professor, took in the tick of his jaw and the raw look in his eyes, and realized that this was a side of Snape he hadn't had to deal with before. He was like a cornered animal, and depending on how Harry handled this, the man was just as likely to shut down as to lash out. Harry averted his eyes, sensing that the man needed whatever small feeling of space that he could get. "I found a photograph back at Grimmauld Place. I know you two were friends. I saw you laughing together. I wanted to ask you about her, but—" he cleared his throat. "Well, you know. It's not like you're the most approachable person on the planet." Snape remained silent, and Harry leaned his head back against the cool stone wall, waiting for some kind of a response. He fingered his mum's stone, drawing comfort from the smooth, cool texture. Several long minutes passed before Snape said in a rough voice, "Of all you've recently learned, that is what you want to know." Harry nodded, without opening his eyes. "I killed her," Snape said forcefully, and Harry flinched. He looked up. Snape's face was twisted with bitterness. "I killed her, and you want to know what her favorite color?" "Voldemort killed her," Harry said, and winced at Snape's shudder. He hadn't said the name on purpose, but he didn't apologize. "If you don't want to tell me about my mum, at least tell me the truth about what happened that night. You owe me that much." Snape sent a glare his way, both withering and desperate, enough to tell Harry that lashing out was going to be his way of dealing with this. "You already know the truth, Potter. I do not deny it. I overheard part of the prophecy. I was loyal to the Dark Lord, and I ran straight to him to win his favor," he spat. "It was my intel that prodded the Dark Lord to hunt you down, to kill." Snape broke off to take a deep breath. He spat. "I am everything," he said. "You should have taken your revenge when the wand was in your hands." "What did you do after you told him?" Harry asked. He breathed deeply, trying to keep his cool. It was hard to do at the thought of what had happened the night his parents were killed. But he needed answers, and he wouldn't get those answers if he responded to Snape's attempts to get a rise out of him. "I was proud of myself for showing myself so useful, so loyal to his cause," came the bitter reply. "Yeah, but what did Yaudo?" "What do you think I did?" Snape said caustically. "I preened in the spotlight of the Dark Lord's favor. I gratefully accepted his trust and did all that I could to keep it. And after you found out, he decided the prophecy meant me." Snape clamped his lips shut. He seemed to deflate before Harry's eyes, probably because Harry wasn't playing his game. Snape obviously wanted to get this over with, to be condemned by Harry once and for all, and he was trying to rile him up to get there faster. But Harry was determined to drag every piece of information he could from that Slytherin head before he got around to assigning blame. And for once, he felt in control of their exchange. So that's exactly what he was going to do. "You want to know what I think happened?" Harry asked. Snape twitched, but didn't answer. "I think you regretted telling him because you still cared about my mum. You know, who said you asked him not to kill her, But I think you knew he couldn't be trusted to keep his word, so you went to Dumbledore. And somewhere along the way, you switched sides. Was it because of that? Were you trying to save my mum? Or was it because you didn't trust who anymore? Or did something else happen to change your mind about being a Death Eater? The man closed his eyes and swallowed hard. Why does it matter? The end result is the same. It matters to me. Snape turned his head and studied Harry through tired eyes. You convinced the Dark Lord and his followers that you trust me, Potter. It was well done, though you may regret it tonight when he takes his revenge. Miplans have come to naught, and I very likely will not live to see tomorrow. There is no longer a need for you to determine the extent of trust you are willing to place upon me. Harry shook his head. I don't have to. I wasn't lying last night. I trust you. That's not why I want to know. Snape's lips twisted. You can't possibly still trust me. Harry lifted an arm as if to say, and yet here we are. It's not like I'm not confused or angry or no. You know what? He felt some of his control snap, and his plan to rationally proclaim his trust went out the window. I am angry. He jerked his head and raised his voice. I had to grow up as an orphan, with people who hated my guts and treated me worse than a dog. And then I had to deal with being famous about something that I don't even remember. Do you even know what it feels like to be hailed a hero when all I did was survive the night me parents died? He yelled. So yeah, I'm angry, because the minute you heard that prophecy, you should have known that who was going to go after some baby who hadn't even been born yet and couldn't have done anything to hurt anyone. And you ignored that, and you told him anyway. It shouldn't have mattered if it was my mum's kid or not. You shouldn't have done it. He sat up and pointed at Snape. And then you have the nerve to go postal on me for eavesdropping. You're a bloody hypocrite. All I did was listen to things about me, and Ron that yow bloody well should have told me anyway, and it's not like I even told anybody else. When you spied on Dumbledore, you went out and decided to ruin my life. He took a quick, sharp breath and plowed on. I'm angry and I want to hate you, and I hate that I can't, and I don't want to trust you, but I do, because I've come to know you well enough to know that you'll save me now if you can, or you'll die trying. So yes, I trust you, and don't you dare tell me that I can't, he yelled at the top of his lungs. He was heaving breaths by then, he was so worked up, and he glared daggers at Snape. Snape stared with slightly parted lips. Harry shifted angrily and grimaced at the pull in his still slightly sore arm. And you're not dead yet, so stop talking like you are. You're the most intelligent and cunning person I know, so figure out how to live, damn it. They sat in silence for a long time, not for lack of things to say, but because Harry wanted to say too many things at once. He wanted to scream at Snape and curse him for what he'd done, and at the same time he wanted to pepper him with questions about his mum. He wanted to make Snape understand how deeply he was hurt, but he also didn't want to lose what they'd built this summer. Whatever they were becoming to each other meant something to him, and he wanted it to mean something to Snape too, but how could it when everything was in the process of falling apart? He saw so many conversational paths forward, and they were a mess of contradictions. But he was afraid to say anything at all, because he might start crying and be a blubbering mess. And how could he get across how simultaneously angry and vulnerable he was feeling if he was a blubbering mess? He felt lost, and he didn't know which way was up. He pulled up his knees and hugged them to his chest. I loved her, whispered a voice so broken that Harry wouldn't have thought it could belong to Snape. He looked over, but the man was staring into the light of the lantern. Mark me if you will, he said bitterly. I never deserved her, I know. She knew it too. But even if I couldn't have her, I couldn't let her die. I went to Dumbledore. He saw me for the coward I was, but he protected her, until he couldn't. He turned his face away so that it was in shadows, but not before Harry saw it crumple in anguish. I agreed to turn spy. I would have done anything to— He took a ragged breath and feebly waved a hand. It was all for naught. She died, and I remained. I'd have traded my life for hers in a heartbeat. Harry bit his tongue to keep from responding, afraid that if he said something, the spell would be broken and Snape would stop sharing. It hadn't occurred to him that Snape had been in love with Lily, and he knew by Snape's tone and words that that's the kind of love it had been. That was a pretty huge detail, and he wasn't sure how he felt about it. He'd have to consider it later. For now, what else didn't he know? And now that Snape's tongue was finally loosened, what else might he share? After a few minutes, his patience was rewarded. Snape went on with a shuddering breath. For all that I'd pledged my loyalty to Dumbledore, he knew that I'd only done it for her, for myself. He viewed me with disdain back then, rightfully so. But he extracted a promise from me. He let out a long breath. Protect Lily's son for her sake. I agreed. How could I not? Her eyes. He trailed off, then whispered, I had purpose. A miserable purpose, but it kept me going. Bide my time. Wait for the Dark Lord's reappearance. Help Dumbledore to defeat him. Protect her son. He gave a bitter laugh and flicked a hand at Harry and at the cell. And see how well I've managed. The silence dragged on that time, long enough that Harry knew he'd have to prod any more information out of the man. It also gave him time to think. Snape's admission filled in some of the blanks in his knowledge, like when and why Snape had turned spy. And why Snape had always protected him, even though he hated him. So, Harry said tentatively, so what about all the times you wanted me expelled? That wasn't to protect me. Snape shook his head. That was vindictiveness. I am hardly a saint, Potter. I believe we've covered that. Harry nodded. Because you hated me. Because you thought I was like my dad. That wasn't why. Sure it was. You've been saying that for 5 years. That wasn't why I hated you, Snape repeated in a low voice. His face was still turned away, and Harry wished he would look at him. It was merely my excuse for doing so. I wanted it to be true so much that I forced myself to believe it. Then why? He almost missed the man's broken whisper. You should have been missing. Harry was too shocked to respond. I loved her, he choked out, and Harry could see how difficult it was for him to admit it again. I loved her, and she married my worst enemy. She should have married me, had my child, not his. Her beautiful eyes did not belong in the face of James Potter's son. That took the wind out of Harry's sails. Oh, he breathed, at a loss how to respond. It disgusts you, doesn't it? Snape's face turned to the light enough for Harry to see how his mouth twisted into an ugly sneer. To think that I would imagine myself worthy of her. Harry wanted to say no, and it would have been the truth, but he couldn't say anything right then. He was too overwhelmed. He didn't know what to think. He'd never thought his professor capable of that depth of love, and it was surreal to think about it. Not to mention that he'd have the image of himself leading an alternate life with a hooked nose to haunt his nightmares for years to come. Well, if he lived through this. Snape snorted humorlessly, and Harry realized that he'd taken the silence as a yes to his question. But before Harry could correct him, he was saying, and then you lived in her place. I couldn't forgive you for that. I would have sacrificed myself for her, and instead she sacrificed herself for you. I hated you with every fiber of my being for that offense. Harry thought about snapping that he'd only been a baby at the time of the so-called offense, but he didn't. Snape knew that. He acknowledged it no, anyway. He wouldn't be admitting any of this to Harry if he hadn't come to terms with it himself. He knew he'd been wrong to blame Harry, to hate him for something so far beyond his control. Harry didn't have to argue his case. What he did need to do was decide whether to forgive or to let it fester. You, asked Voldemort to spare my mum, he said haltingly, but you didn't care about whether my dad died, or me either. And even if she'd have lived, you still didn't care whether I lived or died. Did you? I didn't. Snape's matter-of-fact admission hurt, but Harry wasn't surprised. He closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and let it out. Do you care now? Snape was silent for so long that Harry wondered if he'd need to repeat the question. Finally, the professor murmured, I do, in a quiet but firm voice. Harry knew that voice well enough to know that he was telling the truth. He took a deep breath, and then another. Okay, then. There was a long silence. Then Snape turned his head enough to cast a glance toward Harry. His eyes flashed, but he couldn't hide the grief in the lines of his face. Okay, then what? Okay, then, let's move on. We've got other things to worry about right now, don't we? Snape stared. What do you mean move on? I killed your parents. Harry flinched but said, No, you didn't. You know who did that. Because of me. Snape's face was regaining some color. Because he's an insane, power-hungry murderer. Surely you are not trying to absolve me of my sins. Do you want to be absolved? Snape was becoming agitated, and he set a horrified gaze on Harry. No, I haven't carried the guilt of my actions around for 16 years so that you can brush it under the rug as if it doesn't matter. It does matter. Harry swallowed hard around a lump in his throat. Things that happened in the past always matter, but we can't change them. I guess all we can do is learn from them and try to make up for them, yeah, he shrugged heavily. Things would be a lot different if you hadn't done what you'd done, but you've torn yourself up over it about as long as I've been alive, and I believe you'd do it differently if given another go at it. You're different now. You've proved that by risking your life over and over for the Order, and by protecting me for so many years even though you hated me. If anyone deserves another chance, I reckon it's you. Snape's face was turning an ugly red color. No, you don't have the right to forgive me. Why? Harry said fiercely. Because you can't forgive yourself. Well, I'm sorry, but I think you've punished yourself well and good for so many years that there's not much more I can do to you. He threw up his hands. Carrying around that bitterness seems to have worked out so great for you that you think, what? The best way to fix everything would be for me to do the same. Well, no thanks. I've already had enough misery in my life. Why would I want to heap more on myself? Snape started to say something, but Harry was on a roll, so he talked right over him. I mean, come on. I hated you for 5 years because you were downright a fault to me. You bullied me and intimidated me and insulted me, and I hate you for it. But I don't hate you anymore. Heck, I actually like you now, most of the time. And if I can get over all that, all 5 yourself personal hell, and actually start to like you, even respect you, then I can darn well forgive you for something you did before I was even born. His chest was heaving. He was so worked up. And another thing, he yelled over Snape's next attempt to speak. No, it doesn't disgust me. It makes me proud to be her son, that she was loved by so many people, and I'm glad that you loved her, so stop putting words in my mouth. Snape didn't try to speak again until he had been silent for several breaths, and then it was to quietly ask, Are you finished? I don't know, Harry roared. He was appalled to feel tears burning his eyes, and he buried his head in his drawn-up knees in case he couldn't stop them from falling. Stupid emotions. Snape left him alone to get control of himself. Whether it was out of courtesy or because he thought Harry might explode again didn't matter. Harry needed space, and he couldn't get it in the small cell, so silence was the next best thing. It lasted for a while, and Harry managed to pull himself together after only a few tears, which he hastily wiped away. Snape waited until Harry's breathing was normal to whisper, I don't deserve forgiveness. Harry sniffed, his head still resting on his knees. I got Sirius killed, he said in a muffled voice. I don't know if I deserve forgiveness for that either, but I'd still take it if he was around to offer it. Snape shifted and made a sound like he was about to argue, probably something about apples and oranges, but he stopped himself, and Harry was glad. Their past sins were different. Harry hadn't meant for anyone to be harmed, after all, but that didn't mean he was unfamiliar with the heavy weight of guilt that came with feeling responsible for a loved one's death. However different the details, they had that much in common. Snape took a long, slow, shaky breath. Lily, his voice cracked, had the worst temper of anyone I knew. She was inherently kind, but when crossed, she was a force to be reckoned with. Harry peeked out from above his knees. Snape was looking at the lantern light again, and he had tears in his eyes. Harry thought he'd better remember this moment, because it was probably the only time in his life he would see Snape cry. Well, almost cry. Same thing. He tucked the surreal image away in his memory and listened with rapt attention as somebody finally told him something real about his mother. Nevertheless, her capacity to forgive was beyond my understanding. Whereas I clung to my grievances, she actively searched for reasons to put them behind her. She gave me so many chances, far too many. I've often wondered whether I might have chosen differently if I'd not taken her nature for granted, if I'd known the very real possibility of losing her. He sucked in a breath, then met Harry's eyes. His face was awash in sadness, but in his eyes was also hope. I see her in you. You have James Potter's face, but her expressions, and her nature, so much of her nature. I'd have seen it earlier if I'd been at all honest with myself. Harry held perfectly still, wanting more. If you were entirely like him, Snape went on, still holding his gaze, then you could be nothing like her, not even a mixture and nothing of your own making. I convinced myself that you deserved it, that I was free to hate you. I took out my self-loathing on you. I don't understand how you can forgive that. I don't understand how you can forgive any of it. Snape looked completely lost, completely unlike the Severus Snape that Harry knew. Harry raised his head and bit his lip. Maybe sometimes it's okay to not understand. Doesn't mean you can't accept it or trust it. When Snape didn't respond right away, he tentatively offered, I'm, willing to start over if you are. Snape swallowed and looked away. I mean, it's not like we won't still get on each other's nerves, Harry rambled. I'm still working on the respecting boundaries thing, and you've seriously got to figure out how to take compliments and have a sense of humor more often, and not be so secretive all the time. And maybe, he closed his mouth at Snape's mild glare, and then quirked his lips at that small bit of normalcy. He sheepishly shrugged his good shoulder. Well, work's in progress. They studied each other across the small space, and then Snape slowly inched forward and held out his hand. Harry looked from his professor's face to his hand and back again. To starting over, Snape said. Harry leaned forward and clasped Snape's hand in his own. Starting over, he agreed. It felt so formal, this truce over a handshake, but it felt nice too. It felt freeing, like Harry finally had permission to shed his worries over the past and start anew with something better. So what now? He asked as they settled back into their respective corners. Now we live. And though Snape still looked like he'd been through the emotional ringer, there was a gleam in his eyes that hadn't been there before. Chapter 45, Sacrifice. Piercing light, blinding pain. A still body, pale skin, blue lips, angry fingers searching for a pulse. He's dead, rasped a callous voice behind a soulless mask. A million shards of grief ripped through his heart. He couldn't breathe. This wasn't supposed to happen. He violently shook his head. The world tilted, and he would have tilted with it, if not for the cords holding him in place. Number Snape wasn't dead. He couldn't be because he'd promised. He'd promised they would live, that they'd both get out of here. He'd promised. What he wouldn't give to wake up from this nightmare, but he was wide awake. He knew this was no dream. The moonlight shone down on the clearing, combining with artificial lights to illuminate the Death Eater masks surrounding him. But he kept his eyes on the motionless body lying in the center of unforgiving stone. The familiar face was turned away, and yet the stillness of his chest was all that Harry's eyes could see. The rest of the world shifted out of focus. He didn't see the sparks of magic this time, couldn't bring himself to look for them, or to even think beyond the pain in his chest. He barely knew when a primal scream broke through from his chest and out of his throat. Voldemort had taken everything from him, everything, and he'd finally gone too far. His teeth clenched, his eyes blazed. Gasps and murmurs mingled with the faint sounds of the night as the air in the clearing began to pulse with magic. 2 hours earlier. I'm all for living. Now that the most difficult part of their conversation was behind them, Harry's exhaustion was settling back over him like a heavy blanket. It probably wouldn't be a good idea to fall asleep while discussing their impending escape, so he shifted so that he was sitting up straighter against the wall. What's the plan? Snape silently rolled the vial containing the silver potion through his fingers, deep in thought. Harry sighed. You're not going to tell me the plan, are you? It was unsurprising, but still. After all the secrets the man had just shared, you'd think he'd be fine with just one more. Snape gave him an inscrutable, searching look. You don't have a plan, Harry guessed, let down after his momentary high. I mean, don't get me wrong, the will to live is pretty important and all, but I was kind of hoping it was backed up by some sort of sneaky Slytherin plot. Maybe one involving us escaping like right now. Because I don't know what time it is, but we were probably asleep for a long time, and whatever you know who has planned is going to happen pretty soon here, and I highly doubt it is going to be pleasant, and I don't really want either one of us to die. I am not going to let you die, Snape said quietly. He looked away as if he just awkwardly bared his soul again, and Harry knew without asking that, while Snape had logically accepted his arguments for forgiveness and starting over, accepting it emotionally was going to take time. Studying the man, he decided not to bring attention to it. They'd had enough of a heart-to-heart for one day. It had taken 5 years to get to this point, and Snape wasn't all that great at processing emotions to begin with. Harry figured he could let his professor come around to their new understanding in his own time. Yeah, okay. No dying, that's good. I'm liking the plan so far, he prodded. Snape looked down again, his thinking face firmly in place, along with his secretive eye pinch. Great, Harry groused. End of the world, and you're still leaving me in the dark. Instead of answering, Snape asked, Do you remember our conversation about codes back at Grimmauld Place? Yeah, of course. I told you then that even the most trustworthy of Order members are not given more information than they need to know at any given moment. I get that. I do, Harry insisted, but I'd think that how we're getting out of here is something that I need to know. You have an intelligent mind, Snape admitted, eyeing him with a head tilt, and Harry was gratified that the compliment was easily given. But you are still impulsive, and you wear your emotions and your thoughts on your sleeve. You have much to learn about subtlety. Harry frowned and opened his mouth to argue about trust. And before you make a case involving trust going both ways, said Snape, allow me to assure you that this has nothing to do with trust. It has to do with playing to your strengths and recognizing your limitations. Harry shut his mouth with an audible snap, and Snape gave him a knowing look. You see, open book. Harry harumphed, grudgingly accepting the truth in that statement. He was an open book. He thought he'd done all right being stoic with Voldemort and the Death Eaters, and he was a decent liar when he needed to be, but that was far removed from the skillful deception that Snape was accustomed to as a spy. Although, I can ready Urfis too, you know, he pointed out. I know what all your looks mean. Well, a lot of them anyway. I know what you're thinking much of the time too. Why is that so different? What am I thinking now? Snape stared at him with his best inscrutable gaze. No fair, Harry complained. You've got your spy face on. Exactly. A Havia spy face, as you so eloquently call it, Snape sniffed. But even a spy cannot keep his guard up every second of every day. We are no longer at school, where you see me for short bursts in a classroom environment. We have lived in close quarters this past month, not to mention regularlison inside each other's minds. It is unsurprising that we have learned each other's visual cues and tells. The difference, he stressed, is that I am perfectly capable of hiding my thoughts and responses when I deem it necessary to do so. Harry thought for a minute. He hesitated, then observed. So you're saying that you don't, deem it necessary to keep all your thoughts hidden around me anymore? Snape's spy face didn't falter. Harry smirked. Right. Never mind. But he knew that he was right. that Snape had gradually been lowering his walls around Harry, feeling more comfortable, maybe without being fully conscious of the extent, and pointing it out aloud made Harry feel better about the fact that he'd been doing the same. Snape looked back down, thoughtfully rubbing the potion's vial with his fingers. "What is it?" Harry asked, hopeful that he could be told something. "A message," Snape said shortly, "that if we are to receive outside aid, it will be under very specific circumstances." Harry's eyebrows shot to the middle of his forehead. "Outside aid? You mean from Malfoy? He can't possibly be on our side." "His allegiances are not the point." Snape jerked his head as if irritated, though the irritation clearly wasn't with Harry. A good thing, too, as they are too complicated to delve into just now. Suffice it to say that what he offers is our best chance. But his solution to our predicament is not without conditions. What conditions? Conditions from a Malfoy couldn't be good. The foremost condition is that we will not be spared the Dark Lord's ceremony. Doesn't sound like a very good offer of help to me, mumbled Harry, already not liking whatever plan Snape was keeping close to the vest. It is not precisely an offer of help, corrected Snape. A deal would be a more apt description. Harry stared, not liking the sound of that either. What does he want? Nothing that the headmaster will be unwilling to give, assured Snape, and while the answer was more cryptic than Harry would like, it reassured him. As much as he trusted Snape, he wasn't under any pretenses about his professor. The man had a darkness within him that would never completely go away. Even though he was one of the good guys now, Harry knew there were absolutely things that Snape would be willing do that Harry would prefer to not know about. Dumbledore may not be perfect, with his puppeteer's strings and his ability to make the tough calls, but if both men would be willing to play Malfoy's game, then it let Harry breathe a little bit easier. "Why do you tell me? You just got finished calling me out for being an open book. I assume you know who wouldn't be happy to hear of Malfoy's offer of a deal. Aren't you worried about me giving him away?" "Your shortcomings in the art of subterfuge are not all-encompassing." Snape waved a hand, still focused on the vial. "They lie primarily in the form of emotional responses and reactions to surprise stimuli. When given time to prepare yourself, I do believe that you have satisfactorily proven yourself able to not reveal the identity of a potential ally." Harry probably shouldn't feel proud at the half-insult, half-compliment, but he did. It was as good as Snape telling him, "Well done," for not giving him away when had been in disguise as Crabbe. He gave Snape's small grin before it fell at the thought. "What if you know who legitimizes me again?" "Do what you have been doing," Snape said easily, with no visible sign that he was worried about the scenario. "Push him out. Make him fear your mind. It seems to be working." "But what if it doesn't this time? He's doing some sort of ceremony, Professor. I don't know what that means, but it can't be good, and every time he does whatever he does with more of my blood, he gets stronger. What if he gets so strong this time that he rips my mind apart?" The thought terrified him, all the more because it felt like a very real possibility. He shivered and closed his eyes at the memory of what it had felt like the last time Voldemort had rummaged through his mind. "Look at me," ordered Snape, and Harry did. The man's gaze was deliberately steady, and it helped to calm Harry's racing heart. "Think about what has happened since you arrived. You pushed the Dark Lord out of your mind not once, but twice, and injured him both times. You successfully legitimized Bellatrix Lestrange without any prior experience or knowledge of how to do so. You may not be aware of this, but you also sent out a pulse of magic that forced the Death Eaters restraining you to fall away. And then you claim that Yaoso magic, something only the Dark Lord appears able to do at present. Do you think those things random coincidence?" Harry bit his lip. "I don't know. Honestly, I'm weirded out by whatever's going on, yeah, but I've been a little busy. Haven't had much time to mull over it, you know." "Now is the time to mull it over," directed Snape, "because the Dark Lord does not appear to be the only one gaining something from this experiment. You are getting stronger, too." Harry leaned back and took a deep breath. That's not possible, is it? Snape waved a hand at Harry's scar. Many things have happened that should be impossible. You defy expectations, Potter. You always have. How is it happening? Snape shook his head. I do not know. Your mental connection, perhaps. What power he gains is automatically shared with you, much like the parcel tongue. After all, it is unlikely that such a gift was naturally present within you. More likely, Parseltongue was shared with you when he established your unique connection the night he gave you that scar. Perhaps powers that he gains through the physical means of your blood are shared in the same way. He leaned back, deep in his figuring out a puzzle stance, and shook his head. I am not sold on that theory, however, as his increased powers have not appeared to affect you prior to the last few days. Perhaps it is nothing natural or automatic. It could be triggered by specific instances. He crossed his arms and tapped his chin with the fingers of one hand. That is more likely, in fact, as each time you've displayed impressive abilities has occurred immediately after either seeing into his mind or pushing him out of yours. Perhaps in pushing your way out, you inadvertently managed to siphon off some of his newfound powers into yourself. Siphon off like steal or like share. Explain. If I am getting some of his powers, Harry said slowly, thinking it through, am I taking them away from him? Like, is there a limited supply of powers, and every time I get them, I take some away from him, and he's not as strong as before? Or is it limitless? Like, he stays just as powerful, and I just get to share in them a bit, which led to more questions. And does it last forever or for a little while? I mean, do you think I get to keep them? Like I could still be more powerful right now, it's just I don't know how to use it yet. I don't feel any different, though, if that's the case. I don't know, Snape admitted. This is new territory. Time will tell whether your magical core itself has been altered. And wasn't that a crazy thought? Harry felt dazed at the idea, and a little bit afraid too, even if he didn't completely understand it. What if Hugh was more powerful, and what if his powers only manifested themselves in uncontrollable bursts, like when he was angry or afraid? He could hurt people. Don't! Snape's stern voice drew his attention away from his inner thoughts. I know that face. Wait until we are out of here and back at Hogwarts to engage in your worrying about other people urges. Right now you are the one in danger. You have the right, the duty, to focus your energies on protecting yourself. You can worry about everyone else later. Harry swallowed and nodded. He tried to obey, forcing thoughts of himself as an uncontrollable menace out of his head. To distract himself, he asked, Do you think you know who knows what's happening? Snape shook his head. I doubt it. He seems to think that what is occurring between the two of you is no more than a side effect of your mysterious connection. I doubt he has made the intellectual leap to believing that your own powers are in any way a factor, or that they are subject to increase. He is too inclined to think himself the only truly exceptional wizard, until presented with incontrovertible evidence to the contrary. Harry took a deep breath in and let it out slowly. Too much to think about, and not enough time to do it. All this talk about Voldemort and powers was making him feel ill again. He wiped a clammy hand on his dirty trousers and cleared his throat. At least he had one more pressing need to distract himself from thoughts of potions and death, even if his face was heating up just thinking about it. Professor, he cleared his throat again and waved at the bucket in the corner. I need to. To his credit, Snape didn't acknowledge his discomfort or say anything to compound it. He merely inclined his head and turned his back to give Harry some privacy. Thankfully, he also didn't let Harry dwell on his embarrassment. As soon as Harry had relieved himself and settled back against the wall, Snape faced forward again and asked, To what extent are you willing to act on your proclaimed trust in me? Harry opened his mouth to insist, yet again, that he would trust him, but he stopped himself. From Snape's pointed look, he understood that the man wasn't trying to be redundant. The question wasn't about trust so much as of Harry's ability to overcome his own limitations. He had a hard time acting on trust, had a hard time standing aside, and letting others, adults especially, take the reins. Even now, he was biting back the urge to wheedle more details out of the man before committing to anything. But being reminded of that, and of how trust wasn't trust if it wasn't accompanied by action, he was suddenly eager to prove himself to his professor. He also had a sudden appreciation for how Slytherin Snape was. With one question, Harry had shifted from overwhelming curiosity to willing compliance. "You're good," he breathed. Snape lifted the corners of his mouth in an almost smile, which dropped at the sound of approaching voices in the hallway. Harry's heart stuttered at the realization that the Death Eaters were coming for them. "It's time. Just tell me what to do or what not to do," he said quickly. "Do as you have done throughout these past few days," Snape spoke fast. "No pretenses, but be aware that the Dark Lord is not stable, and that instability makes him unpredictable. If you push him too far, it will not help either of us. You understand?" Harry swiftly nodded. "You will be subject to the sleeping potion," Snape went on. "Do not fear it. You will be rescued in due time. They will not inflict harm on you while you are under its effects, and the potion itself will not cause lasting harm. Once you are given the antidote, and it is able to work its way out of your system, you will be as you were before." Harry jumped at a clinking sound outside the door, but he jerked another nod. "And above all," Snape stressed, holding his gaze, "do not lose hope. When all seems lost, you must stay strong." Harry tried not to show his fear as a key turned in the lock, but it was impossible to keep the anxiety out of his eyes as he looked at his teacher. "We will survive, Harry," said Snape fiercely. "I promise you." He downed the silver potion and threw the vial into the corner of the cell. The lantern went dark a second before light flooded the room from the opening door. The lantern and water pitcher were nowhere to be seen, somehow hidden by Snape from the prying eyes of the guards. Harry's first tangible clue that things were different this time was the Death Eater robes and masks that their captors wore when they entered the room and forced Harry and Snape to their feet. Snape managed to reach out and squeeze Harry's arm before they were torn apart and dragged out of their cell. It wasn't much, but it helped. Harry squared his shoulders. He could do this. They were in a different clearing than last time, and despite his nervousness, Harry wondered how many clearings Voldemort routinely used for his gatherings and rituals. This one was smaller than the last, and the trees on each side were more dense. The last rays of a setting sun lit the clearing until a muttered spell, and the flick of a Death Eater's wand caused small, bright lights to float above their heads. Harry took in more Death Eaters in masks and robes. He didn't see Voldemort, but his eyes narrowed in on a thin, tall rock jutting up from the ground in the center of the clearing. Just next to it was a flat rock, just large enough for Voldemort to use as a platform, or Harry shivered as some sort of sick altar on which to sacrifice a 16-year-old Gryffindor. He looked away. Only one Death Eater was holding him, but two were holding Snape. He wondered if they were nervous. They'd known Snape for a long time. They probably knew that he could be dangerous, that he wasn't someone to mess with. Were they angry with him? Did they want vengeance for his betrayal? Were any of them at all sorry to be leading their old companion to what could be his death? Lucius Malfoy, maybe. Harry had no idea what deal he and Snape had struck, or whether Malfoy could be trusted to do whatever it is that Snape thought he'd do. But from what Snape had said, it didn't sound like it had anything to do with concern or sentiment. So what did the Death Eater want? That meant enough to him that he would be willing to betray his very vindictive master. He fought the urge to look around at the Death Eaters, to try to guess which one might be hiding an annoyingly aristocratic blonde head. Before he had time for any more thoughts, the sharp pop of apparition sounded through the clearing, and Voldemort was there. Harry almost rolled his eyes at the obvious attempt at a grand entrance, but he was distracted by the flare of pain in his scar. "Harry Potter," said Voldemort in an oily voice. He smiled, though he did not look so calm or pleased as he had at their initial meeting a few days ago. Harry had obviously worn out his welcome. The dark wizard beckoned, and the Death Eater holding Harry brought him forward with an iron grip on his arms. He thought about kicking the man, but he remembered Snape's warning. He needed to be brave, yes, but now was not the time to be stupid. "I have long awaited this night, dear Harry," Voldemort said as he stood directly in front of him. "You should feel honored to be not only witness, but participant to my rise. From tonight forward, I will be the most powerful wizard ever to exist." Harry didn't answer. He decided to save his impulse to fight for when he knew what Voldemort had planned for the evening. Voldemort didn't seem to mind his silence, turning his attention from Harry to Snape. Only he had no desire to chat with him. With a flick of Voldemort's wand, Snape collapsed to the ground between his Death Eater guards and writhed in silent pain. Harry tensed, but resisted the urge to cry out or to try to go to Snape, knowing that there would be no point. "Shall we get started?" Voldemort asked, and turned toward the rocks, as if torturing Snape had been an inconsequential interruption to his evening. The Death Eater holding Harry forced him forward until he was standing in front of the tall rock, then yanked him around so that his back slammed up against it. "His clothing," Voldemort directed, and the next instant his shirt and jumper had disappeared, leaving him shivering in the cool night air, but mercifully still clad in his trousers. Before he could register what else was happening, cords were wrapping themselves tightly around him, fastening his arms and legs to the rock so that he couldn't move anything except for his neck, though there was little need for that, as all of the Death Eaters were forming a semicircle in front of him, Snape held up between two of them. A thicker cord wrapped itself around his mouth, gagging him, and he struggled for the first time as his ability to speak was taken away. Somehow, not having the power to defy Voldemort verbally frightened him more than losing the ability to fight physically. "My loyal followers," Voldemort said in a triumphant voice. "1 year ago, I rose from the ashes of a half-life. You welcomed me back as your master, served me as though no time had passed. Now your loyalty will be rewarded. You will witness my rise from mortal limitations, knowing that you serve a wizard more powerful than all others combined." The Death Eaters lowered to their knees and bowed their heads as one. Snape was forced to his knees as well, but he refused to bow his head, looking instead at Harry, as if lending him strength through his gaze. Voldemort forced his head low with a flick of a wrist, but Harry appreciated the defiance. He was afraid, but it was manageable somehow, with Snape's solid presence there alongside him. "Wormtail," Voldemort called, and a short Death Eater came forward. "You took his blood the first time. You shall have the honor of taking it again." Wormtail knelt again before Voldemort and simpered, "Thank you, Master." A cauldron was conjured before them, though Harry didn't see who had conjured it. A thin line of steam rose from within it, the contents hidden from Harry's view. Wormtail approached him, a knife in his hand, glinting with the reflected lights from above the clearing. Harry knew he wouldn't get away from what was coming, but his fear response kicked in and he struggled against his bonds. "Blood of the enemy, forcibly taken, you will empower your foe," Voldemort said majestically, raising his hands into the air. The Death Eaters repeated the words, chanting as Wormtail's dagger made contact with Harry's skin. He made no sound as he felt the dagger pierce his arm and the blood trickle down past his wrist, but he couldn't keep himself from trembling. Wormtail held a vial to Harry's arm until it was full, then poured it into the cauldron. It hissed, but Harry still couldn't see its contents. Instead of trying, he searched out Snape's gaze. He was helpless. He needed to not feel so helpless, and Snape was the only one he could look to for help. Snape was still kneeling, held down on either side by Death Eaters, but his head was up, and his eyes were on Harry again. As soon as Harry looked at him, Snape gave him a small nod. The look on his face was one that Harry had always wished to see in potions class, something that communicated that he was doing well and to keep it up. Harry breathed in and out a few times, trying to get a handle on his fear. A little over a year ago, when he'd been in a similar situation, he'd never have thought that having Snape present would be what helped him to get through it the next time. But those black eyes were a source of strength to him now, and he kept his eyes focused on them, not bothering to see what Voldemort or Wormtail were doing. Blood of the enemy, forcibly taken, you will empower your foe, the Death Eaters chanted one last time, and then all was silent. Harry's view of Snape was blocked as Voldemort stepped forward and held a goblet of steaming white liquid to his lips. He drank its contents, then closed his eyes. After a full minute, he smiled. "I feel it, Harry," he said softly. "I am infused with power." He opened his eyes and turned so that he faced only Harry. His eyes were bright, his face euphoric and crazed all at once. "I can manipulate magic with a thought, wield the power of nature without even a wand to direct it." He ran a finger along Harry's jaw, and Harry let out a muffled cry from behind the gag. His scar hurt so badly that he wouldn't be surprised if it burst open at any moment. Voldemort removed his hand and turned to his followers. "Bring the traitor," he called, and the Death Eaters rose to their feet, two of them dragging Snape to the center, throwing him bodily onto the flat rock. Harry winced at the sharp slap of flesh meeting stone. He tried not to worry, tried to have faith, Tarbrith. There was no question that Voldemort meant to kill Snape, but Snape had promised that they'd survive, and he had a plan. Any second now, he'd disapparate. A Malfoy would swoop in with a daring rescue, or the Order would show up with wands drawn. Voldemort held out his wandless hands to Snape, and the man began to writhe, his hands shaking, his teeth clenched. His eyes remained open, seeking out Harry's, seeming to tell him to trust, to be strong too. Snape's eyes shut as he gave an involuntary shout of pain. Harry struggled against his bonds. "You shall die this night, Severus," hissed Voldemort. "Your pain and suffering will be a reminder to all who witness Thatner. One betrays Lord Voldemort." Harry watched as several of the Death Eaters flinched, and he gritted his teeth at the stupidity of such men, blindly following a master who didn't think twice about causing them pain so long as he himself received the glory. What sort of man would willingly, knowingly follow such a wizard? What would compel men such as Nott, Crabbe, Goyle, or Malfoy to encourage their own sons to follow in their footsteps, knowing that they would forevermore be one bad mood away from pain and suffering, perhaps even a senseless death? It was madness. Snape convulsed again, the clearing silence save for the sounds of his suffering. Even the curses that were used on him were silent, Voldemort not needing so much as an incantation or a wand in order to cause him pain. Harry felt tears dangerously close to the surface, his eyes filling with wetness, knowing that he was helpless to stop Snape's suffering. Even if he were free from his constraints, he couldn't do much, could he? But he knew that he would try. If he could, he would rush Voldemort, attack the Death Eaters, try to get his hands on a wand, perhaps even try to call up that magic that he'd seen in the other clearing. The magic, grasping that thought, needing something to focus on besides the cries of his professor, he focused his eyes on the grass. He tried to call up the image of the magic he'd seen before, the beautiful sparks that had filled his vision, but nothing happened. A tear escaped in his frustration, and he huffed as he tried again to struggle free. A commotion brought his attention back to Snape, but what he saw made his blood run cold. The man was convulsing, eyes rolled back in his head, lips tinged with blue. He watched, horrified, as the convulsions worsened and then stopped. It wasn't what it looked like, though. It wasn't. It couldn't be, because Snape had promised. Harry barely registered how his whole body was shaking. He couldn't think, couldn't feel anything except for the throbbing of his arm and the pain of his lungs as they refused to expand. The world narrowed until there was only piercing light from above and a blinding pain from within. And a still body, pale skin, blue lips, angry fingers searching for a pulse. "He's dead," rasped a callous voice behind a soulless mask, pulling his hands away from Snape's still neck. A million shards of grief ripped through his heart. He couldn't breathe. This wasn't supposed to happen. He violently shook his head. The world tilted, and he would have tilted with it, if not for the cords holding him in place. Number Snape wasn't dead. He couldn't be because he'd promised. He'd promised they would live, that they'd both get out of here. He'd promised. What he wouldn't give to wake up from this nightmare, but he was wide awake. He knew this was no dream. The moonlight shone down on the clearing, combining with artificial lights to illuminate the Death Eater masks surrounding him. But he kept his eyes on the motionless body lying in the center of the unforgiving stone. The familiar face was turned away, and yet the stillness of his chest was all that Harry's eyes could see. The rest of the world shifted out of focus. He didn't see the sparks of magic this time, couldn't bring himself to look for them, or to even think beyond the pain in his chest. He barely knew when a primal scream broke through from his chest and out of his throat. Voldemort had taken everything from him, everything, and he'd finally gone too far. His teeth clenched, his eyes blazed. Gasps and murmurs mingled with the faint sounds of the night as the air in the clearing began to pulse with magic. He didn't know how the cords were ripped away, only that he was suddenly free, and he charged at Voldemort without conscious thought. Even the pain in his scar did not stop him from tackling the despicable wizard to the ground or from pummeling him with his fists. Arms yanked him away. He screamed and they let him go with cries of pain. He fell to the grass. He couldn't see clearly, blinded by tears, but Voldemort's angry face wavered in his vision. Angry and afraid, confused. Good, let him be afraid. Harry met Voldemort's red eyes and the clearing fell away. He was falling, and it was dark, so dark. Memories flowed through his mind, so fast that he could see them clearly, but they weren't his. He knew that they weren't his. They were Tom Riddle's. He was legitimizing Voldemort. He was being pushed out, but he grasped for purchase in the wizard's mind. He didn't want to be here, didn't want to see anything in the wizard's dark, twisted mind. He wanted to hurt, to destroy, to cause pain for all the pain that Voldemort had caused him. And he could feel that this was causing him pain. The connection was severed with a sharp pain to his head, and he fell. He brought a hand to his scalp. He was bleeding. Someone had hit him, but nobody touched him now. He lay in the grass, panting, suddenly exhausted, coming to himself again. He began to sob. Snape was dead. Of course he was. He had managed to stay alive, and well while they were enemies. But the second he indicated any sort of caring for Harry, the second Harry finally connected with someone who could tell him more about his parents, he was ripped from Harry's life just like everyone else had been. He should have known it was bound to happen, and instead Snape had urged him to trust him, had promised him, and told him to be strong, to not lose hope, that when all seemed lost. He gasped in a shuddering breath of air and crawled to his hands and knees, facing Snape. Still nobody touched him, but he registered the sounds of shouts and confirmed with a glance that Voldemort was on the ground, still conscious but in pain, paying Harry no mind. He crawled to Snape but was finally yanked to his feet by a Death Eater. He struggled. He needed to get to Snape. His professor was the most intelligent person he knew. He was strong and brave, and above all, he was cunning. He'd known Voldemort would set out to kill him. He'd taken a potion. What had it done? Would it revive him? Was he really dead? Harry had to see for himself, damn it, and he couldn't if this Death Eater kept dragging him backward. He did look for the sparks that time, and he found them. They drifted up from the grass and down from the trees, and he gathered them to himself, and he pushed them outward, and the hands fell away. All of the Death Eaters fell away, stumbling to the ground as if by an earthquake. He lurched to his feet and over to Snape as quickly as he could, feeling for a pulse with shaking hands. There was no pulse. Snape's lips were tinged with blue. He was dead. It was his nightmare all over again, only it was 10 times worse. He shook his head, letting out another sob, and clutched at the man's tattered shirt. The sparks gathered to him once more. They pulsed, and Harry wasn't sure he could make them stop, whatever they wanted to do next, even if the force of the magic killed himself and everyone in that clearing. He lowered his head to Snape's chest. He should probably be trying to get away. He might actually be powerful enough to do so. But he couldn't do anything for the paralyzing grief in his heart. The potion, he heard faintly through his cries. "The potion now, you fools." He opened his eyes, taking what he was sure would be his last look at Snape. He smoothed down the man's greasy hair, forgetting why he'd ever been repulsed by it. He'd never call him a greasy git again as long as he lived, not if Snape would just open his eyes. Hands grasped him roughly, and he didn't fight. He had no fight left. Even the sparks began to dissipate, as if realizing that the one who had summoned them had lost the will to command them. A solid body held him firmly in place, while another pair of hands forced his mouth open. He barely registered the potion sliding down his throat or the hand clamping over his mouth so that he had no choice but to swallow. His vision began to tunnel, the world fading before him. But he wasn't too far gone to hear Lucius Malfoy's voice whisper in his ear, "He lives." His breath caught. He struggled, too late to stop the murkiness entering his brain, but he needed to ask, needed to know if that meant. "Severus lives," he heard, and let out a breath as the world faded to black. Chapter 46, A Power He Knows Not. He was afraid. For a long time that was all he knew. He had lost all concept of time. He just was. He existed, and so did the fear. Then he became aware of the darkness. All around him was darkness, and he was cold, so cold. He wanted to hug his knees to himself, but he couldn't find his body. He tried to reach out to feel the ground around him, but he couldn't tell if he was moving his arm or not. It was like his senses had been turned off. Was he on grass or concrete, carpet or rock? He found himself wishing that whatever had caused him to not be able to move or touch would cut off all feeling to his body, for the cold chilled him to his bones. He shivered. He could feel the two. At least he didn't feel like crying. Perhaps he had been through so much lately that his tears had dried up. That could happen, right? He was certain there was only so much a person could take before numbness set in. Was that why his brain was fuzzy? Was it numb? No, he decided after considering it for far too long. Was it only a minute, or had it been days? His brain was like his body. It worked, but not all the way. Whatever had caused the darkness was causing a sort of darkness to his mind as well. Knowing that didn't stop him from trying to reason his way out of wherever he found himself. But how could he do that when he didn't remember where he was or how he'd gotten here? He thought that maybe Voldemort had done something to him. The dark wizard's face kept creeping up in his mind, deepening the chill in his body whenever it did. He had vague memories of pain and torture and tears and being so very afraid. Snape's face was there too, but that helped him to feel a little less cold, a little bit more safe, so he tried to pull up Snape's face as often as possible. But that didn't make sense. Didn't he hate Snape? No, wait. He didn't. Not anymore. Or did he only dream that he didn't hate him anymore? He didn't know. The details were as fuzzy as his brain. He felt a wave of hopelessness fall over him, mingling with the fear to form a depressing stew of emotions. How could he figure out how to get away if he didn't know where he was in the first place? Was he doomed to be here forever? He didn't like being cold or numb or fuzzy. And he didn't like the darkness. He wasn't afraid of the dark. Living for so many years in the cupboard under the stairs had cured him of that. But he was afraid of what the darkness might be hiding in this strange place that he couldn't touch. He had only had to worry about spiders in his cupboard, but he'd learned in recent years that far more terrifying things than spiders existed, many of which liked to roam in the dark. He felt a shift in the air around him, which only served to bring to mind nightmarish images of giant acromantulas and soul-sucking dementors. It occurred to him that he was even more afraid now, but his heart wasn't racing. He couldn't feel his heartbeat at all. Was he dead? Why did he feel both relief and anguish at the thought? But no, if he was dead, then why did he still feel cold? Is that what happens when you die? Cold and darkness for eternity? He didn't want to be dead. Maybe a few tears would be okay after all, if he could even cry without a body. "You aren't dead, Harry," a voice startled him from out of the darkness. He knew that voice. It was his voice. It was also the voice from a dream. Light flooded his vision. He had the urge to close his eyes, but he had no eyes. Wait, how could he see without eyes? Before he could ponder that question or use his non-eyes to see where he was, his surroundings changed. Swirling lights, changing colors, like he was traveling by portkey to an unknown destination. It stopped on a rocky meadow. Harry could smell the ocean breeze and looked up to see a cottage. "Needers," he whispered. He widened his eyes. His mouth, his eyes, his heart. He could feel his body. He reached a hand up to feel his face, to reassure himself that he still had one, and that it was attached to the same body he'd had before. He held out his hands in front of his face and turned them over. They certainly looked the same. He let out a long breath. Thank Merlin. "Hello, Harry," said the voice again, and Harry turned to see a carbon copy of himself standing nearby. Other Harry, himself from his dreams, his inner eye. "My brain isn't fuzzy anymore," Harry said by way of greeting. "Did you do that?" Other Harry nodded. "I'm afraid it is only temporary. You are under a powerful potion. I can only negate its effects on your mind for a short while." "So all right," he murmured, looking around. "So we're still inside my mind, which makes sense. I mean, I doubt you could even appear to me out in the real world." "No," Other Harry confirmed. "I could not. I am part of yourself. Only if I were a separate entity could I appear to you in such a way." Harry nodded absently as he took in the serene atmosphere of Nida's Point. The theory surrounding his inner eye would be fascinating to him someday, but today he wanted answers on a more pressing topic. "So I'm under the potion, then." Voldemort's sleeping potion. It occurred to him that he didn't even know what the potion was called, or if it even had a name. Snape had said he developed it specifically for Harry, so maybe it didn't even have a name. It was much easier to puzzle over its lack of a name than to wonder if he would ever wake up from its effects. "Yes," Other Harry answered him. Voldemort had quite a bit more planned for his evening of celebration. He was not ready to cut his ceremony short, but you caused him to fear you. That fear overrode his desire for more pomp and circumstance. "I remember," Harry said quietly. It all came back to him. He'd been tied up. Wormtail had taken blood from him, though that part hadn't been as awful as Harry had imagined. The man had barely taken any blood in comparison to the amount taken by the blood collectors during his first days of captivity. What had been awful was the helplessness of not being able to move, then seeing his blood used in Voldemort's ceremony, and of seeing Voldemort gain strength before his eyes. And then Snape. He took a few quick, shallow breaths at the memory of Snape's still body, of his blue lips. "He's alive. Snape. Malfoy said so. Please tell me he wasn't lying." "Severus Snape is alive." Harry closed his eyes, and tension eased from his shoulders. "Good, that's good." He'd thought Snape was dead. He couldn't erase the memory of grief that he'd felt in that moment. It had been like Sirius all over again. Although technically Malfoy was lying, Other Harry cocked his head to the side, as if weighing the truth. Harry's eyes shot open. "What do you mean?" he asked, trying not to panic. "Snape ingested a poison," his dream self explained. "A slow-acting poison. He would have known that the trauma of torture would speed up the process, killing him before Voldemort would have the chance. Then he licked his dry lips, headed, but he was alive enough. He focused his thoughts on that, repeating it like a mantra. He didn't know how, but this awful tale had a good ending. Well, a good ending so far. "Yes," Other Harry said, but continued reassuringly. "The poison is also slow in death. As long as he was administered the antidote within a few hours of his death, which he was, his chance of survival was good." "Chance?" he squeaked. "You mean he took a poison knowing there was a chance Hew'dn't survive?" Other Harry looked at him gravely. "You know that Professor Snape is no stranger to risk." Harry cleared his throat. Yes, he knew that, but he didn't like it. He decided that maybe it was time to talk about something else. He was getting worked up, and he also didn't know for how long his mind would be clear. "So am I in the basement, the one you showed me before." Other Harry nodded, his eyes sad. He shivered, feeling violated at the thought that he was unconscious and defenseless, while Death Eaters had free access to his body. He was nothing more than an inanimate, blood-making factory. "Just what I always wanted," he said with forced lightness, "to be chained up in a basement like Frankenstein's monster." He glanced around at the beautiful day, smelling the salt in the fresh air. He felt fortunate to be seeing this instead of the basement. "You felt safe here," said Other Harry as he also took in the scenery. "You found it peaceful. I thought you might appreciate that right now." Yes, Harry thought to himself. He wasn't certain when was the last time he'd felt safe, but he definitely found this place peaceful. "Thanks," he said, and sat down on a rock-free patch of grass. "Just tell me the rest then. Rip the Band-Aid off. You said my capture would be the turning point of the war. Did I do what I was supposed to do, or have we lost?" Other Harry took a seat a short distance away. "You heeded my words," he said, a small, satisfied smile grazing his lips. "You trusted the man you thought you'd never be able to trust, even when evidence was before you to the contrary, even when all hope was lost." Harry felt a small stirring of pride. First Snape had implied all done, and now his inner eye seemed to be doing the same. It meant something, coming from both of them, especially considering how little he'd been used to being praised growing up with the Dursleys. "This ordeal is not over for Professor Snape," his other self said, "but your part is done. If you wake, you will know that you were successful." Harry's heart sank. If he woke, that was answer enough. He might have done his part, but it could still go either way. Voldemort might still be successful, might still attack Hogsmeade and Hogwarts, might still kill all of his friends. He swallowed past a lump in his throat. You said before that Voldemort's plan is flawed, that he would get stronger, but that I had to let him get stronger if I was to have any hope of winning against him." Other Harry nodded silently. He seemed to be letting Harry figure things out on his own. "Did you know that I would get stronger too?" Other Harry nodded again. "Is that the big flaw in his plan? That the two of us were connected, and he can't get stronger without sharing some of that with me, without making me strong enough to maybe beat him someday?" "Yes," confirmed Other Harry quietly. "He underestimates you, and he misjudges the nature of your connection. He can gain power from you through physical means, but he cannot to do so through your mind. You control the flow of power that occurs there," he pointed at Harry's scar, or at his head. Same difference, Harry figured. That scar symbolized the mental connection that he shared with Voldemort. He may never fully understand the nature of that connection or why Voldemort's failed killing curse had had such an effect, but maybe he could learn how to use it to his benefit. Or could he? "But I can control it," he said. His shoulders sagged. "He sent me false visions, and even true ones when he wanted to manipulate me. He forced his way into my mind when he wanted to give me a message. Even when I legitimized him, I did so by accident, and I couldn't control what I saw." "He force-determined in Tohais," corrected Other Harry. "It is an important distinction. He cannot bear to be in your mind, Harry. He can perhaps do so for short bursts, long enough to draw your mind away and into his, but your mind is protected by your mother's love. It wears on him to stay for any length of time. And when you yourself feel love, he finds your mind unbearable to so much as touch. That is why he gives you visions and messages, macking Hisman the playing field, rather than invading your mind to view your vision or thoughts." "But he legitimized me," Harry protested, "and he was good at it. He has gained power. As with many who gain sudden, unearned power, he believed it would make him invincible, and he did manage to overpower you for a time. But Harry, your mind is naturally the stronger of the two, and love only makes it more so. By legitimizing you, he merely gave you unfettered access to his mind. It allowed you to draw on his power and to make it your own. He did not foresee that. He also still refuses to recognize that no power that he can possibly gain can defeat the raw power of love." "My mum's love," Harry whispered. Other Harry nodded. "Hers and your own." "I felt really powerful after the ceremony," he said slowly. then paused to consider his words. Snape didn't know the answers to his questions about his newfound powers, but his inner eye seemed to know a lot, which made him want to ask as many of his questions as possible. But I didn't feel powerful leading up to it. Does it come and go? Do I get to keep some of it? You know, for forever. Other Harry smiled. You cannot feel it because it is currently unstable. It is changing you, Harry, just as it changed Voldemort. Harry widened his eyes in alarm. It's going to make me crazy. No, other Harry smiled in amusement. Voldemort's madness is born of paranoia, fear, and the self-destruction that comes of craving endless power. His increased powers are made dangerous by his madness, but they are not the cause. Harry heaved a sigh of relief. Your powers are in flux, he clarified, made less noticeable by the fact that you've siphoned off Voldemort's powers little by little into yourself. You are not gaining new powers per se. Your magical core is simply growing stronger, becoming more attuned to the magic around you and to the magic within you. Then I won't lose it. Harry sat with lips parted as he considered the implications. It was frightening, considering that he might have access to magic that he'd only ever dreamed about. But he was still worried that he wouldn't be able to control it, that he might accidentally hurt someone with it. Theoretically, you could, other Harry answered. Voldemort is losing his, after all. But as there is no one with a direct pathway into your mind who could draw it away from you, no one who can stand to be in your mind for any length of time, that is, I doubt you ever will. Wait, hold up. Voldemort's losing his powers. That seemed a pretty important detail to just gloss over like that. Other Harry cocked his head, as if considering his words. Think of the power like a charge or imagine it as if it were water. His magical core received an influx of water, so to speak, which caused it to grow stronger and to deepen its roots. He receives more strengthening water every time he imbibes the potion made with your blood. Now, every time you manage to latch onto his core and direct some of that water to flow into your own magical core, it feeds yours and dries up his own. The stronger your roots become, the more his will atrophy and fade to normal proportions. Wow, said Harry, wide-eyed and appreciative of the analogy. His inner eye could give Professor Snape a few lessons on making concepts easier to understand in potions class. That's wicked. Other Harry's lips quirked up. Yes, Idisict. You were right, Harry shook his head, amazed. His plan is flawed. Really, really flawed. He's going to all this trouble to get stronger when really all it will do is make me stronger. So you see why you had to be captured, other Harry said softly, regret in his eyes. Harry nodded, thinking. The more of my blood he uses in his potion, the more powerful he gets. But the more powerful he gets, the more powerful it can get and can eventually defeat him. Not to mention, he looked up, if I hadn't been captured, I wouldn't have seen all this firsthand. Other Harry smiled sadly. I would not have wanted this for you, Harry, if there had been any other way. I know, Harry shrugged heavily. Now that he understood what was meant by other Harry's warnings, headed no. I understand now. I hate what's happened, and I'm not all that sure I want whatever this power will mean for me, but if it helps me get rid of Voldemort for good, it will have been worth it. Right, he looked to his dream self for assurance. Yes, Harry, other Harry assured softly. It will have been worth it. Harry nodded. If he wake up, he swallowed at the thought, and then thought of another concern. But how can I take his powers away if I get far away from him? I could only do it when I was connected to his mind through legilimency. Only then. Yeah, Harry said, trying to think of any other time. Well, there was that time when he was testing Snape's ring. I saw through his eyes for a couple seconds. Like a vision, only I was right there. I'm sure it must have happened then too, because that's the first time I could see magic. He watched his other self for clues as to whether he was right when he guessed. Maybe I have access to his magical core whenever I have a vision. Or, well, those are usually accidental. How do I make sure I drain his powers on purpose? Wouldn't that require some sort of legilimency? He widened his eyes, alarmed. But I can't do that. Snape said I could destroy my mind if I tried to legitimize Voldemort from afar. He said I could turn into a vegetable. You are far from an average wizard, other Harry pointed out calmly. Especially now, even Snape might reconsider his stance in light of your stronger magical core. Harry shook his head to try to clear it. Too many thoughts were warring for attention in his mind. Rely on Professor Snape, offered other Harry. He will help you. He has a part to play after this ordeal is done. You will need guidance. That prophecy, Snape's prophecy, was not a string of pretty, meaningless words. Severus Snape is uniquely qualified to guide you in preparing to face Voldemort. Not only for a future day when you will face Voldemort for the last time, but for right now, for today. You must learn to harness your mind's talents for occlumency and legilimency, if you hope to be able to control that connection, and thereby siphon more of Voldemort's powers away from him. Harry cleared his throat, overwhelmed by the idea of trying to learn how to legitimize Voldemort, and from a distance too. He hadn't even studied legilimency at all yet. Sure, he'd done it by accident a couple times, but that was different. This was like knowing he needed to figure out how to run an Olympic foot race before he'd even learned how to crawl. He sighed. I did my best to let things happen on my own terms. I tried to stay brave, not let them win. I trusted Snape, and he got away. If he got away, he's coming for me. I know he is. Any chance you'll tell me his chances of success? You must think it's likely, seeing as how you're telling me all this. Other Harry smiled, but he shook his head. I have no certain vision beyond this moment. What happens now, what decisions Severus Snape makes in the next hours or days, will determine the outcome of this moment in history. Until then, I can only guide you toward what I fervently hope will be your future. Harry bit his lip and plucked a long bit of grass from the ground. He rolled it between his fingers for a long minute. Did you know how much I would come to trust Snape for real? Other Harry's eyes danced with something like delight. I saw that it could happen. I hoped that it would happen. An honest and deep trust was your best chance to weather the storms that Voldemort threw your way. Did you know about my mum? About Snape? And Harry's voice trailed off. I only know what is revealed to me. That was not revealed to me, he answered gently. Harry sighed. If Wen got out of here, he'd have an awful lot to think about. Well, all I can say is a fat lot of good that trust is doing me right now, he said morosely, giving in to his waning emotions. He took in the beautiful day and felt betrayed by his own mind, knowing that the scenery wasn't real. He was as good as dead, comatose at the whim of Voldemort and Death Eaters, waiting for a rescue that may or may not ever come. No, he tried to tell himself. It would come. Snape had a plan. He trusted Snape, and Snape had a plan to rescue him. Maybe. At the very least, he was alive, and he would soon come up with a plan. It was not for you the good was intended, other Harry interrupted his thoughts. What? Harry frowned and studied his companion. I don't understand. You said I needed to trust him to get me out of here. That's what everything was about. Yes, nodded other Harry. But more so than your need to trust was his need to know your trust. Harry pursed his lips. Must his inner eye play around with words and meanings? Well, he was always going to come after me, right? Even if he didn't really care about me, it's his job. And he, UMHE, said he's been protecting me for my mum's sake. Whether I trusted him or not, he would have come on his own, or Dumbledore would have sent him to get me. I just had to trust that, and not do anything stupid in the meantime. I figured that was the main reason you wanted me to trust him, so I wouldn't mess things up with my own harebrained schemes. Wasn't it? Other Harry was silent for long enough that Harry bit his lip and asked, Hugh'd have come for me either way, wouldn't he? Things are rarely that simple, his dream self said softly. Would he have come for you? Yes. Would he have succeeded? He left that question hanging for long enough that Harry inferred that the answer was no. Severus Snape has led a lonely life, other Harry went on. He has had few bright spots in that life, few occasions to feel love, meaning, acceptance, forgiveness. or trust. Harry looked away. He'd sort of figured that about the man, but hearing it laid out like that made him feel bad, made him see another side to the bully Snape had been for most of the time they'd known each other. Not that being unloved or bullied himself excused his past actions. The man had been pretty awful for most of the time Harry had known him. A lonely life was no excuse for some of the things he had done to Harry and many other students. But still, it put the man's general demeanor in a light that Harry could sympathize with. He has been approaching a crossroads for quite some time, other Harry revealed. A crossroads, Harry sucked in a sharp breath at what that could mean. Like a crossroads of loyalty. You mean he was thinking about going back to Voldemort? He shook his head in denial and felt a pain in his heart at the thought. He'd worked so hard to convince himself to trust Snape. Surely the man's trustworthiness hadn't been so flimsy all along. No, other Harry held up a hand to reassure him. He made up his mind to leave Voldemort long ago. He has never faltered in that choice. In every future path I have seen, his aversion to Voldemort and his ways remains firm. Harry dropped his shoulders in relief, a weight lifting off of his chest. What then? What do you mean by a crossroads? One could say he was losing faith. Faith? He frowned in confusion. He has protected you, Harry. For as long as you have been at Hogwarts, he has protected you as relentlessly as he has hated you. Protection for the sake of your mother, hatred for the sake of your father. Those motivations will inspire a man for only so long, particularly when that which gives him his primary sense of purpose is ripped out from underneath him. You mean him not being able to spy anymore, he guessed. Other Harry nodded gravely. He could no longer fulfill that purpose. He has little else in his life to inspire him. His obligation to you, well, let's just say that it remained the strongest thing tethering him to this existence. Harry frowned. That sounded ominous. But one can hold on to a tether bound by the dead for only so long. If he were to stay true to his purpose, succeed in all that protecting you would require of him, he needed to be bound by the living. Harry shook his head, making it clear that he didn't understand. He needed to know love. Harry shifted uncomfortably. I hope you don't mean me, because I don't, love him. The love of a child comes in many forms. The form he needed most was forgiveness, a forgiveness so pure that it could only be born out of unwavering trust. By placing your faith in him, despite your knowledge of his past sins, you gave him a gift, Harry. A gift he has all too rarely received, and that he is not likely to take lightly. Harry let those words soak in. It was odd, this looking at everything from Snape's perspective. He felt humbled that his trust might mean so much to the man, but he didn't understand how it could at the same time. Harry Potter or no, he was only a kid. So it wasn't ever even about me, he asked quietly. When you say it wasn't about my learning to trust them so much as it was about what him being on the receiving end of my trust would mean to him, you mean that it was. It was about giving him a reason to want to rescue me. He had reasons, other Harry corrected softly. As I said, he would have attempted to find you regardless. But in a sense, yes. He needed a more important, more personal reason, a reason to rescue you, a reason to fight for you. Not for your mother's son, or the boy who lived, or the object of prophecy. Just Harry. Just Harry, he whispered absently, mulling over those words and all that they represented. Was he really just Harry to Snape now? It's what he wanted to be, he realized. He would always love his parents, or the idea of them, but he wasn't them. He wasn't Snape's schoolyard bully, or his childhood friend, or his tragically lost, loved one. He didn't want to be his mum for Snape any more than he'd wanted to be his dad for Sirius. He wanted to be himself. And as much as he wanted to be able to ask Snape more about his parents, he also wanted Snape to see him for him, not for them. And what's more, he wanted Snape to care about just Harry. He wanted it more than he'd ever thought possible. His lips twitched into a wry smile. If his self of only 1 month ago were here, he'd never believe the direction of his thoughts. He'd probably theorized that Voldemort had placed some sort of bewitching curse on him, something that would chase away all rational thought and make the most insane ideas come to mind, like caring about Snape caring about him. He laughed. "You gave him the will to fight, Harry," said other Harry, his own lips curving into a smile. "You gave him a living soul to fight for rather than a dead soul to make amends to. And in doing so, you showed Voldemort's Death Eaters, Malfoy in particular, the strength of your loyalty. When juxtaposed with Voldemort's tenuous sanity and irrational choices, your strength gave them a glimpse of what your side offers that their side does not." Harry was still smiling as he considered this. It was hard to imagine that what went on between him and Snape would matter to the other Death Eaters, but he'd take other Harry's word for it. That brought something else to his mind. "You once said," he paused, considering his words. "You told me that not all ways of fighting are straightforward or as simple as using a sword. You weren't talking about strategy. You were talking about people, weren't you? About love and trust and forgiveness, about how powerful they can be." "They can topple nations," other Harry agreed. "Yeah," said Harry thoughtfully. "Yeah, I guess maybe they could." Other Harry gave him a small smile and then stood, raising his face to the sun. "I cannot maintain this state for you indefinitely. If not for your increased powers, I might not have been able to at all. I'll give you as long as I can, but then your mind will revert to how it was before. It will revert to its potion-induced state." Harry looked down and sighed. He didn't want that. It scared him to be so defenseless and confused. Snape hadn't told him that the effects on his mind would be as frightening as the effects on his body. Then again, maybe Snape didn't know. It was a new formulation. "Will I see you again?" he thought to ask before other Harry could disappear on him. "I don't know," was the reply. "I have not seen it. It is possible. It is also possible that you will not have need of me until you are able to access your seer gift for yourself." "I don't suppose you've seen anything about that," Harry fished. Other Harry held out his hands and shrugged, a teasing glint in his eyes. "If you start seeing the future, you will have your answer." "Gee, thanks," grumbled Harry good-naturedly. "So helpful." "You know everything you need to know now, Harry," he said. "You have done well, and I believe that you will continue to do well. Do not lose faith. You can win this war." Looking at his mirror image, at the ferocity and resolve in his eyes, Harry started to believe it. He had a path forward now. He would soon have a power the Dark Lord knows not. And he had a guide, a teacher, to help him become the victor of both prophecies. A spark of hope rose in his chest and took root. For the first time, he believed, truly believed, that he had a fighting chance. And though Voldemort might know about their connection, and though he had to have some idea of Harry's increasing powers after that full moon display, his pride would keep him from understanding all that both things meant until it was too late to stop his downfall. It was Voldemort's own fault, really. If he hadn't marked Harry as his equal that fateful night, and if he hadn't determined to use Harry's blood to increase his own powers, he never would have had an enemy capable of taking him down. Harry wouldn't have had access to the very powers Voldemort longed to keep for himself. It was the most glorious irony that in his quest to kill Harry and then to bring him low, he had instead turned Harry into the one person with the power to defeat him. "Goodbye, Harry," said his inner eye with a proud smile. He had no sooner said an answering goodbye and thank you with an answering smile before he was alone. He was tempted to close his eyes and enjoy the ocean breeze, but he knew that he would soon be in darkness again, where he wouldn't be able to see or smell or touch or even think straight. So he savored the scenery. He took in the way the grass swayed gently in the breeze and how bits of sun reflected off of both the roof of the cottage and the ocean waves, making it look like they were dancing in sync with one another. He memorized the pattern that the rocks made in the earth and the way the light shifted each time the tree branches waved back and forth. He breathed in deeply of grass and salt and sunshine, and he could still taste it on his tongue when the vision began to fade away into darkness. With the darkness to his senses came the darkness to his mind, and with that darkness came the fear and the cold. He shivered from both. He knew something important, something he should be thinking about, but he couldn't remember. Did it have to do with Snape? The man's face swam in his thoughts frequently, but so did Voldemort's. He should know where he was. He knew that he knew where he was, but it was just outside his mind, just outside his reach. He wasn't dead, he was certain of that. How, he didn't know, but he was certain. What creatures lurked in the darkness? Were they just outside his reach, like his thoughts? It was scary, having a mind but not knowing what was in it, having a body but not being able to feel it, and most of all, not knowing if it would ever end. Not knowing if he had been here for minutes or for days, or years. It could have been years since he'd begun that thought. His mind swam with half-thoughts and questions, without answers, and fears without release. And on it went, until he was vaguely certain he was an old man with whiskers and wrinkly skin. And then in one instant, it stopped. He could smell. The darkness was less dark. Sounds reached his ears, though he couldn't make them out. He latched onto the scents in the air, for he knew them. Clove, dirt, lilac. He took a deep breath and found his long-awaited relief, cradled in familiar arms and surrounded by the scent of safety. Chapter 47. The Spy, Snape's Interlude. Pain. He is first aware of the pain, then of silence. Light shines on his closed eyelids, drawing him from a deep sleep. Through the haze, his mind fights for control, regaining its sharpness with years of well-honed practice. This is not the first time he has been punished by the Dark Lord. He knows how to survive, avoid panic, think clearly, observe before acting, show no emotion save what those around him wish to see. And above all, trust no one. He keeps his breathing as even as possible, listens, hears nothing, smells the air with one careful, even breath. Musty air tinged with herbs and cooked meat greets his nostrils. He is indoors, possibly a residence. He is lying on something soft, covered by a comfortable blanket. He is with friends, perhaps, not guaranteed. Despite his closed eyes, he detects that the light is dim, artificial. It is either night or he is in an inner room, no windows. There. A sound, a slight rustling, paper, the pages of a book. He is not alone. He manages to not physically tense, though his senses go on high alert. A throat clears. A body shifts. Silence. Another page turns. He waits, needing more information before he can act. And yet he is prepared to react swiftly should an attack come without warning. He is alive. Despite his attempt to appear confident, he had known there was a chance that the plan would not work, that the Dark Lord would order his body immediately destroyed, or that the poison would irreversibly work its way through his system before Lucius could administer the antidote. But his initial plans had gone awry, and he had had no choice left but to place his hopes in his last tenuous possibility of success. A long shot, but a risk well worth taking to save Potter. Potter, a buzz of panic shoots through his body, quickly overridden by rational thought. Wherever he is, the boy is not here. First step, determine what this room is, who is in here with him. Second step, determine Potter's location. Third step, develop a plan to get from this room to Potter. Fourth step, don't fail, don't die, don't let Potter die. If only plans were ever so simple. You are a good spy, Severus. A familiar voice breaks the silence, but I know you far too well to be deceived by your sleeping act. He opens his eyes without hesitation. He is in a small room, unfamiliar, unassuming. A cottage, perhaps, but large enough to have an interior room without windows. Lucius sits in an armchair with a book opened in front of him, eyes skimming over the page with a practiced air of boredom. Severus is not fooled. Henos Lucius far too well for that. The man is agitated, uncertain. He is not reconsidering his choice, but he regrets having had to make it. It is that familiar, well-disguised agitation, at least, that assures him that Lucius is himself, not an impostor. You managed to smuggle me out, Severus says, and hates the telltale rasp of his tired voice. He sits up slowly, his muscles screaming at him to stay still, but he has far too much practice ignoring his body's complaints to begin to listen to them now. You have my gratitude. Lucius waves a few graceful fingers in the air. Draco would have my head if he had to start all over with a new head of house, he drones in his supercilious way. I do so abhor family discord. Severus accepts the deflection. It is their way. To openly acknowledge anything in the way of a friendship that is tenuous at best would complicate matters. Where are we? Somewhere the Dark Lord will not think to look. Lucius gives up on the book, tossing it aside on the small table next to his chair. He studies Severus for a long moment, and Severus lets him. Neither of them are men to be pushed. Their mutual understanding of that fact has been key to their ability to work together almost seamlessly for so many years. I underestimated the boy's faith in you. So did I, he adds silently, but has better sense than to say it out loud. Lucius has too many misgivings already. Potter's unexpected show of loyalty has swayed the man into a decision, though he is still wary of Dumbledore, still wary of the Order. But what is his alternative? Severus can see the gravity of the man's choice in his eyes. He has too much at stake, too much riding on this, and now decided Lucius will not turn back from his chosen path. He loves his family too much to risk it. And that is the crux of the matter, isn't it? That is where the Dark Lord underestimates not only his enemies, but his followers, particularly those of his inner circle. He fails to predict the impact of love on their decisions and on their loyalties. He assumes them to be like himself. Creed above all else, loyalty to the cause, loyalty to himself. He fails to take into account the love of a man for a woman, a father for a son, a brother for a sister. That failing cost him Severus's loyalty so many years ago, when Lily was threatened. And now, with Draco nearing the age of service to an increasingly unstable and murderous Dark Lord, that same failing is costing him Lucius's loyalty as well. The man's doubts had been warring within him since the moment he escaped from Azkaban to be welcomed back to the fold with torture and distrust. Severus had only had to prey on those doubts. Doubts of his position within the Dark Lord's ranks, doubts of his son's future, doubts for his wife's safety. Doubts that the rumors of the prophecy surrounding Harry Potter may be true, that the boy perhaps really did have some hidden quality foretold to bring about the end of their master. Doubts that the Dark Lord might even bring about his own end by his increased erraticism. If the Order wins this war, the best outcome Lucius can possibly hope for is a lifetime in Azkaban, and with it, the inability to protect his family from the fallout. If, on the other hand, the Dark Lord prevails, he will watch his only son be conscripted into the service of a creature, more monster than man, who will bend his will to his own until little of Draco Malfoy remains, if Draco lives that long. Neither option is quite so palatable as appealing to the Order for protection and clemency. Severus is no simpleton. He knows that Lucius's loyalty will never shift so far as to embrace the Order's ideals or to become Dumbledore's new full-time spy. He is, however, counting on one incontrovertible fact. Lucius's love for his family is greater than his loyalty to the Dark Lord. As Severus himself is still alive, his gamble has obviously paid off. How long have I been unconscious? He asks. 2 days. Lucius smoothly crosses one leg over the other, appearing relaxed to anyone less observant than Severus, which includes nearly everyone. Your body took longer than expected to expel the poison, most likely due to your injuries. I don't suppose you thought to heal some of them, Severus growls, testing out the limited movement of one arm and then the other. He knows that it would be risky to take too many healing potions with the poison in his system, but he is in pain. And when he is in pain, he lashes out. More so than usual, that is. Lucius motions dismissively at Severus's body. Inadvisable with such a poison as the one I gave you, Severus, as you well know. However, I managed a nerve reparation spell before you awoke. Combined with pain potions and a bit of time, It should suffice until you are back at Hogwarts and able to be seen by that dowdy Mediwitch Dumbledore employs. He does the math. Today is the 30th of August. In 2 days' time, the Hogwarts Express will relay its students to the school to begin a new term. Albus will no doubt be making arrangements for Severus's potions class, though that is among the least of his concerns. The headmaster will be worried, but he will not have given up hope. Not yet. He must be informed of developments. He must also be informed of Potter's discovery about the Weasley boy. I require parchment and an owl. Lucius nods. Of course. Severus rises from the bed, testing his feet and then his legs. He aches everywhere, unable to move without pain, but he can walk. If he can walk, he can find Potter. Where is the boy? Under guard, Lucius says shortly, and rises from his chair. He would never say so out loud, but Severus knows that he abhors being towered over by an inferior. And as much as Severus has shown his worth, has proved his mettle and his intelligence in Lucius's eyes, the wealthy pureblood would never go so far as to consider a low-born half-blood his full equal. Severus stopped openly displaying his bitterness about such slights long ago. Lucius always has been and always will be a condescending prat. That will never change. But he does wonder, not for the first time, how much Lucius knows of the Dark Lord's own origins. Their conversations have never quite strayed there. Severus had had a cover to protect, after all. But such thoughts are of no benefit to their current predicament. He waves an impatient hand. Where is he being kept? Who guards him? How many? I trust you know when the guard changes. So eager, murmurs Lucius patronizingly. With every day that passes, the Dark Lord becomes more certain that the Order has no way to attempt a rescue. In time, a few weeks or months perhaps, he will relax his guard even further. Someone will make a mistake. I'll be there when they do, disguised, of course, and— I'll be there, Severus interrupts, and I see no benefit in allowing prolonged access to the boy and his blood. You do know that it would be simpler to leave things to time and I'll see him for myself, he insists. He knows that a one-man, inside job rescue may be less detectable in theory, but his trust in Lucius only goes so far. And this icious responsibility had earned his back on the boy when his protection was most needed. He thinks his nightmares might always be haunted by the memory of that day. The pull of the ring, accompanied by an immediate flare of anger that Potter would dare use it only to plead his self-centered case. Even while he answered its call, followed closely by the flurried confusion of a fading, snake-bit Lupin. Horror as a familiar-looking snake carefully pushed Potter's abandoned wand into his line of sight. He put together the pieces quickly then, ran through all possible scenarios, despite Lupin's inability to be questioned or legitimized. It hadn't been strictly necessary to stun the incapacitated man, but it gave him great satisfaction to do so. He had briefly considered leaving him to die, but both Dumbledore and Potter would no doubt have frowned on such an action. Noble, self-righteous Gryffindors. And so he left the werewolf to Nida's care and resigned himself to the man's likely recovery. He rubs his aching temples at the memory of the fruitless search that followed, of the guilt that had settled deep in his chest, and the horror of knowing who had the boy of, knowing what they would be doing to him. And most unsettling of all, the worry. He is Severus Snape, logical professor, skilled spy, and one of the most highly regarded potions masters in all of Europe. He isn't supposed to worry over the well-being of insufferable teenagers, and yet he cannot categorize the unfamiliar feeling in any other way. Merlin forbid he has gone soft. And for Harry Potter, of all people, the boy has always weaseled his way into places where he didn't belong. He wasn't supposed to weasel his way into Severus's affections. Severus doesn't even have affections. Or so he's always thought. Regardless, when they find the boy, he will be there. He shoots Lucius a look that insists he get his way, and the man answers with a nod. He walks slowly but proudly past Lucius to the door, needing to use the facilities, write a missive, and fill his stomach with food and water. Quickly, though. They have much to discuss, much to plan. His lapse in judgment got Potter into this mess. It is his responsibility to get him out. The Dark Lord believes you to be dead. That will work to our advantage. Yes, however did you manage that? Asks Severus between steady spoonfuls of broth. He can guess at Lucius's methods, and he would most likely be correct, but he prefers to hear for himself. He was angry enough to have demanded my body destroyed immediately. Lucius shrugs from across the small table, and it annoys Severus, as it always does, that it adds to his sophisticated air rather than distracting from it. I had another body waiting in the wings. Your little boy caused quite the commotion. A few well-placed spells of distraction as he was subdued, allowing for a substitution spell, etc. He lifts an eyebrow from across the small kitchen table. You are not the only wizard skilled in the art of subtlety and deception, you know. He unwraps each piece of information in his mind. Body, commotion, substitution. He requires clarification on all points. Whose body? Murder is as good a place to begin as any. Crab, Lucius says casually. A few alterations, an appearance duplication charm combined with a mimicry spell for your clothing and injuries, and he made for a quite adequate and dead Severus Snape. Our Lord was too distracted by both victory and anger to believe he could have been fooled again so soon. You killed Crab. It does not surprise Severus, but it is unfortunate. When Lucius had agreed to help him infiltrate the Dark Lord's stronghold, albeit with no further offer of assistance at the time, they had together captured and sedated Crab. Murder had not been on the agenda. He has no soft spot for the man or his son, but as the latter's head of house, he may be forced to provide some semblance of sympathy. Highly inconvenient, as he himself played a part in events leading up to the man's death. He saw too much, Lucius says without apology. If he had not glimpsed my involvement, perhaps he would have lived. As it is, I could not have him informing the Dark Lord of my betrayal, now could I? Lucius smirks. Do not tell me that the Order has completely overwritten your moral code, Severus. His would hardly be the first death in service to our ends. No, he admits to himself. No, Crab's was only one in a line of deaths he could feel responsible for. He had been careful to limit the cost of this war, but it was war after all. Not all deaths could be avoided. Some could, but not all. His death could have been avoided, he points out, more for himself than for Lucius, but Lucius waves the comment away. Having already justified the necessity of his actions to himself, he does not need Severus's approval. And while Severus does not, in fact, approve, he knows it is useless to quibble over a corpse. He moves on. And after my death, he asks and takes a sip of water. He has only managed to eat a small amount of broth, but it was enough to satiate his hunger. The water soothes his parched throat. You mentioned a commotion. Lucius leans back, amusement in his eyes. As you well know, Severus, I had my doubts about the boy and his faith in you, of all people. It seemed highly unlikely, considering the tales of your interactions I hear from Draco, but I freely admit that I was mistaken. Get to the point, Snape growls. He wants information, not exposition on the boy's admittedly remarkable capacity for loyalty. You did not mention that you had grown close with the boy. Lucius summarizes his point and looks at him expectantly. Much like a vulture would eye its dying prey. Severus takes a measured sip of water. He knows to tread lightly. Lucius may be willing to turn on the Dark Lord in exchange for amnesty and protection, but he will never turn honorable. If the man surmises that Severus and Potter are close in any substantial way, he will tuck that information away for later use, should Severus one day become an adversary. It has served him well thus far to have no loved ones, no one who could be used by his foes to get to him. It would not do for Lucius to put Potter into that category. Not that Potter falls into that category, or does he? No, no, of course not. But he does fall in category, does he not? The boy has managed to inch his way into Severus's life in a way he has no understanding how to categorize. He has no past experience by which to measure what the boy means to him, no lens through which to gauge their relationship. All he knows is that the thought of Lucius using Harry Potter in service of a plot against Severus has him reconsidering his stance on unnecessary murder. And what brings you to such a conclusion? He knows better than to confirm it, but also better than to outright deny it. He casually takes another sip of water. Lucius smiles. I trust my own eyes, Severus. Perhaps you would like to see what I saw in that clearing. I am certain my cousin Roderick has a pensive we could utilize. No. Very well then. It might have moved you to tears to see Potter's display as you died before him. He overpowered all of us for a brief time, the Dark Lord included. Such power, such mindless rage, such depth of feeling, such inconsolable grief. His smile deepens, and with it the predatory glint in his eyes. And all for you. He overpowered the Dark Lord, he asks, brows raised, though he is less surprised about that than about the boy's strong reaction to his supposed death. He had clearly underestimated the degree to which he would be affected. He had known the boy would react, of course, had hated himself for the pain he had been about to put him through. The boy himself had told him of his greatest fear, after all, the death of those around him, and of feeling responsible for those deaths, and he had known the boy would blame himself. But he justified his choice to himself, as the response needed to be genuine. The Dark Lord could not suspect Severus of subterfuge, as would have resulted from a less than convincing reaction by Potter, and he convinced himself that all would be well in the end. The boy would know the truth before long. Still, he wonders if knowingly putting Potter through that ordeal is one more thing he will forever look back upon with shame. Despite his attempts to deflect, he knows the look in Lucius's eyes. He will not easily be persuaded to abandon his idea that Potter and Severus share a bond. To deny it would only add to his certainty, and Severus cannot trust himself to adequately deny it. The boy has unsettled him over these past weeks. He has found himself reconsidering past certainties, uncovering new realities, and taking an active interest in the welfare of James Potter's son, of Lily's son, of a boy who has somehow managed to be so much like his mother, and yet so much his own person. And now, presented with incontrovertible proof that Potter has grown attached to him in ways he was never meant to do, an attachment that he shouldn't have been capable of forming, considering their past. He is mentally and emotionally drained, and he wonders if it would be so for a normal person. No doubt his heart is atrophied from lack of use. He had never expected to pull it out from the cobwebbed corners of his body, much less to put it to use again, and lately every day in Potter's company brings a new struggle between his shrunken heart and the walls he has carefully erected around it. He'd thought they were impenetrable, and then the boy had to do the unthinkable and forgive him. The nerve, the audacity, the generosity, the pureness of spirit. He would not have been capable of such forgiveness. He doubts that even his beloved Lily would have done so. That such capacity exists in the heart of a 16-year-old boy whom he had actively derided and hated for so many years is perhaps the most humbling realization of his life. But then the boy compelled him with those ridiculously innocent green eyes to admit to things that he'd sworn never to tell a living soul. He had admitted things, personal things, about himself, about Lily. That the boy did not mock him, as he had braced himself for, that he had almost wished for, in a familiarly twisted, self-loathing sort of way, was perhaps the greatest gift he could remember receiving. But still knowing that his confession is known to someone outside his own soul makes him feel bared, naked, vulnerable. Helothes feeling vulnerable. And he is fairly certain he would not have allowed himself to become so if he hadn't seen his death looming in front of him. But he didn't die, did he? And neither did Potter. He cannot help the overwhelming feeling of dread that courses through his body at the realization that Potter knows. Potter knows, and they both live. It occurs to him that obliviating a student is a fireable offense, punishable by a stint in Azkaban. He thinks it might be worth it. No, even while he thinks it, he knows he will not do it. He mentally curses both Dumbledore and Potter for causing him to care about not violating their trust. Noble, self-righteous Gryffindors rubbing off in the most irksome of ways. But also, surprisingly, there is a feeling of freedom in knowing that his secret is out, and the world did not crumble around him. He never imagined that it would not. And never foreseeing such an impossibility as forgiveness from Potter, he likewise never foresaw that the inevitable dread and the vulnerability could be offset by a deep feeling of relief. He is not wholly unburdened, but he feels lighter than he did before. Lighter than a man like him has a right to feel. But he has learned to compartmentalize, learned to show only what he intends to show to the Dark Lord and his Death Eaters, and so his thoughts remain hidden. Lucius searches his face, but finds no answers, and the man never did take the time to learn legilimency. Not that it would have served him well, when up against Severus's well-trained mind. With a final smirk, a show of annoyed defiance rather than of victory, Lucius abandons his line of questioning and allows the deflection. The Dark Lord was not rendered unconscious, but he was incapacitated for a time. I do not know what the Potter boy did to him, but it caused him pain. There is a question in his voice. Lucius wants answers, but he is intelligent enough to know that he is not likely to get them. Severus mentally scoffs, setting his mind back on track. He is in possession of very few answers himself. Once he retrieves Potter and ensures that he is safe from further capture, he will give in to worries. There is that increasingly familiar concept again, of what such bursts of power mean for the boy, what it means for the stability of his magical core, or the connection that he shares with the Dark Lord. But it will not do to dwell on such things yet. Retrieve him now. Look for answers later. He is still utilizing Potter's blood. Lucius inclines his head. It has been taken only once since the ceremony. He seems content for now. With you out of the picture, he is no longer overly anxious. He does not believe anyone else in the Order capable of locating him, and he has reduced the guard accordingly. One man outside the door. 4 sentries at the exterior of the manor, in addition to the wards. Yes, the wards, Severus murmurs absently. He rubs his hand across several days' growth of stubble on his face. It only serves to remind him that time will not stand still while they talk and plan. He has already sent off a coded letter to Albus, and he has assessed the state of the boy's captivity through Lucius. It is time for action. Not rash action, but a plan of action. He will not allow the Dark Lord any more access to Potter than he has had already, and he refuses to see the boy process that he has lost any substantial amount of time to the potion that Severus himself developed. So they will act, as soon as. When do you take your turn as guard? Lucius scoffs. Do you think me so daft as to allow you to take him on my watch? No. If I am to help you, then I will also benefit from the arrangement. You are benefiting from the arrangement, Severus points out dryly. That is the entire point. Lucius shrugs his annoyingly aristocratic shrug and leans forward, a glint of pure hate in his eyes. I have another, more immediate benefit in mind. Severus smirks. Bellatrix, he guesses. Her place as the Dark Lord's most trusted follower was assured the instant Lucius fell from grace at the Department of Mysteries. It was solidified after the discovery of Severus's betrayal. Lucius could stomach Severus outshining him for a brief time. He, at least, is worthy of a professional respect. But he must be seething at having been replaced by such an uncouth sycophant as Bellatrix Lestrange. His snobbish sensibilities have no doubt been reeling all summer. Truth be told, Severus also would not object to knocking the odious woman from her position of favor. Her eyes are as sharp as her tongue, while her moral compass is duller than a teaspoon. Not that he has anything to brag about there. But he does have some principles, and the thought of bringing her low does not contradict a single one. He remembers her taunts to Potter, the way she brought his Lily into it, and his eyes narrow. He also pulls up the memory of another Death Eater. a full-grown man, kicking a defenseless boy, of the helpless feeling of watching as that same man later dragged the boy from his sight, to do who knows what to him, and rage boils beneath the surface. He nods. They are in agreement. Just one more thing. I don't suppose Nart will also be on duty, he asks smoothly. Lucius smiles. Dumbledore responds to the letter immediately, as Severus knew he would. The headmaster's relief is apparent even through his brevity. Details will wait. For now, he trusts Severus to see to Potter while he sees to the Weasley boy and the start of term. The masking and concealment wards are of no concern, Lucius interrupts his thoughts, studying a rudimentary sketch he has drawn of the manor's grounds. Obviously, I can get us to the manor. Nothing can be done about the anti-apparition wards. As for the rest, he has relaxed some in light of your death, and I can easily dismantle or bypass others as I help to put them in place. There is only one other protection we need concern ourselves with, the mind link spell. Severus absently toys with his wand, newly returned to him by Lucius. He is grateful to have it back, even more grateful to find that the enchantment placed upon it was simple to break. Holding his own wand after so long is empowering. He feels whole again, powerful, ready to engage in battle. All of the guards will be linked then. Lucius nods. If one sees us or is taken down, the rest will instantly know. His fingers still on the wand, which means that we need to take them out simultaneously unless we want to risk them summoning the Dark Lord. May I remind you, there are 2 of us and 5 of them, points out Lucius, though he manages to sound unconcerned by their disadvantage. I may be a highly skilled wizard, but I have not yet mastered the art of being in 2 or 3 places at once. Lucius leans back in his chair, considering. We could impersonate 2 of our ranks not on duty, fool some of them into congregating. Severus is shaking his head before his companion finishes speaking. Using Crabbe was risky enough. The Dark Lord may think me dead, but he still fears the possibility of further betrayal. He will have taken steps to ensure what I did does not happen again so soon. He does not say that he also does not wish to be responsible for the possibility of more bodies being left in Lucius's wake, even if they are Death Eater bodies. Severus is capable of murder, but he does not wish to be party to it. He prefers to leave the killing to battle. Lucius narrows his eyes. I will not present as myself in the night that Harry Potter is spirited away. I do not have a death wish. Perhaps you should not be present at all, retorts Severus. He continues before Lucius can argue that point. You will see to the wards and wait for me near the apparition boundary. I will attempt to retrieve Potter without alerting the guards to my presence. Should I fail, I will endeavor to cause a sufficient enough distraction for you to complete the task. A simple disillusionment charm should suffice, with their attention diverted, and if you work quickly enough. They will not suspect that I am not working alone, and they may be far too thrilled to have thwarted me to call for the Dark Lord before they've had their fun. And precisely, how do you intend to sneak past 5 guards? I only need bypass 2, if I select the most advantageous entry point. 3, corrects Lucius. Perhaps even 4. A guard is posted at either side of the manor, another posted at the door to the cellar where the boy is kept. The 4th and 5th guards will be making their rounds around the perimeter and occasionally through the hallway to the cellar. Random, to prevent possible intruders from predicting their whereabouts. Severus narrows his eyes. That complicates matters. Yes, it does, doesn't it? Lucius drawls in a way that brings Draco to mind, and he returns to his map, outlining the path to the boys' prison for Severus to follow. Sometimes, at the most random of times, Severus is taken aback by how alike father and son are. Draco hero worships his father, emulating him in as many positive ways as negative. It is as far from the relationship Severus had with his own father as he can possibly imagine. He did adopt many of the elder Snape's personality traits, he admits, but never on purpose. He more often went out of his way to prove to himself, and to the world that he was nothing like the man. It had been easy for him to assume that all happy boys he categorized as having had a Malfoy rather than a Snape upbringing, had an inclination toward paternal emulation. Even an orphaned Potter boy. One of his many mistakes was in assuming Potter to be a happy child. He is more happy than his childhood has given him cause to be, but Severus can now see in the boy's mind what he had prevented himself from seeing before, the same thing that he had all too often seen reflected in the mirror from his own eyes before he'd grown up, and accepted that happiness was not to be his lot in life. Longing for family, for acceptance, for belonging, for love. He thinks even the boy himself does not realize how intricately those emotions are tied to nearly every thought, memory, or decision that passes through his mind. Longing for what he has never had is so natural to him, like breathing, that he forgets he is doing it most of the time. He did not expect to have to consciously harden himself against the boy through the course of their occlumency lessons. It had been his natural state for so long, and that it would suddenly take effort to keep it up was an unfamiliar concept. But the things he has seen in Potter's mind, things about himself, he had been startled, frightened, may be more apt, by the revelation that Potter could see him that way, could see him as a protector, as someone to cling to when he needed comfort. He has never been that for Inione, doesn't know how to be that for someone, and he had not known what to do with that knowledge. Potter has begun to frighten him as little else has been able to do, even more so now that he cares what happens to him. Yes, he can admit that much to himself. He cares not only what happens to him bodily, but what happens to his spirit. And ironically, now that he can stomach to be around him, has found himself enjoying Potter's company. Even he realizes that to encourage their newfound closeness to continue will only harm the boy's spirit. Severus does not know how to comfort or to heal, only to hurt. Potter would only emerge damaged in the end. The boy should already know that, and yet he remains naive to the reality before him. It is up to Severus to protect the boy. It is up to him to pull away. His hope is that he can do so naturally, without Potter objecting or feeling the brunt of his withdrawal. After they are safely back at Hogwarts, the boy will return to his friends and his routine. Dumbledore will take on his instructions in the mental arts, and he will be surrounded by numerous far less damaged professors. Severus will continue to protect him from the shadows, but Potter will find someone else to worry over him, to care for him, and to help him to heal. He will not forget what he has learned about Severus, but he will keep what he has learned to himself. Though little should surprise him anymore, Severus is shocked to discover that he trusts the boy to do so. He wonders when the sky began to fall, and why the earth is still spinning as if nothing had changed. In the end, they settle on stealth rather than force. As satisfying as it would be to take out Nott and Lestring, they stand a better chance of getting the boy out alive if no one knows they are there. The Death Eaters will be unlikely to expect a silent, undetectable foe, and with Lucius's knowledge of the wards and Severus's aptitude for stealth, not to mention his knowledge of the Death Eaters' psyches and weaknesses, silent and undetectable they will be. To personally take down the two detestable Death Eaters would have been thoroughly enjoyable, but it is no small consolation that the Dark Lord will be more furious at his followers if they are outwitted rather than overpowered. It does not help Severus's state of mind that they must wait. Days pass, then a week, before the Dark Lord has relaxed his presence at the manor. The appropriate guards are on duty, and Lucius is willing to dismantle what wards he can without being detected. While it does allow Severus's body to begin to heal, his patience is at its breaking point. He does not know which will give out first, the creaky wooden floorboards from his pacing or the scratched surface of the table from his finger tapping. He breaks a cup, a ridiculous floral teacup with irritatingly chipper-looking birds, and feels marginally better. The school year has begun, he realizes. It has started without him, and he feels pity for Potter having to begin one of the most intensive years of his studies by playing catch-up to his classmates. He passes some of the time, by devising a study schedule for the boy that he will no doubt hate. The silver lining is that word will have reached the Dark Lord that potions classes have been delayed. He will naturally assume that Dumbledore has yet to find a replacement for Severus, or even that the headmaster does not yet know the fate of his potions professor, and the reminder that he is dead will lift the dark wizard's spirits. His followers will follow suit. High spirits equal less vigilant guards. It is an advantage that he will gladly use. He has been stuck at the cottage for far too long, sequestered with his thoughts. The chance of being seen, of his survival being reported, is something he is not willing to risk until after Potter is safe, and so he stays hidden. Lucius leaves for long stretches of time. He must, in order to see to his family and to display to the Dark Lord that nothing is amiss. It occurs to Severus to ask if Draco thinks him dead, but he finds that he cares little for the answer and refocuses on plans for the upcoming rescue. It is not that he cares nothing for Draco. He has known the child since his birth, after all. The boy has much to learn about life and prejudices and self-control, but he is intelligent and a fair hand at potions. There is even a sense of pride when Draco excels at something Severus has taught him. No, it is not that Severus cares nothing for the boy's well-being. It is that Draco has no need of it. He has a mother to coddle him and a father to keep him in line. He has no practical use for Severus's sympathies. As he is not a man to extend his energies where they are not needed, he rarely wastes them on the younger Malfoy. He resumes his pacing, and his mind returns to thoughts of Potter. So often to thoughts of Potter, and of Lily, but mainly of Potter. Over and over he paces, sits, taps fingers, and ruminates on all things Potter and plans and stealth, and how to catch up his potion students to where they should be by the end of term, and how to keep Potter on track with his schoolwork while extricating himself from his life, and his confusion that he should feel so conflicted at the thought of extricating himself from the boy's life. It is for the best, he knows, and yet he finds himself regretting the necessity of doing so, and he is frustrated by such thoughts, for they make no practical sense. Hennoswe it is necessary, and he typically has no trouble acting on decisions that are necessary. He breaks the annoyingly bright saucer that matched the teacup on purpose this time, but the distraction lasts for a moment before his thoughts and pacing and finger tapping continue. Until finally, it is time. I see him, Severus whispers before Lucius can point out where Pettigrew slouches in the darkness outside the front door to the manor. He doesn't know what the Dark Lord is thinking, putting that imbecile on guard duty, but it is telling that he is guarding the front door, not the back where an infiltration is more likely. The Dark Lord has chosen this lair well, for there is no other access point that can be easily breached from the outside. The windows are too high, the landscape in between the front and back entrances too thorny and overgrown to allow for stealth. Granted, it is risky to waltz in at the front door, but they agree that Pettigrew is the easier target. Unfortunately, the other guards appear to know this as well, as the roaming sentries make it a point to check on the access point frequently. Lucius slinks back, a dark cloak disguising him adequately even before he withdraws into the darkness of the trees. He has determined the locations and identities of the guards on duty, and he has dismantled what wards he can. His part is done until Severus returns with the boy unless, of course, Severus fails. No, he will not fail. He cannot fail. He crouches low in his black robes, waiting until a sentry passes before he slinks across a stretch of open ground and takes cover behind the shrubbery not far from Pettigrew's post. He has been watching, and he knows that the sentries truly are operating in a random fashion. The one that passed Growan, a new recruit, could just as easily double back in seconds as make a full circle of the manor before reappearing. Severus remains as still as the crumbling statues in the abandoned garden nearby, waiting for the slightest sound of approaching footsteps. At least the sentries are not masters of stealth. It is ridiculous that the Dark Lord would not require that skill of more of his followers. It is one more indication of how cocky he has become. Cocky and paranoid, a conflicting and yet dangerous combination. Pettigrew is yawning where he leans against the stone wall. He has a short attention span, something that works in their favor. If Severus knows him at all, and he does, having made it a point to study every Death Eater for patterns and weaknesses, he will soon be removing his wand from his cloak. He will begin to practice rudimentary spells, something he does only when he suffers from boredom and believes no one is near to see. It is no secret that Pettigrew's grasp of magic is clumsy at best. What will not work in their favor is the large door, or the loud creak of its opening, or the spell that links Pettigrew's mind to the others. If Severus is to compel the witless rat to open it, he must ensure that the two roaming sentries are far enough away to give him time to enter before they respond. He waits, not so much as twitching in the shadows of the manor, as endless moments and another sentry pass by. Pettigrew yawns again and finally withdraws his wand. Severus allows him time to feel comfortable before he inches his own wand from his sleeve, disillusions himself, and sends a silent spell toward the doors of the manor. A low clink of sound echoes from within. Pettigrew freezes. The leaf he was attempting to levitate drops feebly to the ground. It does not have far to fall. Severus waits several seconds before repeating the spell. Even through the near darkness, Pettigrew's nervousness is apparent. He shuffles his feet, darts his attention to either side of the doors, doubtless hoping for a sentry to appear to do his investigative work for him. He hesitantly inches his way toward the entrance and shakily cracks open a door. Another clink sounds and he flinches, but he must be buoyed by seeing nothing within, and so he opens it wide enough to enter. It creaks loudly on its hinges. Severus is ready. Other than a small glance for the sentries, Pettigrew's attention is not behind him, and so he does not see the distortion of light and shadows as the spy slides through the door and slinks into an unused room. He bides his time in the room as the sentries respond, and after a too brief investigation, berate the simpering fool for overreacting to the typical sounds of the night. The door closes. Severus is alone. He wastes no more time. Following the path that Lucius has outlined for him, he turns first to the left and then to the right, and down a short flight of stairs until one more turn will bring him face to face with another Death Eater. He peers around the corner to be sure. Bellatrix Lestrange. She will not be distracted or complacent. She relishes any opportunity to prove herself to their lord. Unlike the sniveling Pettigrew, she will delight in the appearance of an enemy. A challenge, a capture, anything to make her evening more worthwhile and her master more pleased in her worth to him. If not for the mind link spell, he would simply incapacitate her through a surprise attack. Or if not for her shrewdness, he would distract her as he did Pettigrew. However, though it pains him to do something so lacking in creativity, he and Lucius have decided on a simple sleeping spell. The sentries will immediately head this way to wake her up, but Severus should have just enough time to retrieve the boy and hide near the stairs before they appear, assuming they are not already within the manor, and assuming they believe her to have naturally fallen asleep, not fallen under attack. He takes a slow breath and flexes his wand hand. Easing around the corner, he sends a silent spell at the unsuspecting woman. She yawns, then scowls, then yawns again. Slowly, so slowly that she tries in vain to stop herself, she slumps to the ground, fast asleep. He quickly rounds the corner and dives for the door. Taking the steps two at a time, he sprints the short distance toward Potter's still form. The boy looks like death. Eyes open and unseeing, pale body dressed only in dirty trousers. Even his feet are bare, and they haven't bothered to clean him, but why would they? He is an object to them, a vessel to the Dark Lord. Bruises litter his body, but so faded after a full week as to be barely noticeable in the dim light from the open doorway. Though he wishes to check the boy, or to at least wrap him in the safety and comfort of his robes, his pale skin is like ice. He does not linger. He only closes the boy's eyes, includes him in the disillusionment charm, and gathers him into his arms. He holds him as closely as possible, willing the boy to draw warmth from his body. He marvels, not for the first time, at the boy's lightness for his age, but this time he welcomes it, as it will allow for the speed necessary to escape. He is out of the room, up the cellar stairs, and nearly to the end of the hall when he hears the sound of approaching footsteps. They are unhurried. Good. They have assumed, then, that she fell asleep of her own accord. Fools. The day Bellatrix Lestrange willingly allows herself to fall asleep while on guard duty, Severus will voluntarily hand himself over to the Dark Lord. He has only enough time to duck into the corner directly opposite the set of stairs, leading from the hallway to the main floor, before Grauen makes his way down toward him. He stands perfectly still, calculating that Grauen, not yet alarmed by events, will not look closely into the darkness to see the distortion where he stands with Potter. His calculation pays off. Grauen turns, not once glancing into the corner, and makes his way to the softly snoring Bellatrix. They have seconds before the death. Ida realizes that she cannot be woken, and then checks the empty room for Potter. He silently places a foot on the bottom stair, then hears another sound. Additional footsteps come from above. Another guard is making his way to the stairs, and he knows that even without Potter in his arms, it would be risky to chance passing on the stairs. With Potter, it is impossible to do so undetected. He retreats back into the corner, quickly assessing his options. By the time the new guard reaches the bottom of the stairs, Grauen will have sounded the alarm. If he acts now, he can easily incapacitate the two guards, leaving only the two outside to be dealt with. One, not counting pathetic Pettigrew. He can easily take out Pettigrew. But the rat-like Death Eater is a coward. He is the most likely to call the Dark Lord at the first sight of an intruder, and Severus knows that he will not survive another encounter with his former lord. The Dark Wizard may even be unhinged enough by now to be willing to sacrifice Potter, should he be in their crosshairs. He takes a chance and remains hidden, quickly readjusting Potter over his shoulder so that his wand arm is free. It is an uncomfortable balance of weight, but the boy is secure. Sallow makes his way down the stairs. He appears as unconcerned as Grauen, imbecile. Nott is still above ground then. He was to be the second roaming sentry. He and Sallow must have switched. It is another reason to wait for a chance at further stealth. Nott is a more formidable foe than the other three men. He would be best taken out in a surprise attack. He and Severus are too evenly matched in a duel to make for a simple escape, unless Lucius decides to make an appearance. Lucius is so afraid to be recognized that Severus considers that likelihood a toss-up. Then again, the man may yet join the fray so long as he can be certain that the end result for those he faces is death. He thinks sardonically that he should have dragged Bellatrix outside as bait. Lucius wouldn't be able to pass up a chance to get away with cursing her directly. Sallow barely reaches the last step when Grauen raises the alarm. It is to the benefit of Severus, as the man's eyes are immediately drawn to the hallway rather than to corner opposite the stairs. Sallow runs to the cellar again, imbecile, and Severus darts up the staircase as quickly and as silently as he can. But he knows without seeing that he cannot escape the way he entered. Sounds echo through the manor, among them the creak and slam of the front doors. He sprints as quickly as he can for the third door on the left of the hallway, where Lucius had indicated the old servants' stairs would be located. He allows himself a single deep breath as he softly shuts the door behind him and makes his way carefully up yet another staircase, this one small, rickety, and curved into a tight space. He adjusts Potter, careful not to bump the boy's head against the wall, and makes his way up gingerly, slower than he would like, for one misstep will result in either a loud creak or a splintered stair underneath his feet. The sounds of activity from below keep him moving. He ignores the pounding of his heart, keeps his breathing steady. He has lived through enough close calls to know how to keep his composure. The second floor is abandoned. decayed and crumbled stone in places, and sounds of the alarmed guards echo from below. They will have realized by now that most of the wards have been compromised and that neither the intruder nor Potter's location can be detected. He makes his way to the room at the end of the hall. He knows that time is of the essence, that they will assume him still in the manor and may call other Death Eaters to join the search before long. He can only hope that Pettigrew has been prevented from calling the Dark Lord. The others will not wish to be punished if they can find the intruder and the boy before their lord hears of their failure. Reaching the room in one piece, he releases the disillusionment charm and lays the boy gently on the floor. He glances out the open window, careful to flatten himself against the wall should eyes other than Lucius's be peering up from below. Seeing no one and praying that no one is lurking out of sight, he sends a short burst of sparks from his wand, their agreed-upon signal, and is immediately answered with a slight burst of wind from the trees where Lucius hides. He knows that this is less than ideal, as most plan Cs are apt to be, but he prepares Potter for an uncomfortable landing. Removing his robe, he wraps it tightly around the boy's limp body. He cannot stop himself from brushing a grimy lock of hair from the boy's forehead. It strikes him, as it always does when the boy is asleep in his presence, how innocent looks. It is those times that bring to mind most clearly his vow to Lily to protect her son. It is also those moments when he realizes how vulnerable and young the boy truly is, that regardless who his parents may have been, he is merely a child in need of guidance and protection. His lips quirk up at the thought of the boy's typical reaction to being called a child, and he refocuses on the task at hand. He lifts Potter, shifting him only long enough to cast a softening charm on the thorny mess of vines below, and holds him flat against the front of his body as he flings himself out of the window, back first. The rubbery vines cushion his fall, but even a softening charm cannot prevent the multitude of thorns from piercing his skin or snagging on his clothing. Lucius is there in an instant, his disillusioned form only detectable by a distortion in the moonlight and the cutting way of vines with his wand. When he is close, Severus reluctantly hands over the boy. A shout comes from above. A face peers out of the window and voices sound from the main entrance. The door creaks, footsteps sound. Get him to safety, he clips, and Lucius flees to the woods, leaving him to cut himself free from the vines. He is for once grateful that the man is self-motivated, for it means that he will not put his or Potter's safety at risk to help Severus escape. But Lucius does assist when it will not put himself at risk, and so Severus hears the sound of multiple bodies tripping over an invisible obstruction. It gives him the time he needs to break free, but not to avoid a painful curse that knocks him off his feet. He rolls over, not missing a beat, and aims a barrage of answering curses toward the small grouping of Death Eaters. One hits its mark, and a man falls unconscious to the ground. "Surrender, Snape," calls Nott. He has been seen. Without his dark robes, he is easier to see, easier to recognize. No matter. It was only a matter of time before the secret was out. He answers with a muttered Sectum Sempra, but it is blocked. He rolls to the side, in time to avoid a blasting curse, and jumps to his feet with a silent spell that hits its mark in Sallow, who has just arrived to join the fray and immediately crumples to his knees, screaming in agony as he clutches his burned arm. Growan is the body on the ground. Pettigrew was there a moment before, but is currently nowhere to be seen, and Nott faces him from a short distance away. "Where are the rest of your friends?" Severus taunts. "Too cowardly to admit to them that you were outwitted by a dead man." Nott snarls and lets off a curse that is easily deflected. "They used to bear friends too. Even you are not obtuse enough to believe that. Flipendo." Nott dodges the curse, inches closer through a volley of exchanged curses as Severus manages to back away a few steps closer to the trees. "Where is the boy, Immobilis?" Nott quickly scans the area, and Severus knows that Lucius has not been seen, that he believes him to be working alone, Potter possibly lying on the ground somewhere close by. Severus deflects the curse and smirks. Can't really kill me until you know, can you? Nott answers the question with another immobilis, proving his lack of imagination, but he has managed it quickly enough that it almost hits its mark. Severus dives to the ground just in time, and he barely shoots off a silent spell before his leg is grazed by a stinging hex. He counts himself fortunate that Nott is only trying to incapacitate, not kill him. If Potter's whereabouts were not in question, murder would definitely be on his agenda. He raises his wand, a curse on his lips, when Nott goes suddenly still, dropping face first to the ground. Severus drops his hand, breathing a heavy sigh. Thank Merlin for Lucius, this time at least. He rises quickly and darts for the forest, but not before glimpsing Pettigrew through the shrubbery. The cowardly man looks directly at him, slinks away, and places his wand to his dark mark. Severus ignores the searing pain in his leg and runs. The Dark Lord, he gasps for breath as he reaches Lucius's side, just outside the apparition boundary. Lucius shoves the boy into his arms, still safely cocooned in Snape's robes, still looking so damnably innocent. We must go, quickly. He will be summoning me shortly. He apparats away, leaving Severus to follow. He does, but not before pulling the boy closer to him, absorbing the shock of apparition, though the boy will not be conscious for it. He has taken Potter back to the cottage. He had briefly considered bringing him straight to Hogwarts, or back to Nida's, but it is easier to tend to the boy here, where he has prepared the counter potion, and no Dark Lord will be sniffing about. Lucius is gone. He has apparated home, no doubt, securing his wife's alibi for his whereabouts, and preparing himself to look as if he has just stepped out of an intimate evening party or some such gathering of the elite set. Snape wouldn't know about such things. The Malfoys would never think to invite him to a social event, and he is perfectly satisfied with that arrangement. He lays the boy on his own bed, casting a warming charm over him and easing the robe from his body so that he can cast a cleaning charm over him. He will still want a shower once he awakens, but the grime is gone, the dried sweat and dirt and traces of blood vanished from his skin. Quickly, he spells the boy into clean clothes. He has none here but those Lucius has provided for him to use. They are large on the boy, but they are comfortable, and they will do. He pulls several blankets over him. The counter potion takes less than a minute to administer, but the waking up process will be slow. The boy will be groggy, disoriented. Severus pulls up a chair for the long night ahead. No sooner does he allow himself to breathe in the comfort of his success than he grunts at a sharp pain in his left arm. Lifting his sleeve, he watches as the dark mark awakens and then settles into a slow, steady writhing. The pain dulls but does not stop, does not pass as it does when the forbidden name is mentioned. The Dark Lord knows that his wayward servant is alive, and he is now powerful enough to punish Severus for it every second of every day. He allows himself a moment to close his eyes and grit his teeth against the dull, throbbing pain. But a moment is all he allows himself. He has been in enough pain throughout his 36 years of life to know that distraction is the best treatment. He writes a coded missive to Dumbledore, informs him of his success, of Potter's safety, requests safe passage to Hogwarts in the morning. He then sits back, studies the boy. The potion has already begun to take effect. The rise and fall of the child's chest is more noticeable, even through the heavy blankets. He resists and then gives into the urge to brush another wayward lock of hair from the boy's forehead. His hand lingers. Potter's skin is still cold, but the blankets and warming charm are doing their work. He looks so young and harmless, tucked under the covers in oversized pajamas, that Severus can hardly reconcile him with the boy who overpowered the Dark Lord, not once, but multiple times over his recent ordeal. It has been years since Dumbledore entrusted his potions professor with the truth of the entire prophecy concerning the boy who lived. He was honored by the trust, knowing that the headmaster did not bestow it haphazardly. Perhaps he considered Severus so intricately linked to the boy's past and future by his vow that he thought it imperative for him to know. Or perhaps he shared it in another misguided attempt to prod Severus into taking a more active interest in the boy's welfare. He does not know why it was shared. He did not ask. He only knew to feel the sense of duty that such trust requires of a recipient. He did not know to what the power of the prophecy referred, and the headmaster did not share his theories, but it is all he can think about in this moment. For the first time, he allows himself to feel truly awed by the power newly contained in the boy. It was fear he felt when Voldemort began to grow stronger, but Potter's power does not inspire fear. It inspires awe. Scratch that. It does inspire fear, but not fear of the boy. No, fear for him. Power can corrupt. He has seen enough of the boy over the past month of paradigm shifts to believe the boy immune to the worst kinds of corruption, but no one is immune to them all. He will need guidance and perspective if he is to maneuver this new mysterious state of his magic. He will need supervision as he learns to navigate it, and he will need monitoring, lest he fall into the traps of guilt and self-condemnation that he is particularly susceptible to. Severus looks away from the boy as a familiar wave of self-loathing rolls over him. Yes, he knows better than most the bitterness that results when such emotions are left unchecked. It may be too late for him, but Potter is still young. His dangerous tendencies towards self-reproach can be yet curbed, can be guided into more productive avenues. Merlin knows Severus is not the one to teach him how. If anything, he serves as a cautionary tale, an extreme example of the worst outcome of such tendencies. If he tried to take on such responsibility, he would likely only succeed in destabilizing the boy further. No, Dumbledore will guide him, or he will find someone who will. Severus will insist on it. He will keep an eye on the boy, but from a distance. And he finds himself believing that, given the right guidance, the boy will prevail. He has a courage that Severus has always lumped in with his recklessness. He does possess recklessness, in abundance, but it takes true courage to not cower before an all-powerful Dark Lord, to hold onto his spirit in the face of merciless Death Eaters and no rescue in sight. He had been inexpressibly relieved when he'd seen the boy's cheeky grin in that prison, and he wonders when that grin's effect on him changed from revulsion to not revulsion at all. He shakes his head, but clearing his mind of such thoughts only serves to emphasize the burning in his arm. He scowls. It is the way of his life, is it not? He is accustomed to pain. He sometimes wonders if he would know how to function without it. Pain serves as a warning and as a motivation. It reminds him not to get too close to objects or to people, that both have a tendency to betray and to harm. It also reminds him that his life will likely not be long, and so he must do his duty as thoroughly and practically as he can in the time that he has. Pain. Sometimes it is all he has, but it is those times when he appreciates it, for it serves to remind him that he is still alive. And if causing others to share in the pain will keep it fresh, will keep his heart beating, then that is often all the motivation he needs. It hadn't occurred to him that he would wake up one day to find that he had no desire to see the person in front of him in pain. Even Dumbledore, who had given him a second chance, and Nida, who had helped him to heal just enough to grasp that chance, often bore the brunt of his need to lash out. Why is this boy somehow different? He is under no illusions. Hugh will lash out again at the boy. Hugh will cause him further pain, hence why it is necessary to extricate himself, but the pain it will cause to himself is of a different sort, the sort that does not serve to remind him that he lives, but rather serves to remind him that he is already more dead than alive. He sighs and settles his eyes on the boy, on Harry, as his breathing eases from a cursed state into true sleep. He watches, waiting for the first sign of stirring, but he empties his mind of all thought and focuses on the pain. He is alive, and the boy is alive, and as long as the former is true, he will ensure the latter continues to be true as well. Chapter 48. Muggle Healing Magic. He felt oddly comfortable. Oddly, because he had a vague idea that maybe he should be afraid, but he wasn't sure why or of what. He breathed in a familiar earthy scent and felt a heart beating next to his cheek. He smiled, nestling farther into the warmth. He felt safe. Was he dreaming? Occasionally he dreamed about the day he'd gone to school for the first time. It had been drilled into him by then that adults didn't like him to touch them with his grubby hands, but Mrs. Thompson, on the very first day of class, gave him 2 hugs. He had held himself as stiff as a board, not knowing what to do, but by the end of the first week, he had learned that if he leaned into the hugs, she would hold on for a few seconds longer. He loved those moments. Not every teacher hugged him, but Mrs. Thompson always did, even when he moved on to a different grade. He'd been convinced after that year that hugs were infused with magical powers. Until, that is, he'd learned about the existence of real magic. But hugs could still be magical, couldn't they? Maybe they were a holdover from some ancient time when muggles and wizards lived together in harmony. Maybe when wizards started living in secret, muggles kept some magical things for themselves. He wondered when muggles started forgetting that hugs held magic. His arms twitched, and then his legs, as if they wanted to move but had just realized that he was awake and that they couldn't move without his telling them to. He had a hazy notion that his arms and legs were planning to revolt. He tried to flex his hands, but they only half listened to him and gave a sort of spasm. He would have been more bothered, but his head was full of a cloudy, comfortable feeling, and he didn't much want to move anyway. He became aware of a sound, something that had been there all along, but that he was only now noticing. Humming. Mrs. Thompson didn't hum. Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia did sometimes, but their voices had a grating quality to them. And he didn't like to hear them hum anyway because it meant they were happy, and if they were happy, it was usually over something that was about to make Harry miserable. This voice didn't grate on his nerves like theirs did. It relaxed him. It alternated between humming and speaking. He didn't understand the soft words, but he liked them. He could tell they were meant for him because he picked out the name, Harry, and he thought it was trying to tell him something or to wake him up maybe. He opened his eyes, then slammed them shut against a light. Did he sleep past breakfast? Was he late for class? He squinted, leaned his head back, and met a pair of startled black eyes. The arms holding him fell away, and Professor Snape quickly extracted himself from where he'd been sitting on Harry's bed. The man looked blurry now that he wasn't right next to him, but Harry's brain was kind of blurry too, so that was okay. He could see the professor well enough to watch with fascination as his cheeks tinged with pink. "You were thrashing," said the voice. Snape. Oh, the voice was Snape. But hadn't Snape said he wouldn't sing to him? He blinked owlishly at the unfamiliar room. It was half dark, half lit up by a lamp on the bedside table. He missed the hug, but something kept him from asking for it back. He still felt its magical effects, still felt safe and warm, so he could probably manage without it for a while. "Potter," he snapped his gaze back to Snape. The professor was looking at him with a question in his eyes, but Harry didn't know the question. Had he missed a question in potions class again? No, he wasn't in potions class, he was in bed. Oh, that's what he was late for potions. Snape was going to tackle him. He sat up and started to swing his legs over the side of the bed, but his body was still in revolt, and he started to pitch forward. Strong arms caught him and eased him back. It occurred to him to latch onto the arms for another hug, but that would make him later than he already was, so he let them let go, and then he tried to sit up again. "Do you need to use the facilities?" Snape asked, and Harry frowned, sounding out the long word but unable to work out what it meant. "Sorry I'm late, Juice overslept," he mumbled and swatted the hands away. "Darn, wanna lose points." "Points?" Snape frowned. "We're not at school, Potter. You aren't going to lose points." "Am late for class," he insisted. "You are not late," Snape enunciated slowly. "We are not at Hogwarts." Harry stilled long enough to allow Snape to tuck him back under the covers. "You're not." Why did his tongue feel heavy? He reached up to feel his tongue, but it didn't seem any different than usual. Snape gently grasped his hand and moved his arm back to his side. Am late for potions. He tried once more, but his attempt was feeble. If Snape was going to let him skive off potions, who was he to complain? Snape laid a hand on his forehead. You don't feel feverish, he murmured. Are you still cold? Cold? Why would he be cold? Oh, like snow. He looked for a window, but there wasn't one. Ist's snowing? He asked, and his tongue was starting to feel a little bit better, not quite as heavy. He tried to feel it again, but Snape snagged his hand before he could and laid it back on the bed. I like snow, he added. He did. It made the world so pretty. He didn't always like it, like when the Dursleys made him do outside chores in the middle of winter, but that wasn't the snow's fault. Do you like snow? Snape had a weird look on his face, like he didn't know whether to frown or to smile. Harry brought a clumsy hand over to pat Snape's where it hovered over the bed next to him. It's okay. Not everybody likes snow. If it was snowing, it would be getting cold soon. He burrowed under the covers. It felt realiness, soft like his bed at Hogwarts, maybe even softer, definitelinouser than at the Dursleys. He was lucky if he even got more than a threadbare cast-off of a blanket there. He wanted to ask if he could keep it, but that seemed rude. Of course he couldn't keep it. It was Snape's. Sorry, 'bout the bed, he felt the need to say. The bed, Snape frowned. Harry reached out a hand towards Snape's face. Maybe if he could smooth out the frown line, the man would smile instead. But he couldn't quite reach, and Snape guided his hand back down anyway. Yeah, he said instead. I wouldn't have made you sleep on a lumpy mattress if I had another. Snape's frown deepened. Are you speaking of our time at your relative's home? Obviously, but he thought that saying Dudo Snape was a bad idea, so he nodded. But that made the room spin, so he stopped. Oh, maybe Snape was unhappy because he wanted this bed too. It was loads more comfortable than the other one. He sat up, but Snape gently pushed him back before he could even kick off the covers. Don't you want it? He asked, confused. Want what? Snape seemed just as confused. The bed, he said impatiently. Geez, Snape was slow today. The man sighed, and Harry bit his bottom lip. What had he done this time? No, Potter, Snape said heavily. I don't want your bed, you keep it. Yes, I am sure. Snape looked at him uncomfortably for a moment, and then cleared his throat. It is I who should apologize, he began hesitantly. You are the child. I am the adult. I should not have driven you out of your own bed and compelled you to sleep on the floor. Harry grinned. If Snape was saying sorry, maybe he wasn't angry after all. Esake, floor's not so bad. Still, Snape's face settled into another frown, and he asked, How do you feel? Harry frowned back, thinking, feel like emotions. Snape didn't seem the type to want to talk about emotions, or maybe he meant what he felt like doing, or eating. He felt like toast. Snape stared at him, and it was kind of nice that he looked fuzzy, because it made his features softer, his frowns a little less frowny. If Harry turned his head and squinted his eyes, he could almost pretend the man was grinning. What are you doing? Turning your frown upside down. He burst into giggles, which intensified when Snape merely stood there, staring at him. But by the time he was over the worst of his giggles, Snape had sat down in a chair next to his bed, and the frown was gone, and Harry could swear he was almost smiling. It worked, he said with a final giggle, then asked, Why aren't you in class? It was nice of him to let Harry skive off class, but it wasn't like Snape to skive off himself. The man was always so responsible. There is no class today, Snape answered calmly. He seemed more relaxed. Good. Harry liked it when Snape relaxed. He was nicer then, and sometimes he even said things that Harry found funny. Are you thirsty? The professor asked, and Harry considered the question, but he couldn't find anything funny about it. He started to shake his head, then changed his mind and nodded. It came out as sort of a weird head turnbob thing, but Snape seemed to understand. He conjured a glass with a wave of his hand and helped Harry sit up long enough to take a few sips. It tasted good, nice, and cool. Can we go see the snow? He asked as soon as he had settled back down. It isn't, Snape cut himself off and said instead, "Not right now. You need to rest." "Feel fine," he mumbled, though if his legs were still in revolt, maybe it would be all right to wait until later. TODO, what did he want to do again? He lost that thought, but had a sudden, overwhelming desire to know. "Do you like to fly?" "Fly," repeated Snape with raised eyebrows, but he answered, "I suppose I never thought to enjoy it. It is merely a mode of travel." Harry stared at him, scandalized, and as he watched, the man's lips actually quirked up into a smile. Snape didn't seem to understand how tragic it was to not even think to enjoy flying. Not all of wizard kind plays Quidditch, or enjoys sitting upon a splintery stick 50 feet above solid ground, Potter. But flying, it was an ironclad argument, but Snape was stubborn, he knew, so he added, "Hedwig likes it." "Hedwig is anal. She has wings." Harry wasn't sure why wings were important, but he added, "Bats have wings," because that did seem important. Snape blinked. "I am not an owl or a bat, so I fail to see the relevance of either point." He grinned. Snape was funny. Maybe he liked jokes. Ron had told him a funny one last year, something about, what's a bat's favorite dessert? Snape didn't answer. "Ice cream," he giggled, and he was pretty sure Snape liked the joke too, because he snorted, and not in his usual mocking way. He wished he knew more jokes to make Snape laugh. He'd have to learn some. In the meantime, he offered, "I'll go flying with you if you want. I'll make sure you don't fall." Snape shook his head but said softly, "I shall keep the offer in mind." He pulled out his wand to dim the light. "You should sleep. Your mind and body are still adjusting to the aftereffects of the potion. You will recuperate more quickly with adequate rest." Potion? What potion? Oh, dreamless sleep. He had a fair bit of it stored up in his trunk. He'd been trying not to use it too much. "Am I a potions addict now?" he asked gravely. He was feeling more and more tired the longer he lay here. His eyes were even feeling heavy. Was that what happened to potions addicts? They fell asleep and never wanted to wake up again. "A potions addict?" Snape drew his brows together. "No, of course not. You will be fine. Rest now. I will explain later when you are more lucid." "Lucid what?" "Lucid," Snape repeated. "Coherent, rational, clear-headed," he listed as he settled into his chair. "Okay," he murmured, not sure what Snape was going on about, but surely it could wait until after a nap. He was glad to not be a potions addict, even if it meant he couldn't have wings, or toast, or do what was it that he wanted to do again. Oh yeah, go to class. But that nice floaty feeling was urging him to close his eyes, and it felt so nice to give in to it. So he did. He didn't know how long he slept, but he suddenly remembered why he should be afraid. "Snape!" he gasped. His eyes shot open. Voldemort had him, and he was dying, and they were trapped, and Snape was dead, and they needed to get away before he stayed dead and trapped, and. He didn't hear anything over the roaring in his ears, but Snape's face entered his vision. His lips were saying something, but Harry couldn't hear. All he could think was that Snape was dead, but Snape washer, but he couldn't be here because he was dead, and the darkness was coming for them both. He could see it in the corners of his eyes, closing in, coming for them and not letting go. A hand pounded on his chest, and it hurt, but it didn't hurt, and he sucked in a breath. He hadn't been breathing. Why hadn't he been breathing? He took another rattling breath. The darkness retreated. He was shaking. He didn't dare blink, afraid of losing sight of his teacher. He was here. If he was here, he couldn't be dead, could he? He was going to cry. But that was something little kids did, wasn't it? And he wasn't a little kid. Or was he? He'd like to be, sometimes, like when he had nightmares, and he wished he was little enough to crawl into a parent's bed and feel safe. But he wasn't a little kid, and he didn't want anybody to think he was, so he shouldn't cry. But he couldn't help himself, because Snape washerin that meant that Maybear wasn't dead. He did the only thing he could think of to hide his tears. He pulled himself up and latched onto Snape, holding on for dear life. It was horribly awkward, but he didn't dare let go of the man's clothing to properly wrap his arms around him, because the man wasn't doing the hug right either, and he might push him away if given the chance. Mrs. Thompson would have already pulled him close and held on as long as Harry wanted her to, but Snape didn't have as much practice as Mrs. Thompson did. But Harry had learned how to hug when he didn't know how, so Snape could learn too. It just might take him a little longer because he was older, and had gone a lot longer without anybody to practice on. Maybe it was the sob Harry couldn't hold back, but Snape didn't push him away. He wrapped his arms around Harry enough to support him and pat him on the back a few times. He held him even if it was a bit stiff, and it was just what Harry needed, and it felt so good that he let himself readjust and hold on tighter as he cried. He didn't realize he was talking through his tears until he heard Snape answer him. "I'm not dead. I'm alive. I'm here." "You were dead," he gasped once more. "I was," Snape answered more soothingly than Harry thought he'd ever heard the man sound. "But I am alive now." Harry hiccuped and tightened his hold. He was out of words, and he was out of tears too, but it didn't matter. Snape let him stay until his head began to droop, and darkness came for him again, but it was of a different sort. It was a safe darkness, one that promised to comfort rather than to harm. He tried to hold on to Snape, but the darkness was calling softly to him, and his teacher was guiding him back down to the soft pillow and tucking a soft blanket around him, and his eyes were closing. He grasped at Snape's hand as it moved away, and he squinted up at the man's blurry face. "Don't leave." "I won't leave," Snape promised, and proved it by sitting next to the bed. Harry watched him for several seconds through heavy-lidded eyes before he allowed them to close completely. The warm hand didn't leave his grasp, and he thought that maybe Snape was getting better at being Mrs. Thompson after all. His dreams were a roller coaster. He was eating breakfast in the great hall with Ron, but in the next minute, Ron was Hedwig, and he had a letter. It was from Sirius, and that made Harry sad, but it turned into a mirror that was soft on the edges so he could hold it and remember Sirius, and that made him happier. He couldn't see himself in the mirror, though, and he figured out that he was because he was a ghost and ghosts didn't have reflections. Or was that vampires? Or werewolves? Remus had a reflection. Remus smelled of evil, though, someone had said, and even the Lestrals didn't like the smell of evil. And he needed to ride the Lestrals if he wanted to save Remus from the mirror. No, Sirius. He had to save Sirius from the mirror. "Black is dead, Harry," he heard in a quiet voice, and he hated hearing it because he knew it was true. But maybe there was a way to bring him back. He was awake, but he was dreaming, and he didn't know where the dream stopped and the awake world started. But he managed to open his eyes and look up at Snape, so he must be at least partway into the awake world, right? Maybe his professor would know. "Can a time turner take me there?" he asked. "To the ministry to save Sirius." Snape's eyes widened, and Harry wondered if the man hadn't expected him to be half awake. But he shook his head and said, "No," with a wince, and Harry knew that was the truth too. It was strange how he wasn't certain if he was really here or if Snape was really here, but he was certain that Sirius was gone forever. His chest ached, but he was out of tears. He said I could live with him, he confessed to get his mind off his lack of tears. "I never got to. Would have been nice to leave the Dursleys, even if he really wanted my dad." Something squeezed his hand, and he looked down to see that he had a grip on Snape's fingers. That was odd, but it made him feel more real, so he didn't pull away. "Black would have done right by you if he could have," Snape said, and Harry's eyes were drawn back to his black ones. They held his gaze unflinchingly, still telling the truth, even though a grimace betrayed that it was nearly killing him to speak well of Sirius Black. He allowed the dead to reign over his life for so long that he needed time to acclimate to residing amongst the living. He cared about you. He would have respected your differences in time, seen you as more than your father's son. Yeah, he didn't mean to sound plaintive, but he was mostly dreaming anyway, so he could easily convince himself he'd spoken in his head. Yes, Snape leaned forward, not breaking eye contact. He would not have been able to help himself. "Thar's good," Harry breathed. And it was. He felt better, like maybe he didn't have to dream of Sirius now. But he could feel the next dream forcing its way into his mind, and he had to chase after it or else the hippogriffs would start a stampede, and he'd be left to walk to Hogsmeade by himself. And snow. There was something about snow. He felt the blanket tucked closer around him as he tried to remember where the hippogriffs kept all the snow. The next time he woke, it was to Vernon's snoring. Sometimes he heard his uncle's snores through the walls, and he hated it, not because of the snoring itself, but because it reminded him how thin the walls could be sometimes. He didn't like knowing his relatives might hear him talk in his sleep. They'd gotten better at ignoring him, but Dudley still teased him sometimes. These snores were soft, though. They weren't loud, like Vernon's sometimes were, and when he caught sight of a dark head on the edge of the bed, he realized the snores weren't coming from Vernon after all. They weren't even coming from another room. Snape was sitting in a chair near Harry, but he was slumped over the bed, one hand propping up his head, the other loose in Harry's grasp. As he watched, the man's arm twitched in his sleep, and he grimaced as if in pain. Harry wondered if he was having a nightmare. He could relate. He had plenty of nightmares. He extracted his hand from his professor's and poked at his arm. When Snape only grimaced again, he poked again and added a professor. Snape jerked awake, a frown on his face as he came to. Harry was fascinated by how quickly his professor's eyes changed from tired to alert. "Want some dreamless sleep?" Harry offered. Snape cleared the sleep from his throat and raised an eyebrow. "You have dreamless sleep potion on you, do you?" Harry thought for a minute. "No." Snape shook his head and then felt Harry's forehead. "How do you feel?" Harry leaned into the hand. It was pleasant and cool. "You're warm," Snape frowned. He pulled out his wand and waved it over Harry. "You could conjure some," Harry suggested. "Conjure what?" asked Snape distractedly as he reached for something on the bedside table. "Dreamless sleep." Snape gave an exasperated shake of his head and muttered, "Sixth year, and you don't even grasp the basic principles and limitations involved in combining charms with potions. Here, sit up." He hooked an arm behind Harry's shoulders and helped him sit up far enough to swallow a potion. It tasted familiar, like a potion he'd had before when he was sick. "Am I sick?" he asked, as the professor helped him lie back down. "Number not sick." Snape paused and added, "just out of sorts. Your body is detoxing from a particularly potent potion." Harry grinned. "Particularly potent potion," he repeated and laughed. Snape smiled a wry smile. "Your mind is detoxing as well, hence why you are experiencing varying levels of lucidity." He laid something cool and soft on Harry's forehead, and Harry closed his eyes and sighed happily. Oh, that feltness. "Thanks," Harry murmured. "You know, you're not a bad teacher. Well, I mean you are, but you aren't." "How complimentary," Snape drawled. He cracked open an eye. "You're pants at teaching potions, but I learned loads about Ockelmen. You know." Snape crossed his arms over his chest, but he didn't look angry. At least, Harry didn't think he looked angry. He suddenly knew what he was missing, his glasses. He thought to look for them, but the world was kind of nice, all soft like that, so he sank into his pillow and promptly forgot about his glasses. "Perhaps," Snape said snidely, "if you paid attention in class or gave your full attention to your assignments." Harry's eyes shot open. "Am I late for class?" Snape sighed. "No." "Are you gonna take points?" "We're not at Hogwarts, Potter," he clipped. "And I am no longer your professor, so you needn't worry yourself over it." Oh, that made Harry feel sad, but he wasn't sure why. "You're not so bad, really. You just take too many points and yell a lot, and you're really unfair with anybody, except Slytherins, and you make kids nervous, and you're mean sometimes, way meaner than you have to be, and—" "I get the picture. But other than being a bad teacher, you're still a really good teacher sometimes." Snape sighed again. "Are you tired? Your body could use all the sleep it can get." "Not tired," Harry lied and yawned. "Seen I ask you something?" Snape seemed to think about it, and then nodded. Did the Sorting Hat try to put you in Ravenclaw? Snape snorted. This foray into the depths of your mind is enlightening, Potter. Harry frowned, trying to parcel the words together, but his brain was feeling floaty again, and it was hard. The Sorting Hat saw in me the potential for multiple houses, Snape relented, but it chose to place me into Slytherin House. I did not attempt to sway it. Harry nodded sagely. You're very Slytherin. Yes, I am, Snape said with a proud gleam in his eye. If you'd had kids, would you've been okay if they were put in Gryffindor? Snape gave him an odd look. I have never and will never have children. It is a moot point. Think my mum would have been okay with if I'd been a Slytherin. Snape was quiet a long time, but that was okay. It was getting harder and harder for Harry to think, so maybe it was for Snape too. When he did speak, it was to say softly, I think that she would have been proud of you regardless. She had more regard for character than for such things as house identities. Harry thought for a second. Does that mean yes? Snape let out a huff, but he was half smiling. Yes, Potter, that means yes. You can call me Harry if you want to, he murmured as his eyes fluttered closed. I don't mind it when you do. He felt a tingling in the air, and the cloth on his forehead became nice and cool again. He sighed contentedly. We'll see, he heard, as the world slowly faded away. Who is the Minister for Magic? He was quizzed after he'd had time for no more than a glass of water upon awakening. At least, he thought he was awake. He had a sudden craving for chocolate, and he couldn't remember the question. What are the 5 main properties of acromantula venom? Harry squinted up at Snape. They're scary. That is not a property. Harry blinked. Are you gonna take points? Snape crossed his arms and said exasperatedly, No, we are not at Hogwarts. They weren't. Wait, that made him think of something. Snow. Is it snowing? No, Potter, it isn't snowing. Snape rubbed the bridge of his nose. You aren't going to remember most of this, are you? I didn't study for the test. Harry shrugged apologetically. Can I have some chocolate? Snape sighed and brushed his loose hair from his eyes. He didn't answer, which Harry thought was rather rude. Don't you like chocolate? Snape smirked. I prefer caramel. Oh, Harry thought for a minute. Chocolate is nice, like when there's homework or Dementors. It figures that you would compare the two, Snape said dryly. 2 Dementors? Harry looked around worriedly. No, Potter. Snape absently patted Harry's arm reassuringly. There are no Dementors here. Then why are you giving me chocolate? I am not giving you chocolate. Why not? He thought he might be pouting, but Snape was being mean, keeping it all for himself. Snape huffed and leaned his head back in the chair. After a few seconds, he straightened and eyed Harry. Exactly how forthcoming are you feeling at the moment? Harry frowned. Good enough. Snape leaned forward. You once told Lupin that you hear your mother when Dementors are near. What did you mean by that? He felt cold, like maybe there was a Dementor present after all, and he looked around to make sure they were alone. Snape followed his gaze, but seeing nothing, stared at him expectantly. Harry didn't like to think about his mum's last moments, and he wondered why Snape wanted to know. Did he hear bad things when Dementors came near too? Snape's mum and dad were dead too. Maybe he heard his own mum, like Harry heard his. Can you see the Strals? He asked before he knew he was going to ask it. Snape took a long breath and let it out, many times over. They were quiet for a few minutes before Snape again prodded. Why do you hear your mother, Harry? She died, he sniffed. He felt a tightness in his chest, but he didn't think he was going to cry. He was out of tears. Wasn't he? He didn't know why he thought that, but he hoped it was true because he didn't want to cry. Yes, I know, answered Snape, and he looked like he understood Harry's pain. Maybe that's why he answered. He killed her in front of me, he heard himself say. I didn't remember till the Dementor. That's what I hear, her dying. he added in a whisper. She was screaming. Snape closed his eyes, and Harry again got the feeling that Snape understood, and that maybe he felt the pain alongside him. He liked that feeling. It was like not being alone anymore. It was always nice not to be alone. Wish I could remember other things, he admitted, because Snape seemed like he wouldn't mind if he talked about his mum just then. I bet she was a good mum. Snape cleared his throat. He didn't speak for several seconds, then said, She was. I never saw her with you, but it would have been impossible for her to be a bad mother. Harry smiled, and a nice warmth washed over him, chasing away the cold. Could you tell me more about her? He murmured with a yawn. Perhaps, sometime, Snape said noncommittally, and Harry wondered if he meant it. It was Snape, after all. He wasn't the heart-to-heart chat type. Sleep more. Your mind seems to be clearing a bit. More rest will speed up the process. Harry nodded sleepily. What time is it? Middle of the night, Snape answered. Don't worry about the time. You'll have as long as you need to recuperate. I'll be late for class, he worried. I'll wake you up in time, assured Snape, and that made Harry feel better. Snape was the most punctual person he knew. There was no way he'd let Harry be late. Harry closed his eyes, and his head filled with nice fluffy clouds. They were like snow, and he liked snow. He wondered if Snape liked snow. Professor, he opened his eyes to ask. But instead of whatever he'd been about to say, he found himself asking instead, Do you still hate me? Snape didn't have to think about it before he said, No, and that made Harry grin. Don't hate you either, he murmured back. And this time when he fell asleep, his dreams were filled with nice things, like flying on his broom and drinking butter beers with his friends. Sometimes he dreamed about hugs and humming and muggle healing magic too. And even though the fear was there in the back of his mind, and it wouldn't go away altogether, the muggle magic kept it away for now. He was safe and not hated, and everything was going to be all right. Chapter 49, The Forgotten Summer. He was alone in an unfamiliar room. Fear gripped his heart, and a rush of adrenaline quickly followed. He rose on his elbows as quietly as he could and took stock of the room. He didn't know where he was or who else might be here, but the way his life had gone so far, he could just as easily be in the home of a murderous sociopath as that of a kind-hearted friend. The air smelled nice, like cooked vegetables and herbs. It calmed him as he surveyed the room, for surely murderous kidnapping sociopaths didn't do beautifully mundane things like cook vegetables with rosemary and thyme. It was a small room, but comfortably furnished. The bed and a chest of drawers were the largest pieces of furniture in the room. A chair sat next to the bed, the cushions slightly askew as if someone had recently sat in it. A more comfortable chair sat a little farther away next to a small table strewn with several books. A nightstand next to Harry's bed held a lamp, several potions vials, a glass of water, and a small folded cloth. It was very ordinary. Harry took several deep breaths to calm his racing heart. Ordinary was good. It was really good. He could handle ordinary. He could definitely handle ordinary. The sound of footsteps drew his eyes to the door in time to see Snape enter the room. The man stopped short as he met Harry's eyes, clearly not having expected him to be awake. Harry immediately sat up. Thank Merlin, he said, relieved. No murderous kidnapping sociopaths, just Snape. The man lingered uncertainly in the doorway for another moment before purposefully striding forward. He withdrew his wand and waved it over Harry. Seeming satisfied about something, he asked, Who is the Minister for Magic? Harry blinked. Fudge. What are the 5 main properties of acromantula venom? Oh, why? Is this some sort of test? If it was, then he would fail miserably. He sort of remembered learning that in Snape's class, but it's not like he memorized everything he learned in class. Snape gave him an assessing look and sat in the bedside chair. How do you feel? Okay, he said, but at a knowing look from Snape admitted, sore, all over, and I have a bit of a headache. Snape gave a brisk nod and handed him a potion from the nightstand. Drink. Harry obeyed, downing the potion in one go, and handed the empty vial back to his professor. He was pleased to feel his aches and pains immediately lessen, though less pleased to realize that he couldn't remember being injured. Where are we? What is the last thing that you remember? Snape hedged. Harry frowned, thinking. His mind was clear, but his memory was hazy. He felt suddenly confused, not certain of anything. We left Grimmauld Place, right? Went to? Where did they go? His mind grappled for something to trigger his memory. Nida's Point, supplied Snape. Nida's, right, a clumency on the beach, homework with Hermione and Ginny, a hawk-eyed Order member who was maybe friends with Snape, a new snake friend. It all came back to him in a rush. Why'd we leave? Snape gave him an odd look, and Harry bit his lip, trying to remember what Snape seemed to think he should already know. Snape leaned forward, staring intently at him. Do you remember what happened in the meadow with Lupin? Harry was starting to feel scared. Why couldn't he remember whatever Snape thought he ought to remember? Was something done to him? Snape must have read the fear on his face, or performed legilimency, which Harry didn't even mind right then, for he explained. Your mind was affected by a potion. Temporary memory loss is not to be unexpected. It will all come back to you shortly, and it shouldn't lapse again at this stage of your recovery. How shortly? Harry squeaked, but didn't wait for Snape to answer. Lapse again? What do you mean? Wait, how can you be sure I don't have amnesia? I mean the permanent kind. His heart was starting to pound. Because I personally developed the potion you ingested, Snape said, with a casual wave of his hand. There were some unknown factors, as the potion is a new formulation, but several side effects we can treat as certainties. Temporary confusion, memory loss, and decreased control of the extremities are among the most obvious. That gave Harry pause. He held up a hand to his face. Oh, he said as he watched in fascination as his hand wobbled and twitched. Then he looked up in realization of what Snape had said. Wait, Yao gave me an amnesia potion. No, Snape crossed his arms as if offended. Of course not. I merely developed it, and I deliberately developed it in such a way as to decrease the intensity of the side effects, I might add. Harry drew his brows together in confusion. So what happened? Just lay it on me. I can handle it. Snape took a breath, then watched him carefully as he bluntly stated, You were captured by the Dark Lord. Harry stared, half horrified, half waiting for his memories to return. They didn't. But I got out, he said to reassure himself that he already knew the ending to this story. He was here safe with Snape, so he had managed to escape somehow, or been rescued. Yao got me out, he asked. Do you remember anything? Snape asked without answering the question, but that was all right with Harry because it was obvious that Snape must have had something to do with his escape. A spark of a memory, anything about your time as the Dark Lord's prisoner. Harry shook his head. He was pretty sure his hands were shaking out of fear now. How long was I there? Almost 2 weeks, answered Snape, and Harry clutched at his blankets with white fingers. You were held prisoner for 4, almost 5 days, under the Dark Lord's potion for a little over a week. He shook his head furiously now. No, that's not possible, because that would mean that I've lost that much time, and that's not supposed to happen. 2 weeks isn't supposed to just up and vanish, he insisted. And school, his eyes widened in horror. Hogwarts. That means classes have started, and I'm not there. I'm already behind. And then what did he do to my mind? He hated that his voice had started to wobble, but he couldn't help it. He had last week's off his life, and it seemed to have happened so easily, and that scared him. And my body, he yelped, holding up his hands again as if to make certain they were both attached. He quickly threw the covers off his feet and wiggled his toes. Still 10, and all still moving. Not remembering what had happened to him made him feel so violated. A hand grasped his arm, and he looked up to meet Snape's steady black gaze. You are well. He did nothing to your body that will cause lasting damage. Your mind, too, will heal. Harry gulped, trying to keep his breathing under control. He could feel panic trying to overtake him, and the last thing he needed was for Snape to witness him having another panic attack. The professor had already seen him break down more than once. Any more, and he'd start to think Harry was mental if he didn't already. He took a deep, slow breath, like Snape had taught him, and then another. When he felt like he could talk without breaking down, he asked, "Why can't I remember? I remember the rest of the summer. I remember every detail, all of it, but I can't remember anything about you-know-who." He rushed on to prove his memory, words coming quickly. I remember. You showed up at the Dursleys, and you tried to kick me out of my own bedroom, but then you let me go with you, away from my relatives. And Dumbledore, he let me stay at Grimmauld Place, and you made me cut up toads and loads of disgusting things. And then Ron, his breath caught, but he pushed on. You taught me occlumency, and you gave me that letter and my mum's stone, and I had those visions, and we went to Nita's. I talked with a snake and did homework, and you showed up, and we talked, and his eyes widened, and he stared at Snape, willing himself not to cry or to hyperventilate. I'm so sorry. I swear I didn't think about how you'd feel about me listening in. I just wanted Tano, and I'll never do it again. I mean it, I'm so. Snape cut him off with a raised hand, and it was all Harry could do not to flinch. Judging by Snape's wince, he guessed the man knew that, or that maybe he'd flinched after all. Snape immediately lowered his hand. He looked away. I will not hit you, he said quietly, and then cleared his throat. I know that our history and MYMY temper does not support your trust in that statement, but I give you my word nonetheless. Striking you before was inexcusable on my part. You need not fear that in future. I will not assault you as did your uncle. Harry stared. He hadn't expected that. He'd expected anger, maybe cold indifference, not reassurance. He couldn't think what to say to that, so he tentatively asked, Aren't you angry? He certainly had been the last time they'd seen each other. The last time Harry could remember seeing him, anyway. The memory of Snape's cold, angry eyes nearly made him flinch again. Snape took a long, slow breath, studying Harry with an inscrutable expression as he did so. It was nerve-wracking, and Harry's fidgeting was made worse by his twitching fingers. We both have made mistakes, have we not? Snape said, his words slow and measured. I have recently been on the receiving end of forgiveness. I find it exceedingly unreasonable to not repay in kind. Harry stared in silence for a long moment. Are you saying you forgive me? He wasn't certain he'd heard correctly. The man in front of him certainly looked like Snape and sounded like Snape, but the words didn't seem very Snape-like. He narrowed his eyes. What did I make at Nita's? When we talked about potions. Snape sighed. Biscuits, I am myself, Potter. What memory did I use during our first occlumency lesson this summer? Being chased by an infernal dog, Snape said in a long-suffering tone. I am Severus Snape. Harry bit his lip, not sure what to say. The Snape he'd known for so long would never have forgiven him. The pensive incident was bad enough, but this was almost worse because they had started to build some trust between them. And Harry, while not entirely meaning to, had thrown it back in his face. The Snape he knew would never shrug it off so easily. Had things really changed so much between them? Thank you, he said hesitantly, still not entirely certain that the offer of forgiveness could be real. Snape tapped his fingers on his legs, cleared his throat, and asked brusquely, Can you stand? It was clear that while Snape meant what he'd said about forgiveness, he wasn't very comfortable talking about it. And oddly, it was Snape's discomfort that relaxed Harry and made him more comfortable. This was the Snape he knew. He might have changed over the summer, but he wasn't a completely different person. I dunno, I can try. Snape stood and offered his right arm, which Harry grasped to hold himself from the bed. His legs shook when he planted them on the floor, but they supported his weight. He stumbled a bit as he tried to put one foot in front of the other, but Snape's arm stayed firm in his grip, helping him as they made their way to the doorway. Snape guided him through the hallway to a small room off the side. Harry peeked in to see a toilet, sink, a chair, and a claw-footed bathtub. He tried not to blush as his professor guided him in, hoping against hope that he wasn't going to offer to stay in here and help with anything. If he did, Harry might die of mortification. Thankfully, Snape only guided him to the sink, withdrew long enough to turn on water to the bathtub, and said, "Soap is there. A towel and fresh clothes are on the chair. I'll have a meal prepared for you when you are done. I trust you can take it from here." Harry nodded quickly, and Snape retreated. He sighed as he clutched the edges of the sink for stability. He caught sight of himself in the mirror and gasped. He looked awful. His hair was sticking up more than usual, his face was too thin, and he had bags under his eyes. He reached an unsteady hand up to touch his face. There were bruises, or the remnants of bruises. They were faded, nearly healed, but he could make them out like shadows on his forehead, jaw, and cheekbone. He turned over his hand and leaned against the sink for support so that he could roll up his sleeves. More shadows of almost healed bruises. What had happened to him? He was suddenly afraid to remember. "How come I can remember other things but not the last 2 weeks?" he asked in between small bites of steamed carrot. He felt loads better now that he was clean, and true to his word, Snape had a simple meal of unseasoned meat and vegetables ready for him in the kitchen. "Plain fare, until your body is accustomed to food again," the professor had explained. "You wouldn't remember your time under the potion," Snape pointed out from across the small table. He must have eaten already, for he was sipping a cup of tea. "As for the rest, you cannot remember due to trauma, I expect." Harry tapped his fork thoughtfully against his plate as he chewed and swallowed. "Trauma? I can remember loads of pretty traumatic things," he countered skeptically. "Yes, I am certain you can," murmured Snape, and Harry eyed his carrots with feigned interest, hoping they weren't about to delve into any of his horrible memories right then. Snape cleared his throat and clarified, "Recent trauma, and of a certain sort. I really would not worry myself over it. Your memory will return shortly, within the span of a week at the longest, but more likely by the end of the day." How traumatic was it?" he asked. Snape had to have seen his twinge of panic, but he thankfully said nothing. Was it the stuff of nightmares? But who was he kidding? Of course it was the stuff of nightmares. He'd seen enough of the shadow bruises on the rest of his body to gather that much. He had a particularly nasty one on his side that was still more than a shadow, and which twinged if he moved too fast. "You know what? Never mind. I don't want to know. I'll remember when I remember." He stuffed another bite of carrot in his mouth to quash his curiosity, but then he thought of something else to ask and had to chew and swallow quickly. "You mentioned Remus. He's okay, right? Nothing happened to him." "Last I remember, he was still recovering from being captured himself." Something dangerous flashed in Snape's eyes, and it took Harry a moment to realize that it wasn't aimed at him. "Lupin is well," he clipped. "He suffered an injury, but he is no doubt fully recovered by now." Something about Snape's tone warned Harry off asking any more questions about Remus, so he didn't. "When are we going back to Hogwarts?" He frowned at another thought. "It's not a weekday, is it? You're not missing class or anything to be here." "We will be returning to Hogwarts this morning. It is Saturday." Harry sighed. "So I missed the Hogwarts Express, the welcoming feast, the first week of classes, all of it." "The headmaster has spoken with your professors," said Snape. "They will give you some time to catch up. It has only been a week." "Only a week," Harry echoed miserably. "And how many assignments have you already handed out to your students in only 1 week? It'll take me forever to get caught up in all my classes." And he widened his eyes. "Quidditch tryouts will be this week. I can't miss Quidditch tryouts." "Merlin forbid," said Snape dryly as he sipped his tea. "I'm serious. I love Quidditch. Do you know how awful it was to be banned last year?" "Ah, yes," said Snape smoothly. "The ban. I don't believe that was ever officially lifted." Harry stared at him in horror. I assumed." "Oh, calm yourself, Potter," Snape smirked. The headmaster wouldn't dream of allowing any decrees from Umbridge to stand, especially not where you are concerned. And no one is going to force you from the team if you are not yet well enough to attend tryouts for new players. But I'm awake now. Surely I can. Snape leaned forward, pierced him with his best silencing stare, and growled, "You just woke up from a highly potent potion, and you can hardly walk without tripping. If you so much as asymptoproach a broomstick before Madame Pomfrey clears you to do so, I will personally ensure that Professor Dumbledore reevaluates that ban in some formulation." Harry shrank in his seat and mumbled, "Yes, sir." Snape gave a short, satisfied nod and rose from the table. "Finish eating. We will leave within the hour. I've owled the headmaster to expect us." He swept from the room, presumably to straighten the room or gather their things. Harry chewed a forkful of meat without tasting it. He didn't know what to think or feel right then. Frustration, confusion, and fear warred for dominance. He didn't know whether he was more disappointed to have missed the first week of school or more fearful to be missing time and memories. Important memories, too. He wasn't sure he wanted to remember what had happened, but he needed to. Missing time was disconcerting, to say the least. Knowing that he had been with Voldemort and couldn't remember it was downright horrifying. Yes, he decided. He would focus on that, focus on remembering. He couldn't rewind time, but he could try to figure out his own mind. And at the same time, he would look forward to Hogwarts and Quidditch and classes, and as soon as he thought of his friends, his mind honed in on one. Ron. He felt chilled at the memory that Ron had already been in a bad way the last time he'd seen him. And now, oh God, now he could be. He mechanically swallowed the last bite of food. He needed to know if Ron was better or worse, or at least know that he wasn't. No, Ron was okay. He had to be. But as much as he wanted to know, he couldn't bring himself to ask when Snape returned. He was too afraid to know the answer, too afraid to see a harsh truth in his professor's eyes before the answer could be given out loud. They took a portkey to a different house, this one slightly run down and abandoned. It was on a large plot of land, open, with no other houses or people in sight. The inside was simple but clean. It didn't look lived in, more like somebody had stopped in to dust and stock it in the last month or so. Another safe house, he guessed as Snape led the way to a fireplace in the corner. Snape nodded, holding on to Harry's arm as if he might fall over if he let go. He found that he didn't mind the support. After that portkey, he wasn't feeling very steady. With a wave of Snape's wand, a fire was lit, and he gestured for Harry to scoop some flue powder from a jar on the mantel. Harry glanced up expectantly. "Dumbledore's office, Hogwarts," the professor instructed. Harry raised his eyebrows. "Dumbledore's office is connected to the flue network." "Not usually. Today it is." "Go on," Snape gestured and let go of Harry's arm, stepping away. He threw the powder, stepped in, and yelled clearly, "Dumbledore's office, Hogwarts." A blur of green ash, and a few seconds later, he found himself stepping out of the fireplace into the headmaster's office. Well, stumbling out. But he preferred to pretend. He hadn't nearly fallen headfirst into the headmaster's robes. "Steady there, Harry," said Dumbledore gently as he kept him from falling entirely. When Harry looked up, he could see both concern and relief in the man's eyes. "All right there." "Sorry," he muttered and straightened. No worries at all." Dumbledore kept a hand on Harry's arm. "I am happy to see you alive and well, my boy. You had us all worried." He could see the truth of that in Dumbledore's face. He looked tired, like he'd spent too many nights pacing instead of sleeping. "Sorry," he repeated automatically. Dumbledore tusked, warmth in his eyes. "No need for apologies, Harry. What happened was far from your fault." Harry nodded, not sure what else to say, and not needing to say anything anyway, as Snape stepped out of the fire behind him. "Severus," Dumbledore smiled happily. "I was worried about you as well. It puts my old mind at ease to see for myself that both of you are well." "Potter needs to be seen by Poppy," Snape said without bothering about pleasantries. The potion is mostly out of his system, and his injuries are not serious, but she should examine him to ensure that I missed nothing." Of course," murmured Dumbledore, "and I will insist that she look you over as well." Snape looked like he might object, but Dumbledore's eyes were stern, and he nodded with obvious reluctance. Harry grinned at seeing Snape treated like a child. He remembered the last time the man had need to be seen by Madame Pomfrey. He hadn't been thrilled to be fussed over then either. He made the mistake of meeting Snape's gaze with his grin in place, and the man's narrowed eyes told him he knew precisely what he was grinning about. He told himself he shouldn't comment, but he couldn't seem to help himself. "Don't be scared, Professor," he said in mock seriousness. "If you're a good patient, Madame Pomfrey might give you a licorice wand." Snape glared, but there was no malice behind it, and it only made Harry grin wider. "Come along, my boys," cut in Dumbledore. His eyes were twinkling as he gestured back to the fireplace. "I flew again, I think. No sense exacerbating your tiredness with a trek through the castle." The hospital wing was quiet when they stepped through. Harry supposed that after only 1 week of school and no Quidditch practices, there hadn't been too many opportunities yet for students to injure themselves. The examination itself didn't take long. After Poppy greeted them, she performed a few diagnostic spells, proclaimed that nothing was very amiss that a few potions and some rest wouldn't sort out, gave him several potions and a pair of pajamas, and led the professors away. It wasn't very difficult to obey her order to rest, for he fell asleep almost as soon as his head hit the pillow. He was drawn from his dreams by a whispered conversation. The whispers were hardly whispers, really, but it was apparent that the speakers were trying to be quiet, even if they weren't at all successful. "It's Saturday, Hermione," argued a girl's voice. And another girl's voice, a very familiar voice, answered. "He'll never be caught up if he doesn't read at least one more chapter today and complete 2 essays tomorrow." "What are you, his mother?" the first voice teased. A harumph sounded, but it was good-natured. It was obvious that the girls weren't angry with each other, so it didn't bother Harry. He breathed deeply and let it out. He felt himself drifting back and forth between sleep and awareness. There was a lengthy silence, as if brought on by his sigh. A third voice broke the silence, a boy this time. "I'll do it later, Myoni, I swear. Let's wait till after Harry wakes up, yeah." "But Yowda Finatelli won't do it then," she sighed. "Why not do it while he's asleep, and then you'll be able to visit without worrying about it?" "He's behind too, isn't he?" There was a rustling, as if somebody shifted in a chair. "We can work on it together. It'll be better for both of us. Motivation, you know." "I suppose," she answered skeptically. "Really, why'd I have to miss a month off summer?" the boy groaned. "They couldn't have cursed me on the first day of herbology. I wouldn't have minded missing a month off school." A girl's voice protested the horror of having so much make-up work to do, but Harry barely registered it, for his brain jump started at a very sudden realization. He was hearing Ron's voice. Ron. He jerked awake and shot into a sitting position as soon as his eyes opened. He caught a blur of bushy brown hair as a girl shrieked and jumped up from where she had been sitting on the foot of his bed, and he quickly fumbled for his glasses on the bedside table, put them on, and took in his visitors. A startled Hermione was clutching a textbook, a wide-eyed Ginny was sitting next to her in a chair, and Andron. His friend was sitting in another chair closer to Harry, the freckles on his pale skin standing out against his red hair. He looked alive. More thin and pale than usual, but alive. "Oi, mate, you all right?" Ron asked, and Harry blinked. It was him. It was really him. To his embarrassment, he thought he was about to cry. He could feel tears welling up behind his eyes. He was fairly certain he wouldn't be able to speak, so he tried to get out of bed instead. Only his legs were still unsteady, and he didn't do more than toss aside the covers and pivot to sitting on the side of the bed before Hermione protested. "Madame Pomfrey said you have to stay in bed. We're only allowed in here on the condition that we let you rest." Harry didn't care about Pomfrey's orders, but he was grateful that Ron had stood, and was now within reaching distance. He didn't have to test out the steadiness of his legs to grab his best friend by the shirt and pull him, yelping, into a hug. "Mate, you all right?" Ron asked again, softer this time, while he returned the hug. "We were worried about you." Harry barked a laugh and quickly swiped away a tear that escaped. "Me, you're the one who was in a Death Eater coma," he said hoarsely. Ron pulled away and shrugged. "You mean my battle with old Valdi's henchmen? I fought back, you know, and I made it, didn't I? I've even got a scar to prove it." Grinning, he pointed to the hairline next to his right ear. Harry didn't see anything, but his vision was a bit watery. From behind him, Ginny rolled her eyes. "He's been going on about his grand battle ever since he woke up, and it gets more grand every hour. That's not even a scar, Ron, it's a scratch. You probably got it brushing your hair." "It's a scar." He threw his sister a glare and turned back to Harry. "The way I hear it, I'm not the only one to have gone into a Death Eater coma. It's brilliant, mate. We've both missed classes and have to catch up, so we won't have to be miserable alone." Hermione cleared her throat and dryly added, "Not that what happened to you was brilliant, Harry." Ron waved her off. "You know what I mean." Harry had so many questions, but most pressing was, "How long have you been awake?" "Few days. Mum made me stay in bed most of the time. Bloody boring, that was. Made me complete some of my homework too, but I only began attending classes yesterday." He nodded a chin in Hermione's direction. "Hermione's taken notes for us, so we'll be caught up in no time." "Thanks, Hermione," Harry grinned, and she beamed. "Really though, how are you?" she asked. "We've been worried sick. Dumbledore told us in strictest confidence that they had a way to get you out, but that's all we were told for over a week. Nobody's even said what happened, other than that Voldemort was involved." "I'm fine. A little sore, but fine," he assured them, but all three were looking at him with expectant faces. I can't really tell you what happened." "Oh," Hermione said, clearly hurt but trying not to show it. "Order stuff." "We're practically in the Order, Harry," wheedled Ron. "Come on, you can tell us. It's not like we're going to blab about it to Malfoy and his cronies or something." Harry winced apologetically. "No, that's not it. It's not that I can't, it's that can't." Three faces looked at him with confusion. "I don't remember." Ron scratched his ear. "Like, can't remember the Death Eater coma. Well, that's all right, Harry. Neither can I. Nobody expects you to remember that bit. We're talking about what happened when you disappeared from Nida's. I hear you caused a big ruckus with that disappearing act." "Oh," he added conspiratorially, "speaking of, I met that Nida bloke. My mum says he helped heal me, but if you ask me, he's kind of shifty, don't you think?" "Ronald, focus," said Hermione. Harry wrinkled his nose. "No, you don't understand. See, I really can't remember. Snape says whatever potion I was given messed with my memory a bit. I'll get it back," he assured at Ron's look of horror. "Soon, hopefully. As soon as I know anything to tell you, I will, I swear." "Oh, Harry, that's awful," moaned Hermione. "It doesn't affect your mind in other ways, does it? You're still going to be able to start classes on Monday." "Yes, because missing classes would be the absolute worst thing that's happened to you this year," Ginny said so seriously that Harry knew she wasn't being serious and grinned. Hermione only rolled her eyes and grumbled something under her breath about Weasleys. "Well, what happened at Nida's?" Harry asked. "Maybe you can tell me something that'll jog my memory." "I guess I'll sit this one out." Ron sat back in his chair. "I was still out of it, because I'd been gravely injured in a wizard's duel," he said loudly, and narrowed his eyes at Ginny as if daring her to contradict him, but she ignored her brother. Hermione motioned for Harry to settle back into bed, which he did, and then reclaimed her perch next to Harry's feet. "What do you want to know?" Harry shrugged. "Everything. Anything. Snape said something about Remus and a meadow. I don't remember talking to Remus at Nida's, though. He was still sleeping off his injuries. The last thing I remember is talking to my snake friend, and then nothing." "Lupin was under the Imperious curse," Hermione said gently. Harry's eyes went wide. He what? Ron nodded. You know who did it. They say he's got all these powers now, and they didn't know Lupin could still be cursed, but he was, and— I thought you removed yourself from the conversation, interrupted Ginny, seeing as how you were recuperating from your mighty battle. Don't you have somewhere to be? Ron shot back. Harry doesn't mind me being here, she said sweetly. Do you, Harry? Course not. Harry shook his head, too distracted to be either amused or irritated by the squabbling siblings. Remus didn't. He didn't take me to Voldemort, did he? He asked, horrified for his dad's friend. Hermione put a reassuring hand on his leg. I don't know how it happened, only that he had something to do with your capture, and that he's fine now. I don't know where he is, but Mrs. Weasley said he's not under the curse any longer. I suppose Voldemort released him from it after they had you. I saw him when he came to. He felt really, really bad, Harry. Harry nodded, feeling sick for Remus. How awful to be forced to betray a friend and not be able to stop yourself from doing it. Did Snape see it? Yeah, what's with that? Ron cut in. Why did Dumbledore make the git go with you to Nidos too? It's like he wanted to give you the worst holiday in the history of holidays. Harry hummed a non-answer, not sure he wanted to go into his changed attitude towards his potions professor right then. He could only imagine Ron's reaction, and it wouldn't be good, or calm, or rational. He'd probably assume Harry'd been left brain damaged by Voldemort's potion or something. Judging by Hermione's sympathetic glance, she understood a little of what was going through his mind. He wasn't there, she graciously deflected from Ron's question. But he arrived soon after. He was the one who raised the alarm, told us you were missing. Ginny nodded. Charged in there like the place was on fire. I thought there'd been a Death Eater attack for sure. When he told us you were missing, made us search the house for you in case he was wrong. We were so worried, added Hermione. When we didn't find you. And then Nita brought Remus in with that snake bite. We thought the worst. The absolute worst. We were afraid we'd never see you again, finished Hermione with a slight wobble to her voice. She jumped up and gathered Harry into a hug. I was so scared I'd lost you both, she cried against his shoulder. It's okay, Hermione. Harry patted her back comfortingly. I'm fine now, really, so's Ron. She held him for another minute, sniffling, and then swiped a hand across her wet eyes. Don't you ever do that to me again, either of you, she swiveled to include Ron in her fierce glare. Harry held up a hand. I promise on my life I won't die yet. Me too, said Ron. May my ghost be driven insane by a flock of flying F-whoopers if I die or get all comified again before you say I can. Hermione gave them both a small wobbly smile and a laugh before returning to her perch on the bed. Now, are you ready for the Hogwarts news? Inserted Ginny excitedly. Because we've a new Dada teacher and a terrible beast living in the second floor of the West Wing, not to mention mysterious rumors from the castle paintings. Oh yeah, Ron chimed in. They've all gone nutters, more gossipy than a gaggle of witches at a robe shop. Hey, he rubbed at his arm and glared at Ginny. Don't mind them, Harry, added Hermione. The new Dada teacher seems normal and adequate. The beast is Hagrid's quite tame, really. Find that Dumbledore's already located a new home for, and the paintings are only gossiping more because there's a war going on and you were missing. We're all together again, nothing is amiss, and we're going to have a perfectly ordinary year. Ron scrunched his face in her direction when she wasn't looking, and Harry secretly agreed with him. Perfectly ordinary years did not seem to be their lot in life, but a perfectly ordinary conversation could be, so he said, Tell me all about it, Ginny. Don't leave anything out. She obliged, and they all talked and bickered and laughed until they lost track of time, and he couldn't prevent himself from yawning. His body was tired, but his soul had needed this. Being with his friends, seeing them again, and knowing that Ron was awake and going to be fine, lessened a weight on his heart that had become so constant he'd almost forgotten it was there. It wasn't until a dark shadow fell over them that they realized the curtain had been opened, and they weren't alone. The conversation died down and then stopped entirely as the four students registered Professor Snape's presence. "Mr. Potter requires his rest," Snape sneered at his friends. "It is time to say good night." Ron looked as if he smelled something foul, and Harry jumped in before his friend could say something to get himself into trouble. "You'd better go. I am pretty tired. We can talk more tomorrow morning." "Yeah." He glanced at Snape, half afraid he was going to say something about his friends not visiting him again so soon, but the professor merely stood there without expression and watched them awkwardly exchange their goodbyes. As soon as they'd left, Harry said, "You don't even have to kill the mood, do you?" "It is a gift," Snape sniffed and placed some folded items of clothing on the bedside table. Harry recognized them as his own, and Snape answered his questioning glance. "The clothing you were wearing when you were taken. I'm afraid they're rather worse for wear, but they are clean at the very least." "Thanks," murmured Harry, and his eyes lit up at the next thing Snape handed him. "My wand." He fingered the smooth wood, joy spreading from his fingertips through his body. "I must have been out of it today. I didn't even think about it till now. Why was I without it?" "It was taken from you," was the simple reply. "The headmaster kept it safe." The next thing Snape handed him was his class schedule. He curiously looked it over. Transfiguration, herbology, charms, defense. He was disappointed to see the lack of potions. Snape hadn't changed his mind then. He mentally sighed. He supposed he'd have to see if there was any other way around the aura requirements. He turned it over and was surprised to see another sheet of parchment attached. It was filled with several columns and lines of writing. "What's this?" "Your study schedule for the coming week. In addition to attending classes, you will be expected to devote ample time to completing missed coursework. If you follow the schedule, which also allows for adequate time for your mind and body to rest, you will be entirely caught up within 2 weeks' time." Harry dropped it to his lap and heaved an exaggerated sigh. "I don't even get one day to myself first." "On the contrary," countered Snape smoothly, "you have already had precisely 1 day." Harry half-heartedly glared, but Snape was unfazed. "You will begin tomorrow. Madame Pomfrey has already been instructed that your friends are not to stay for an extended length of time unless they are actively instructing you in your missed classes." "Well, Hermione would be pleased at any rate. Ron, not so much. I trust that you completed your summer assignments." Snape's look communicated that the answer had better be yes, and Harry flushed. "I need to finish my herbology essay," he mumbled and quickly added, "I have a good start, and it would have finished if I hadn't up and lost the last week of summer." Snape shook his head and muttered something about had all summer. Louder, he said, "You will complete that first, and you will keep Professor McGonagall updated on your progress. You will also not forget to rest, and no Quidditch until you are caught up. Understood?" Harry nodded, though he was feeling overwhelmed. The first month of school was difficult enough without starting out behind everyone else. He looked over the schedule. It was so star-structured. He grimaced. Snape looked ready to leave, so he rushed to ask, "What about occlumency?" He knew Snape had only agreed to help him until the end of the summer, but they had made real progress in their lessons, and maybe now that he had forgiven Harry, he would consider. Am I going to have a schedule or something for that?" He fished. "I still have loads to learn, so." Snape's face was carefully shuttered as he said, "As planned, the headmaster will be overseeing your occlumency tutelage from this point. You shall need to inquire of him when he wishes to meet." "Oh," Harry tried to keep the disappointment from his voice. That had been the plan after all, and a plan that he himself had wanted. He really shouldn't be disappointed. "But you'll be, he hesitated, not sure precisely how to ask what he wanted to know. "Will I still see you?" sounded needy. And it didn't seem to cover it. With no potions and no occlumency, and now with the entire staff of Hogwarts to keep him safe from Voldemort, what role would Snape even need to play in his year anyway? Or in his life, for that matter? He knew the logical answer. None. Their arrangement was for the summer, and now the summer was over. McGonagall will oversee your academic progress, Snape said neutrally. His expression was closed off and had been throughout his visit, and Harry had the feeling that he was doing it on purpose. Probably to make it clear that now that they were back at Hogwarts, Harry shouldn't expect anything from him, and the message was received. Madame Pomfrey will see to your physical needs. He frowned and added, if your memory returns, you are to summon Madame Pomfrey immediately. Do you understand? Why? Harry asked numbly, trying not to be disappointed that he was apparently supposed to forget that the entire summer even happened. It figured that after years of hating Snape, he finally was free of him just when he was starting to enjoy his company. It might be a shock to your system, explained Snape. I can't say for certain. If that should be the case, Madame Pomfrey can help you with a calming draft so that you will not be blindsided by a rapid deluge of memories and emotions. Harry nodded absently, though he didn't really care about that right now. He was still focused on Snape, still trying to think of an excuse to see him without looking pathetic for wanting to do so. What if I, have questions about occlumency and Professor Dumbledore isn't available? Snape hesitated before saying, if you have any immediate need, of course you can come to me. Those were the words that Harry wanted to hear, but the tone said something different. Snape was so stiff when he said it. It was obvious that the last thing he wanted was for Harry to come around bothering him with his silly teenage problems. Now that he had returned Harry's things and made certain he knew his schedule and responsibilities, he was going to retreat to his dungeons. He had forgiven Harry, and they wouldn't actively hate each other any longer, but that wasn't enough reason for the professor to want to stay in his life. And Thathert, it hurt way more than he'd ever thought a rejection from Snape, of all people, could hurt. But it's not like Snape owed him anything, did he? So he jerked a nod and mumbled, "Thank you, sir." And that time when Snape left, his goodbye filled with formality and politeness, Harry had no doubt that the professor was saying a more permanent goodbye. He removed his glasses, settled into his bed, and was glad nobody was around to see him blinking the wetness from his eyes. Twisters, so many twisters surged through his mind, filled with ropes of memories and strings of emotion. He no sooner pulled on one string than he became overwhelmed with sadness or anger or fear and had to pull another to escape it, only to find himself awash in joy or hope or love. Then he switched to the ropes, but that was even more jarring. Memories. Too many memories. Bits of spoken words flew through his mind with dizzying speed. Dog-human SS smells of evil. Harry Potter, how kind of you to drop in. Love never toppled nations, boy. That takes power. Did you imagine that he felt love for you? He never had a child of his own, after all. Wee whittle baby Potter is going to cry. Revenge is yours, Harry Potter. Take it. You should have Beanmerson. Now we live. He gasped and opened his eyes. He remembered. He remembered Edelafit, capture, torture, fear, hope, horror, secrets, shock, forgiveness, death. And it was so sudden, so powerful, so overwhelming. He felt ripped apart from the inside, raw and bleeding. He needed something to ground him. He reached into his pocket, where he kept his mother's stone, but he wasn't wearing the same trousers. He threw the covers off him and scrambled to the folded clothing Snape had left. He hitched a breath as he realized that the trouser pockets were empty. The stone was gone. Between Voldemort's clearing and the week he was under the potion, or maybe through the course of Snape's rescue, the stone had to have fallen out of his pocket. The only thing he had from his mother, besides one page of an old letter, and he'd lost it. He slid to the ground and hugged his knees to his chest. He shivered violently as a sense of loss ripped through his heart as if it were a physical blow. It was just a tiny, worthless stone, he knew, but it had been priceless to him. His fingers found Snape's ring on his hand, where Voldemort had left it after forcing him to use it. The dark wizard hadn't found it useful anymore, Harry supposed, so he'd forgotten about it. At least he hadn't lost that, though he assumed Snape would want it back soon. He took a long, slow breath and let it out, flexing his fingers to feel the weight of the ring. He didn't use it. He was tempted to, but Snape had said it was for emergencies. If he used it now, it would probably only be taken away sooner. But still, he wanted Snape. He felt like a little kid admitting that, even if only to himself, but it was true. He was afraid. He knew he was safe at Hogwarts, safe in the hospital wing, but he felt exposed and scared. Throughout his ordeal, he'd felt safer whenever Snape was with him. The man always had a plan, always knew what to do, and he always made sure that Harry made it out of danger okay. Just knowing the man was nearby helped to keep some of the nightmares at bay, or at least helped him to know that he could survive the nightmares. But he was no longer Snape's responsibility. The professor clearly wanted to forget this summer ever happened. It wasn't a surprise. He'd expected it. Why would Snape, of all people, be any different than the other grown-ups in his life? His mind knew that, but his heart didn't care. It also didn't care that he was too old for nightmares or for fear. It just cared that his mind was filled with an influx of horror and torture and hunger, and of watching his teacher die but not die, and Pomfrey wouldn't do. He needed Snape. Over and over, so desperately that he wondered that his thoughts couldn't be heard out loud. He wished for his professor to remember this summer, and to come help the nightmares from taking him over. But Snape never came. Chapter 50. Back to School. The morning dawned earlier than it had any right to do, sunlight streaming in through the hospital wing windows. It was joined by the faint sound of chirping birds. Harry hadn't slept. Oh, he had dozed on and off, but his mind was too full, too on guard against the nightmares he knew would be coming, that it never lasted for long. Consequently, he'd had plenty of time to think through everything that had happened. And he honestly didn't know which was the bigger revelation, that he might soon be powerful enough to take on Voldemort, or that Snape had loved his mum and inadvertently betrayed his parents. They were both pretty, earth-shattering revelations. He had felt overwhelmed by it all at first, which had morphed into anger partway through the night. What was up with Voldemort, always going after Harry and giving him strange powers he never asked for? And how dare Snape cut ties and run just when Harry had finally warmed up to him, finally started to feel a little less alone? He wanted to rail at them both. Well, maybe from a distance. That seemed safer. But he definitely wanted an opportunity to yell and maybe throw a few things at the both of them, even if he was too far away to hit his mark. He had risen from his spot on the floor next to the bed, and he had angrily paced until he realized he was still too weak to keep it up for longer than a few seconds, and then settled into the bed to punch his pillow a few times. The anger didn't last. Around midnight, it had turned into nervousness, tinged with fear at what new powers might mean for him. If he had new powers, he tried to pull up the sparks of magic but couldn't. He even cautiously tried a few spells with his wand, but his magic worked the same as it always had. Could his dream self have been mistaken? Maybe he wasn't growing more powerful. Maybe whatever happened back there with Voldemort and his Death Eaters was a fluke. It confused him too much to dwell on for long. So he thought of Snape again, and that's when his mood shifted to resigned. He felt quite a few things at Snape's apparent intention to extricate himself from Harry's life after all they'd been through. Sadness, disappointment, annoyance, anger. But one thing he couldn't claim was surprise. He had known Snape would do this, had expected it, had even witnessed him try to distance himself from Harry earlier in the summer. Snape didn't do closeness. Compound that with his having confessed to Harry some of his most closely held secrets, and it was no wonder the guarded man didn't want to be in the same room as Harry. And in a way, it helped to know that Snape was the type to avoid him out of discomfort. It meant that the professor didn't necessarily have to be angry at Harry in order to turn his back on him. It meant that Harry could believe that he had been forgiven for the Wall Watchers incident, and that Snape had meant the confession that he cared what happened to Harry now. Snape distancing himself didn't negate any of that. It was simply Snape being Snape. And anyway, what did he expect? For Snape to drop everything and be Harry's full-time tutor. Their arrangement had only been for the summer. Heck knew that. Snape had never promised him anything beyond that, so he had no right to be disappointed or hurt, really. He lifted his chin. He'd be fine. He would. He hadn't needed Snape before this summer, and he would be perfectly fine without him now. "Ah, Mr. Potter." He was so startled by Madame Pomfrey's voice as she whipped the curtains aside that he nearly fell out of bed. "You're awake, I see. Good, good. And how are you feeling this morning?" Better." He wasn't sure what was the right answer, but he knew complaining that he was still sore all over and dog-tired and had a splitting headache wouldn't get him out of the hospital wing and into Gryffindor Tower any faster. On second thought, he could without the headache. So he admitted to that, and only that. "Well, we'll see to that headache, why don't we?" She smiled and waved her wand over him, then frowned. "A bit of a fever, dear. We'll take care of that too, get you right as rain, but I think you'd best rest up here for another day at least." He groaned. "Can't I go to the tower? I want to see my friends." "And how much rest will your friends be letting you have in the tower, she asked pointedly, and he hemmed and hawed until they both knew she'd won. She smiled gently. "You can have some visitors today, so long as they don't rile you up too much." He sank back into his bed and gave her a resigned nod. As it turned out, it was probably a good thing that she hadn't allowed him to leave. Between the schedule Snape had given him and Hermione's insistence on following it, he had to study almost all day in order to even begin to catch up to his classmates. By lunchtime, he was tempted to drop out of school even though he hadn't attended a single class. How could there be so much homework after Onlyon week? "It's 6th year, Harry," Hermione said without pity. "Next year are our newts. If we don't study hard now, we'll be behind where we need to be for the most important exams of our lives." "I know, Myone." Harry tried to keep a straight face when he caught Ron rolling his eyes behind her back. It's just I'd like a bit of fun too, you know." "And no, studying isn't fun," Ron piped up before she could say anything. "How about a break?" "We've already taken a break," Hermione said pertly, but her eyes softened when Harry held up his hands in a silent please. "Fine, a break, but not too long," she insisted with a grin at Ron's hoop of victory. "I promised McGonagall personally that I would help you to stay on track." Unfortunately for Hermione's plans, Pomfrey kicked her and ran out of the hospital wing soon after so that Harry could rest. As soon as the door closed behind them, she drew his curtains closed and ordered him to nap. He didn't want to nap. His friends had been a good distraction, but now that he was alone, he feared what nightmares would invade his mind if he allowed himself to sleep. Still, he was exhausted, and he couldn't keep his eyes from staying closed a second too long, and before he knew it, he was bolting awake with a scream on his lips. As soon as he registered the curtains around his hospital bed, he was actually grateful to be there and not in the tower. It meant that no one was there to witness his panicked eyes as they scanned the small space for any sign of Voldemort or his Death Eaters. It's not as if his dorm mates weren't used to his occasional nightmare, but he still burned with embarrassment every time it happened. And he had a feeling it would be happening more frequently for a while. He was relieved at the thought of the small stockpile of dreamless sleep he still had in his trunk. It should get him through a few nights, and then maybe school would be a sufficient enough distraction to ward off the nightmares for a while. But thinking of past years, he doubted it. That night, he asked Pomfrey for some more doses of the potion to take with him, just in case. Monday morning, he had breakfast in the Great Hall. Madame Pomfrey hadn't wanted to let him. "You still look quite peaky, young man." But he had won the argument that if he was well enough to try to attend classes, then he was well enough to eat breakfast with his classmates. Truthfully, he was exhausted and didn't know if he was well enough to do either yet, but he was itching to see his friends and to get back to some semblance of normalcy. And anyway, what was the alternative? Sitting alone, staring at walls, trying desperately not to sleep? No, thank you. Snape was there. He was seated with the other teachers, and he didn't talk to anyone, and he didn't look at Harry even once. Harry knew, because he spent nearly as much time watching Snape out of the corner of his eye as he did fielding questions from his classmates. No one except for Hermione and the Weasleys had been told where he'd been, and he learned that there were countless rumors. One person asked if it were true that he'd been in a terrible accident in Spain and only just been released from hospital. Another person asked if he had gone into hiding from Death Eaters in Russia. Some of the theories were extreme. No, he assured Lavender, he had not been bitten by a werewolf, and others quite ordinary. No, Seamus, I didn't have my tonsils out, and he wished he'd thought to rehearse a story to tell them. He really didn't want to admit that he'd been kidnapped by Voldemort for the simple reason that he didn't want to be peppered with questions about it. So he dodged one question after another until Hermione and Ron, proving themselves to be the best friends in the entire universe, ran interference for him. Finally, they got the hint and moved on to other topics, which weren't much better as it turned out. You heard why Crabbe was out, didn't you? Dean leaned over Ron so he wouldn't have to yell to be heard. Harry shook his head, trying not to think of Crabbe SR, because that led to thoughts of Voldemort and of Snape, and no, too much thinking to be had there. He closed the door on his thoughts and paid attention to the conversation around him. His dad went missing, filled in Seamus from across the table. Poof, vanished, no sign of him, probably dead. Harry felt a pit in his stomach. He automatically scanned the Slytherin table, locating a wan-looking Crabbe. He didn't like the boy, but he felt a surge of sympathy despite himself, and foreboding. Did Snape kill Crabbe? He wouldn't, would he? He wasn't ex-Death Eater, but murder. And if he did, how much responsibility for the younger Crabbe's loss fell on Harry's shoulders? He wasn't sure he wanted to know the answer to any of those questions, so he pushed them to the back of his mind. No loss there, Ron added in between bites of potatoes. One less Death Eater to worry about. Yeah, Harry murmured. But, well, it's probably not easy to lose a dad, no matter how bad he might have been. His friends didn't answer except for an understanding hand on his arm from Hermione, and soon enough they had moved on to a new topic. But Harry couldn't be bothered to follow along. His eyes were on Snape again, wondering just what else the man had had to do to save him. By now certain that the professor was intentionally ignoring him, he scanned his eyes across the rest of the head table. He frowned. Why's a student sitting up there with the professors? The wiry boy with freckles and curly brown hair didn't look familiar, so he couldn't be in Gryffindor, but he looked old enough that he was probably in 7th year. He was smiling widely, his eyes dancing at something Hagrid said from next to him. Oh, that's Professor Brooks, supplied Ginny, our new defense instructor. Harry scrunched up his face in confusion. Dumbledore hired a student. He's 23, said Lavender conspiratorially. I know because Becky Newsom, you know, the Hufflepuff 7th year. She remembers him from when she was a first year. He was in Hufflepuff too. Harry looked doubtfully at the new professor, wondering if he had enough experience to teach them much of anything. Dumbledore didn't usually hire professors young enough to be able to pass for students. Or did he? He sneaked another peek at the other side of the head table, and it occurred to him that Snape had been near that age when Dumbledore had hired him, and his potions skills were undeniable. Harry himself had taught plenty to his classmates at only 15, so maybe age didn't matter so much. It might even be fun to have a young teacher. Heddos look young, Hermione piped up, but he's decent so far. He's really nice, and he doesn't mind questions, and he seems genuinely excited to be teaching. Ron snorted. Yeah, like a puppy with a new chew toy. Well, what would you know, defended Hermione. You've only been to one defense class so far. He got over the moon excited to talk to me about makeup work. It was like he couldn't wait to teach the first week all over again. He turned to Harry, brows raised. Don't let him rope you into private lessons. The man's mad about tutoring. You'll never get away. Hermione playfully swatted at Ron, missing when he dodged away with a grin. Oh, don't listen to him, Harry. Professor Brooks might offer, but he won't push. She paused, then added thoughtfully, "Not that it would hurt you to take him up on it. You don't want to fall further behind." Harry gave a noncommittal hum, his attention wandering back to Snape. Even a new teacher couldn't distract him for long. The potions professor still hadn't looked at Harry, not even once. It was a battle to stay awake in History of Magic, but he managed with Hermione's prodding. It helped to have a free period afterward, except that watching Hermione head for her class in the dungeons served as another reminder that he wouldn't be taking potions this year. He sighed miserably and walked outside with Ron, eager at least to spend some time outdoors. The moment he stepped foot on the grass and looked up to see the bright blue sky and felt a breeze that heralded the beginning of autumn, he halted in his tracks, causing Ron to run into him with Anumph. He should probably apologize, but he couldn't speak. It was just, the world was so beautiful. He felt connected to it in a way he'd never noticed before. It was subtle, so subtle that the awareness would probably fade to the background after a while. But it was real, that feeling that the trees and grass and sky were somehow connected to him. He felt as if he only had to reach out with his magic, and they would respond. It was then that he realized he felt different. He hadn't realized it before, but some part of him had been different ever since he'd woken up at that cottage with Snape. It was, there was something new inside his soul that felt alive. "All right, Harry?" asked Ron behind him, and Harry nodded dumbly and made his way to the lake, ignoring Ron's worried looks. He had told his friends about the capture in between studying on Sunday, but he had left out a lot of details, like the extent of the torture and everything personal that he and Snape had talked about. He had also left out what had happened between his mind and Voldemort's, and about the possibility that he had more access to magic. Oh, he had told them about how Voldemort tried to legitimize him, and that he had somehow managed to break the connection, but he left it at that. He knew he would fill them in sooner or later, but he needed to understand it first himself. He was glad that after a few minutes of conversation, Ron was content to laze about in silence. It gave Harry time to think, time to get used to the heightened awareness he felt by merely touching the blades of grass under his fingertips. In this moment, he knew intuitively that he could wield magic in ways he hadn't been able to before, even if he had no rational understanding of how. He felt powerful, and oddly enough, it felt nice, like he was covered by a warm blanket and not at all scary like he'd imagined. It was Wednesday. Harry was making progress on his schoolwork, but felt discouraged each time his professors gave out a new assignment that he knew he'd have to add to his growing list. It would probably help if he weren't so distracted all the time. It's not as if he could help himself. He'd even managed to put recent events out of his mind, mostly. Well, except for when Neville had accidentally knocked over a book in Charms, and Harry had jumped so suddenly that he'd toppled his chair. His classmates had loved that. Or when he'd thought he heard Bellatrix Lestrange's laughter in the hallway, and his heart about burst from the adrenaline as he looked every which way to spot her. He didn't think most people had noticed how jumpy he was lately, but Hermione and Ron definitely had. It was embarrassing. It's not like Harry hadn't gone through bad stuff before. He wasn't a wilting flower. Snape still didn't look his way at mealtimes, which he tried to pretend didn't hurt. He had even toyed with the idea of confronting Snape in his office after his last class, forcing him to look at Harry, to talk to him. But what would that accomplish? If Snape didn't want to be near him when he was minding his own business, how much more would he want to run if Harry turned into a needy pest? And anyway, Snape was proving himself as unapproachable as ever. Perhaps more so. Everyone had noticed. "A right git," Dean was saying, as one of the few Gryffindor sixth years to have made it into advanced potions. It was only one less pinch than was called for, barely even changed the color of the potion, and you'd have thought I'd blown up his classroom. "Hugh's rather temperamental this morning," Hermione said distractedly as she flipped through the pages of her herbology textbook. Along with Ron and Seamus, they were spread out with their books next to the Gryffindor common room fire. Dean made a face. "Temperamental, try homicidal." At least he wasn't singling you out, Hermione pointed out, briefly glancing up. He even snapped at Malfoy and Zabini. Snape came down on Malfoy, Ron asked with undisguised glee. Tell me all about it. Don't leave anything out. Hermione shrugged. There's nothing to tell, really. Nobody made any big mistakes, but there were some mistakes. I think Professor Snape was just in a mood. It can't be easy catching an entire school up on a missed week of learning. That was another thing Harry had learned after talking with his classmates. The entire first week of potions classes had been cancelled. Harry knew it was because of him, even if most of the other students didn't, and he felt bad about it. He'd caused so much disruption to Snape's schedule, not to mention to all of the students who now had to deal with having to catch up. Logically, he knew it was Voldemort's fault, but that didn't erase the niggling feeling of guilt. Hermione, Ron said patronizingly. It's Snape. He's always in a mood. Maybe, Hermione conceded with a thoughtful expression. But this is different. It's not like his usual impatience, more like he's on edge about something. Yeah, on edge about life, muttered Ron. I don't envy you having to spend so much time with him this summer, Harry. I bet you didn't think you'd make it out alive half the time. Harry thought about responding sarcastically and truthfully that no, he really hadn't thought he'd make it out alive at the end there. But he wasn't in the mood to bring up Voldemort or dodge around the topic of Snape. He'd been dodging it every time Ron brought him up, not quite ready to tell his best friend that he'd changed his mind about Snape. He wasn't ready to defend himself, and it's not like he needed to, with how Snape wasn't even acknowledging his existence these days. Instead, he shrugged and pretended to focus on a chapter in his Transfiguration textbook. He didn't miss the curious looks of Dean and Seamus, but they were kind enough not to push. They and Neville knew a little more about his summer than the rest of the school, but their knowledge was limited to the fact that Harry had had to spend some time with Snape and that he had been captured by Voldemort and managed to escape. Harry was glad he decided to tell them that much. It would make it easier to explain away the nightmares, not that he'd had any since that first day. He hadn't worked up the courage to go to sleep without dreamless sleep yet. He would, just not yet. It was nice. Without nightmares to remind him, and with school to distract him, he had forced the bulk of what had happened at Voldemort's lair to the back of his mind and left it there. And if he was a bit jumpy sometimes, well, he couldn't help that. He did wonder what was up with Snape. He'd been watching the professor closely at mealtimes in the Great Hall, and the man had seemed to grow more irritable each day. He didn't even bother to hide his disdain for Hagrid's loud tales or his annoyance at Dumbledore's attempts to engage him in conversation. At dinner that night, he'd only stared at his food with a pinched expression until he'd eaten a few bites and abruptly excused himself from the table. Harry agreed with Hermione. It wasn't Snape's usual temper that was at play. Something was bothering the man, and he was overcome with curiosity to know what it was. But until he figured out how to get Snape to so much as look at him, he'd have no way of finding out. It was Friday. It had been nearly a full week since Harry's return to school, and the gossip surrounding his strange absence was already being replaced by talk of new Quidditch team rosters and upcoming Hogsmeade weekends. Even Snape's mood swings were old news, though they hadn't improved. The man had glowered at his meal all through breakfast that morning, and his chair had been empty at lunch. Harry had taken to guessing when students in the hallway were about to head to the dungeons for potions, not by the direction they were walking, but by the dread on their faces. Otherwise, things were nearly back to normal. He'd even been able to attend Quidditch tryouts, albeit as a spectator. Pomfrey hadn't given Harry permission to fly until after tryouts were over, but Hermione had kept him company on the stands to watch. It was amazing, he thought, how quickly the routine of school overshadowed the stress of a summer hiding from and being a guest of Voldemort. He hadn't even realized he'd been carrying around a weight in his chest until it began to ease. It helped that his teachers were all giving him time and help to catch up. He had a lot of work still to do, but with Hermione's help and the peace of being at Hogwarts, It wasn't anything he couldn't handle. He was ready for the weekend, even if he would be required to study more than everybody else, and he grinned as he opened a note Ron had passed him under the desks. Flying after class. They were more than ready for a break from studying, and flying sounded like the perfect distraction. Harry gave a subtle nod and ignored Hermione's narrowed eyes from his other side. She couldn't have seen what the note said, but she wouldn't appreciate their not paying attention. She'd placed herself in the role of taskmaster, keeping both Harry and Ron on track with their schoolwork until they were caught up. But she couldn't keep at it all the time, especially as she had potions after Dada on Fridays. Can anyone tell me the primary purpose of nonverbal spells in non-combat situations? Asked Professor Brooks. Hermione's hand shot up. Brooks smiled kindly at her but looked around. Anyone else? He seemed to deflate a little bit when no one else raised their hand, then gestured to Hermione, who was all too eager to answer. Ron wasn't the only one half paying attention to the class. Malfoy and Goyle were talking in hushed tones in the corner, and Harry saw somebody toss a note across the aisle. Professor Brooks pretended not to see or hear anything, though it was obvious by his faltering grin that he was anything but oblivious. Hermione had been right about the professor, Huiskind and enthusiastic about teaching. He even knew a decent amount about defense, which was a vast improvement over some of their previous Dada professors. He might turn out to be as good a teacher as Remus with a bit of time and practice. But the poor fellow didn't have a prayer when it came to commanding respect. It wasn't only that he looked so young, though that didn't help. It was that he wanted so badly to be liked that he didn't know how to be in charge. Snape could certainly give him a few pointers, Harry thought. The potions professor may not be a kind or particularly likable teacher, but he had more control over his classroom than any other teacher at Hogwarts, with the possible exception of McGonagall. All he had to do was whisper or twitch a finger, and his entire class would be on their best behavior. And there he went, thinking about Snape again. He sighed. It's like the man was always only a thought away from the front of his mind. He chided himself and tried to pay attention to the lesson. Only by now, half of the class wasn't even pretending to listen, and Brooks looked so dejected that Harry predicted the man would give up soon and let them out early. Again. Sure enough, Brooks ended class 10 minutes early, and Harry packed up his books, eager to go flying with Ron before he could head out. Brooks stopped him with a "Mr. Potter, please stay a moment." Harry gestured to Ron and Hermione to head out without him, then dutifully made his way to the professor's desk. "The headmaster wishes to see you after class." Brooks held out a small piece of paper. "Thanks," he murmured, unfolding the note. It read simply, "Frosted sugar berries." "How is your makeup work coming along?" the young professor asked with a smile. All right." He scratched his neck and hoped he wasn't going to be quizzed because he hadn't made it very far in his Dada readings yet. Thankfully, Brooks didn't push. "You know, you're a natural doula," he said instead. "Oh, thanks," Harry shrugged. "But I mean, I only got out one jinx." "But the blocking," the man's eyes lit up. "Your reflexes are top-notch." Harry grinned at the praise. He'd been relieved when Brooks had led the class outside on Tuesday to practice dueling. He didn't think he could stand another year without practical lessons. "Perhaps you would be willing to demonstrate a proper shield charm for the class next week?" Brooks asked, bouncing on his feet slightly, as if his excitement couldn't be contained behind a pair of black teacher robes. He didn't really want to, but looking at the professor's hopeful face, he couldn't say no. "Yeah, okay." Brooks beamed. "Excellent." It was a good thing, Harry reflected on his way to the headmaster's office, that the new defense professor was overflowing with energy and positivity. He'd need both in spades if he couldn't figure out the teaching part of teaching. "Frosted sugar berries," he said to the gargoyle, which immediately moved aside. He clutched Dumbledore's note in his hand and took the moving staircase to the office door. Other than a brief visit in the hospital wing, the headmaster had given him a wide berth since his return. Harry hadn't minded, to be honest. It was nice to be able to get back to school and his friends without worrying about recounting his horrid experience for the headmaster. But he'd known the man would want to speak with him sooner or later, and it appeared that the time had arrived. He knocked, heard an enter, and pushed open the door. The headmaster was sitting at his desk, but rose to his feet at the sight of Harry. "Come in, Harry, please." He gestured to a chair in front of his desk and moved to take a seat in one next to it. Harry noticed as he sat that though Dumbledore was smiling politely, he was missing his customary eye twinkle. He looked old and worn, as if he had a great weight on his shoulders. "Is everything all right, sir?" he asked tentatively. The headmaster smiled gently. "Quite all right, Harry. I've a few difficult things requiring my attention, that is all. Thank you for asking. More importantly, how are you faring? Professor McGonagall tells me that you have made adequate strides in catching up to your peers." Harry nodded. "Yes, sir," he added. "I'm not all caught up, but the professors have all been decent about giving me extra time." Very good," nodded Dumbledore. "And you are getting on well with Professor Brooks." "Yeah, he's cool," he said sincerely. He thought about telling Dumbledore that he might want to help out his newest professor with some class management tips, but he didn't want to get the man in trouble. "I am glad to hear that," said Dumbledore, leaning back with a satisfied smile. "And I trust that you are feeling recovered. You look well rested." "Yes, sir," he nodded again. Head'd feel better. He hadn't had to deal with nightmares since the first day, his bruises had completely faded, and he felt happy to be back with his friends. "May I offer a refreshment?" Dumbledore offered. "Water, pumpkin juice." Pumpkin juice, please," Harry said, and then asked, "I suppose you want to talk about what happened with Voldemort." Dumbledore leisurely conjured 2 glasses of pumpkin juice. As he handed one to Harry, he said gently, "As much as I dislike bringing up unpleasant memories, Harry, we do need to discuss it. I only wish to allow you time to acclimate to school first." Harry took a slow sip of his juice. He really didn't want to talk about what had happened, but he knew that it was unavoidable. He took a deep, even breath and let it out. "What do you want to know about it?" Dumbledore gave him a long, measuring look. "Professor Snape has given me a full account of what he witnessed, and what he gathered occurred in his absence. He was very thorough. I think you and I perhaps ought to discuss what happened between your mind and Voldemort's." Harry cleared his throat. Well, he tried to legitimize me, I guess, and I fought back, and it eventually worked." After several seconds of silence, Dumbledore prodded, "And how did it work, Harry?" Harry shifted in his seat. He'd thought about other Harry's words to him, but he hadn't said them out loud to anybody yet, not even his friends. Especially not his friends. He didn't want them to start treating him differently, but Dumbledore really ought to know. What's more, he would help Harry, or at least would try. He sat up straight. "See, it's like this. Remember my dreams of the future, how you thought it could maybe be my inner eye or something?" Dumbledore nodded, his full attention on Harry. He took a deep breath. Is, my inner eye, I mean. He came to me again, and he told me what he meant before." He leaned forward so Dumbledore would know how important this was. "He told me why Voldemort's plan is flawed." He paused, trying to think of the best way to relay what other Harry had said. Before he decided where to begin, Dumbledore interjected, "Perhaps I could hazard a guess. Does the flaw have to do with the flow of power between your minds?" Harry nodded, wide-eyed. "How'd you know?" Dumbledore smiled, and Harry was glad to see a slight twinkle enter his eyes. With over a century of magical experience, one does learn a thing or two about putting together seer puzzles. "And," Dumbledore went on, "it makes sense, after what Professor Snape described. Voldemort had gained power through magical use of the physical properties of your blood. How that served to make him more powerful is still somewhat of a mystery, but I would hazard a guess that due to your unique mental connection, the traces of magic within your physical bodies, your blood, specifically recognized each other. You share a connection so deep that when Voldemort used your blood in a potion to restore him to full physical life, it interacted in an unpredictable way. You are not morally enemies, after all, which is all that his potion had called for. You are something more, a fact that somehow added to the potion's effects. And then he didn't figure on the mental connection getting in his way, Harry prodded, eager to hear what Dumbledore may have pieced together about that. No, I don't imagine he did, the headmaster said with a smile. And I imagine that your inner eye informed you that you have been taking Voldemort's newfound power away from him and into yourself each time that you overpowered his attempts on your mind. He nodded. He hesitated, not sure he wanted to say it out loud, but he did. I'm more powerful now. So it would seem, Dumbledore said calmly, too calmly, way more calmly than Harry thought that pronouncement deserved. I don't feel more powerful, he said, and then quickly corrected himself. Well, no, I mean I do, but I don't. See, it's like I'm more aware of the magic in the world around me now. It's kind of trippy, actually, he confided. I'd feel more powerful, more connected to magic. But when I go Tausumi magic, nothing's different. Dumbledore took a measured sip of his pumpkin juice. I imagine that it will be, once your body has acclimated itself to the changes in your magical core, and once you have practiced drawing upon additional reserves of power. Harry thought about that a minute, then asked, Aren't you worried about what that means, Professor? What if it takes over, or I can't control it? You've not had any incidents thus far, I assume? Dumbledore asked as unconcerned as if he were inquiring about the weather. No, Harry shook his head. Only the feeling different, like I said. I don't know how to describe it. It's like when I was in that meadow with Voldemort and his Death Eaters, and then again with the ceremony, I could see magic. I could see it, he emphasized, pretty sure he sounded nutters, but Dumbledore seemed to be taking him seriously. And I haven't seen it since I've been back. But I dunno, it's like iffy lit, like it's all around me, waiting for me to tell it what to do, but I don't know how to reach it, or even if I should. You have tried? Dumbledore asked just as calmly. Harry shrugged. Well, yes, sorta. I tried a little bit the other day, but I'm afraid to try too hard, he admitted and looked away. What if I manage it and I hurt somebody? From what I understand, you need not worry that it is your first time wielding a great amount of power, Dumbledore said matter-of-factly. You did so while in Voldemort's domain, and you seem to have managed to direct it quite well for a novice. Harry looked at the headmaster doubtfully. He didn't agree, but he didn't argue. Nonetheless, you need not worry quite yet, Dumbledore said soothingly. Your magic is stronger than it was, yes, but I'd wager that it will become stronger still. Now is the ideal time for you to begin to learn how to access it and then to control it. Harry drank some more pumpkin juice and set it on the table. Then, before he quite knew what he was going to say, he blurted out, I want Professor Snape to teach me. He watched Dumbledore carefully, but the man only blinked. Nothing against you, sir, he rushed on, or whoever else you have pegged for the job, but I think it has to be him, don't you? I know he probably doesn't want to teach me anymore, but he's good at it. Better than I thought he'd be, even if he was pants at it last year. Not that I was perfect either, he rambled at Dumbledore's silence. I only mean that he turned out to be good at teaching me occlumency, and he really understands Voldemort, you know. And the second prophecy, he added quickly. He's supposed to guide me right. And maybe he didn't sign up for tutoring a special case for the rest of the year, but, well, you could talk to him, couldn't you? Try to convince him to give it a shot. Dumbledore didn't try to interrupt him, but his eyes were sad. It was making Harry nervous. Couldn't you? He trailed off. He knew Snape was quite willing to wash his hands of Harry, but if anyone could convince the stubborn professor to change his mind, it would be Dumbledore. The headmaster heaved a great sigh and looked Harry in the eyes, and he was certain he wasn't going to like what the man was going to say. Harry, he began, then paused as if to gather his thoughts. I would like nothing more than for you and Professor Snape to continue the lessons you began. I believe that you have been good for each other, and you have made great progress in so short a time. But, Harry asked, already dejected. Dumbledore shook his head sadly. I'm afraid that now is not a good time. Professor Snape's energies are currently being devoted to another matter of great importance. He slumped into his chair. Is it for the Order? He asked, even though he didn't expect to be told. Is he working on a new potion or spy stuff or something? Is that why he's in a bad mood lately? The headmaster gave a small smile. It is not specifically Order-related, but as with a great many things, if successful, Professor Snape's project will only benefit our side. That is all you need know, he added kindly, but with an air of finality when Harry made to ask another question. I will ask you to consider this matter, settled for the time being. Harry sighed and nodded. How's Remus? He asked to distract them both from his obvious disappointment about Snape. I thought maybe he'd stop by to see me by now, but I haven't even had a letter. He could tell by Dumbledore's expression that it had been the wrong question to ask. The headmaster was positively oozing reluctance at having to let Harry down again. Before the man could do so, he answered his question himself. He doesn't want to see me either, he concluded, feeling irritation bubble up inside him. Both Snape and Remus had in one way or another started to be there for Harry, and now neither one wanted anything to do with him. Great, just great. It is not that Remus does not wish to see you, Harry, said Dumbledore gently, reaching out to lay a hand on his shoulder. You must understand that he cares for you a great deal. His betrayal of you, however unintentional, has been difficult for him to come to terms with. I believe that he is trying to avoid causing you pain. Bullshit, interrupted Harry. He shrugged off Dumbledore's hand and rose to his feet. He balled his hands into fists, determined not to lose his temper like he'd done a few months ago in this office. As it is, he'd lucky to not be in trouble for cursing at the headmaster. Sorry, he said through clenched teeth, but it is. He's not looking out for me. He's avoiding me because it'll be uncomfortable for him. I'm right, and you know I'm right, Harry said darkly, working really hard not to yell. Same with Professor Snape. He doesn't like getting close with people, fine. I get it. Whatever. And Remus feels all guilty. Yeah, I know, but them not talking to me isn't helping me. It's only more comfortable for them. They're both taking the coward's way out, and you know it. Dumbledore didn't insult his intelligence by denying it, only gave him a look filled with understanding and sympathy. Even though it didn't fix the situation, it helped to know he'd been heard, and that Dumbledore wasn't going to try to placate him like a child. He fell into his seat again, losing steam at the prospect of no one to fight with. I am truly sorry for the pain you have been through this past year, Harry, Dumbledore said softly. You have borne it with grace and courage. Not everyone would be so capable. Like Remus and Snape, he wanted to ask sarcastically, but he didn't. Still, his own thoughts made him even more depressed, because as angry as he wanted to be with both men, he could still understand their actions and forgive them. Neither man had had an easy life, after all, and neither one had signed up to have a teenager underfoot. They had no obligation to him, really, so what right did Harry have to be upset with either one? He ran a hand tiredly over his eyes and hoped that Ron hadn't gone flying without him. He was in sore need of a distraction. Could you tell at least Remus that I don't blame him? He mumbled without looking up. It was Voldemort, not him. It's not like I don't know that. You might consider writing him a letter, Dumbledore gently prodded. I'm sure it would mean more coming directly from you. He jerked a nod. Yeah, okay, he agreed. Then he looked Dumbledore in the eyes and asked what he really wanted to know. What about the prophecy, sir? The one that said Snape was going to guide me to defeat Voldemort. Doesn't that mean he has to teach me? I know you said he's working on something important, but surely that's important too. The headmaster looked sad as he said, perhaps the prophecy has already been fulfilled. He did, after all, offer you his guidance this summer. Harry narrowed his eyes. You don't believe that. You think there's more to it. I did, Dumbledore agreed. But we all of us must reconsider our beliefs from time to time. Harry didn't answer. He couldn't think what to say. It wasn't like Dumbledore to give up. Oh, he would let others come to their own decisions, even if it wasn't what he thought best, but he would be there the entire time, dropping hints and encouraging them to choose differently. That's what he should be doing with Snape. He should be talking him into teaching Harry, convincing him to take the prophecy seriously. Instead, he was letting him off the hook and making his excuses to Harry. Can I go now, sir? He asked woodenly, ready to fly and forget all about school and adults in general. Dumbledore breathed a deep sigh. I am truly sorry, Harry. I know, sir. Harry nodded politely and asked again, Can I go? Of course, the man murmured, and Harry left without a backward glance. Flying was a good distraction, but it didn't last, and neither did the diversion of good friends gathered around the common room fire. It had been nice to feel the wind rush past his ears, then to laugh and joke with his friends, but come night time, he was again alone in the darkness with his thoughts. He didn't try to talk himself out of a dose of dreamless sleep potion like he had the previous 2 nights. He knew he needed to do without the potion occasionally, that Snape had said it could be addictive, but taking it all week had only served to increase his dread of the inevitable nightmares when he had to stop. He would try to go without tomorrow, he promised himself as he drifted into a dreamless slumber. Only it didn't work like it was supposed to. He didn't scream when he woke up partway through the night, his chest heaving and the memory of Cruciatus trembling through his body. He was proud of himself for that. No screaming was good, but he shouldn't have had a nightmare at all. He stared blankly at the faint outline of the curtains, nervous to close his eyes again. Usually the potion lasted through the night. Is this what happened if someone took too much of it? It stopped working. That was worrisome, he decided. He didn't even know if he could fall asleep on his own. Every time he closed his eyes, he felt a cold sweat break out at the memory of going under Voldemort's potion. He'd already had to close his eyes once with the knowledge that he might never wake up. He didn't want to do it again. He forced himself to close his eyes and to keep them closed. He was safe, he repeated to himself. Safe at Hogwarts, and he was strong. He was a Gryffindor. He was 16, almost a man, and a Gryffindor. He wouldn't let a little thing like fear and nightmares defeat him. 10 minutes later, he downed another dose of dreamless sleep potion and burrowed under the covers. Tomorrow, he'd go without tomorrow.